just the oppressive quiet, now punctuated by the frantic drumming of my own pulse. I rationalized it away. Mice, a burst pipe, the house groaning under its own weight. I told myself that for weeks, even as the sounds grew bolder, more deliberate. One evening, I was reading in the living room, a heavy tome on local history, when I heard it, my name, not called out, not spoken, but a soft, almost breathless exhalation of my name from the hall just outside the door. Marcus. It was a woman's voice, raspy, as if unused for a long time, and eerily familiar. My blood ran cold. Eleanor had been gone for months. I lived alone. I stood slowly, the book slipping from my numb fingers to thud on the rug. Hello, I called out, my voice thin, reedy. Silence. A terrifying, expectant silence. I fumbled for the light switch, bathing the empty hallway in a harsh, yellow glow. Nothing. No one. Just the long shadow of the coat rack, distorted and unsettling. Part. I told myself it was my imagination, a trick of the old wiring, or the wind. But the voice, it had sounded so close, so real. Over the next few weeks, the mimicry escalated. I'd hear the distinct creak of the floorboard just outside my bedroom door. The one I knew led to my aunt's old study, followed by the soft click of the doorknob. I'd freeze, listening, until the sound receded, replaced by the scraping slish again, moving away through the walls. Sometimes, late at night, I'd wake to the sound of heavy breathing, right beside my ear, slow and wet, as if someone was sleeping next to me. I'd whip around, my hand flying out, only to meet empty air. The utter blackness of the room would press in on me then, suffocating, feeling less like absence and more like a heavy, breathing presence. One night, the mimicry became truly grotesque. I was in the kitchen, making tea, when I heard a faint, high-pitched whimper from the living room. It was the sound Eleanor used to make when she was in pain, a soft, almost animalistic sound that had always torn at my heart. I dropped the kettle, boiling water splashing my hand, ignoring the pain. I raced into the living room. The curtains were drawn. The room plunged into an oppressive gloom, illuminated only by the faint light filtering in from the kitchen. "Aunt Eleanor," I whispered, my voice trembling. The whimpering continued, sounding distressed, like something trapped. I stood there, paralyzed, my eyes darting into the darkest corners of the room. Then, from directly behind the heavy moth-eaten armchair, came another sound, a wet, tearing rip, followed by a series of choked gags. It sounded like something being ripped apart, violently, then struggling for breath. My stomach churned. What, in God's name, was in this house? I stumbled backward, fleeing the room, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the brightest room in the house. Brew, the old sunroom, clutching a fireplace, poker like a lifeline, the whimpering and tearing sounds echoing in my mind. The thing in the walls wasn't just mimicking sound. It was learning them, and it was learning my sounds. A week later, I started finding things. Small, unsettling things. My reading glasses, which I'd left on the kitchen counter, were found neatly placed on my pillow. My favorite mug, used that morning, was in the precise center of the dining room table. Objects were being moved, not randomly, but with a strange, unnerving precision, as if an unseen hand were trying to be helpful, or perhaps testing its dexterity. Then came the true horror. I was trying to sleep, staring up at the ceiling, when I heard it. My own voice. Not a whisper, not a sigh, but my clear, resonant baritone. It started with a low mumble, as if talking in its sleep, then evolved into full, coherent sentences. It was reciting passages from the local history book I had been reading, complete with my pauses, my inflections, my almost imperceptible coughs. It was my voice, perfectly replicated, coming from the attic directly above my head. I lay there, frozen, listening to the horrifying monologue of my own identity, being stolen, processed, and it paused, a long, unnatural silence. Then I heard a sound I knew intimately, my own sigh, the weary, resigned sigh I made every night before finally drifting off to sleep. And then, from directly above me, a wet, heavy thud, as if something large and soft had dropped onto the floorboards. That was the night I knew it wasn't just a mimic. It was something that absorbed, something that became. I couldn't stay in my room. I couldn't stay in this house. Where could I go? It had my voice. It knew my routines. It had explored the walls, learnt the layout. It had even moved my things. The next morning, I packed a bag, my hands shaking so violently I could barely fasten the buckles. As I stood by the front door, ready to flee, a final, chilling sound reached me. From deep within the walls, a series of soft, rhythmic thumps. It sounded like a harp, my harp, thumping, slowly, steadily, getting closer to it. I threw open the door and ran, not looking back. I drove until the sun began to set, until the shadows lengthened and deepened, swallowing the familiar world. I checked into a cheap motel, double-locked the door, and turned on every light, even the bathroom. I huddled on the bed, wrapped in a thin blanket. The image of that dark, empty house burned into my mind. But the fear didn't leave. It stayed with me, a cold, heavy weight. Because the house, I realized, was just the incubator. The thing had been learning, practicing. It wasn't confined to the walls anymore. It had my voice. It had my movements. And now, as the motel room's cheap fluorescent lights flickered erratically, casting dancing shadows on the walls, I could almost hear it. A faint, wet slish just beyond the thin, dry wall, followed by a breath, impossibly close, and then a whisper. My whisper, echoing the profound, chilling question that had haunted me since the first sound. Marcus, are you home? I haven't slept since. Every shadow is a potential hiding place. Every silence an opportunity for it to emerge. Because now, the something in the dark isn't in a house miles away. It's here, and it knows me. It is me. And I can't tell who will answer the door when it finally knocks. Story 2. The whispering gully, the silence of the gully was always its most unsettling feature. A thick, suffocating blanket that swallowed sound. No birds chirped, no insects hummed, just the soft, insistent rustle of dead leaves underfoot as I pushed deeper into its shadowed embrace. I'd ventured into the whispering gully hundreds of times as a child, its forbidden allure irresistible. But I'd never gone this far, never stayed this late, and never felt such an overwhelming sense of dread. My friend, Ben, dared me. He'd scoffed at my tales of the ghoulies' eerie reputation, the local legends of lost hikers and strange disappearances. It's just a ravine, Mom, he'd said. A big, dark ditch. Nothing. So, armed with a powerful flashlight and a foolish sense of bravado, I decided to prove him. Or perhaps prove myself wrong. The sun had already dipped below the tree line, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. But down in the gully, it was already pitch black. The flashlight beam cut a stark, narrow tunnel through the oppressive darkness, illuminating gnarled roots that snaked across the path like grasping fingers, and the skeletal silhouettes of ancient trees, reaching towards a sky I could no longer see. The air grew colder, heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. I could feel it almost immediately, the sense of being watched, not by an enemy, not by another person, but by something ancient and pervasive. It was a pressure on my skin, a prickle at the back of my neck. I tried to shake it off, dismissing it as nerves, but the feeling only intensified as I descended deeper. The incline grew steeper, the path narrower, and the darkness became absolute, swallowing the edges of my flashlight beam. Then came the sounds. At first, they were indistinct, like the wind sifting through dry leaves, but there was no wind. Then they grew clearer, a soft, drawn-out whisper just beyond the reach of my light. Bly. It sounded like multiple voices, overlapping, indistinct, like murmuring secrets. I couldn't quite decipher. I stopped, my heart pounding, flashlight beam sweeping frantically from side to side. Nothing. Only the inky blackness and the persistent, breathy whispers. Hello. I called out, my voice swallowed by the immense quiet. The whispers ceased instantly. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the whispers, an unnerving void filled only by the rapid thumping of my own heart. I took a hesitant step forward, then another. The whispers began again, closer this time, and I could almost make out words. They weren't English, or any language I recognized. It was a cacophony of sibilant sounds, a serpentine hiss that seemed to coil around me. I gripped the flashlight tighter, my knuckles white. The temperature dropped abruptly, as if an unseen door had opened, letting in the chill of a crimp. My breath plumed in front of me, I shivered, not just from the cold, but from a primordial fear that clawed at my throat. I walked faster, telling myself it was time to turn back to admit defeat. But something held me, a morbid curiosity, a perverse need to know what lay at the source of these sounds. The whispers intensified, now seeming to come from all directions, swirling around me, echoing off the unseen walls of the gully. They no longer sounded like wind or distant voices. They sounded like something alive, breathing, speaking. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the cacophony, a low, wet slur, followed by a soft, guttural gurgle. It sounded like something drinking, something feeding. My blood ran cold. My flashlight beam danced wildly, catching fleeting glimpses of movement just at the periphery of my vision. Dark shapes, too quick to identify, too fluid to be natural, darted among the trees. B were faster than anything I'd ever seen, mere blurs against the utter blackness. Panic began to set in. This wasn't a game. This wasn't just a ravine. This was something else entirely. I forced myself to keep moving, my pace quickening from a walk to a desperate trot. The ground became uneven, slick with damp moss, and I stumbled, my flashlight skittering across the ground, its beam spinning wildly, before settling on a grotesque sight. There, half buried in the leaf litter, was a shoe, a hiking boot caked in mud, its laces frayed, and beside it, a tattered piece of fabric, a faded plaid shirt. Fresh dread washed over me. These weren't ancient artifacts. These belonged to someone recently. Someone who had ventured too far, just like me. The whispers swelled, now punctuated by soft, almost imperceptible clicks, like insects, but too large, too rhythmic. The slithering sounds intensified, no longer just from the walls, but from the path, ahead and behind. I wasn't just hearing the whispers, I could feel them, a vibrating resonance in the very air around me, pressing in. Then, from the darkness directly in front of me, something shifted. It wasn't a shadow. It was the absence of a shadow, a deeper, purer blackness, against the already profound gloom, somehow darker than dark itself. It was amorphous, shifting, yet undeniably there, bit pulse, a slow, viscous contraction and expansion. The whispers coalesced, forming a single chilling sound, a drawn-out, mournful sigh. And then, clear as day, a voice, not a whisper this time, but a deep, resonant hum, reverberating through my bones. It was still not a language I understood, but the intent was unmistakable. It was a sound of immense hunger, a sound that promised oblivion. I stumbled back, tripping over a root, falling hard onto my back. The flashlight flew from my hand, rolling away, its beam swallowed by the deeper darkness. I was plunged into absolute, suffocating blackness. The air around me was suddenly thick with the unholy cacophony of whispers, clicks, and slurping sounds. I felt an icy, unseen presence brush against my face, a cold, wet touch, that made my skin crawl. The air filled with the scent of decay, but also something else. Something metallic and sweet, like fresh blood. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, clawing at the earth, desperate to escape. I could hear the slithering growing louder, closer, surrounding me. The amorphous thing was still there, a deeper dark against the deep dark, now seemingly closer. I could feel its immense presence, the way a blind man feels the approach of a large object. It was cold, it was ancient, and it was waiting. Then, through the suffocating curtain of sound and darkness, I heard it again. My name, whispered. Not in Eleanor's voice, not in my own voice, but in a chorus of voices, 1,000 whispering tongues, all speaking my name in unison. A long, drawn-out, sibilant hiss that coiled into my mind. Mark, come and be quiet with us. I screamed, a raw, primal scream, torn from the deepest part of my soul. Bub, I pushed myself to my feet, blindly flailing through the oppressive blackness, running without knowing where I was going, hands outstretched, scraping against unseen branches, tripping, falling, but always getting back up. I didn't know how long I ran, or how I found my way out of that hellish abyss. I just ran, until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping for air. Beneath the first faint stars, I could see pride. I never looked back at the Whispering Valley, but its silence and the whispers it held never truly left me. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is still and the world outside is dark, I hear it. Be the faint, multi-voiced whisper. Be the sickening gurgle. And I know with chilling certainty that the thing in the dark, the thing that hungers in the ghoulies' depths, remembers my name, and it remembers where I live. Story 3, The Alley Shadow. It started innocently enough, as most horrors do, with a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. I work the night shift at the old printing press, and my walk home, though short, takes me down a couple of narrow, unlit alleyways. I can tell you how to. A city's shadows are just part of its character. Not anymore. The first time I saw it, I dismissed it as a trick of the flickering streetlight. A discarded plastic bag caught in a sudden gust of wind. It was just a deeper patch of darkness, shifting, elongating, then retracting into the brickwork of the old warehouses. I paused for a second, my hand on the grimy brick, before shrugging it off. My eyes were probably just playing tricks after hours staring at fluorescent lights and endless paper rolls. But then it happened again, night after night, in the same alley. That patch of absolute black, too black to be natural shadow, too deep to be just a void, would shift. It didn't move through the darkness. It was the darkness manipulating itself. Sometimes it would stretch like a thin, wavering column, reaching up towards the grimy sky. Other times, it would spread low to the ground, a rippling puddle of pure dark. It always pulled back into the deepest shadows when I got too close, too attentive. My heart began to pound a little harder each night as I approached the alley. I started looking over my shoulder, even in brightly lit areas. The city at night, which had once felt like a familiar, comforting home, now felt like a vast, unseen stage where something was waiting, just beyond the reach of the lamplight. One evening, it was different. I was halfway through the alley, my flashlight beam cutting a shaky path before me, when I felt it. A code spot. Not just a temperature drop, but a distinct area of chill. As if I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. It moved with me. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. The air hung heavy, utterly still, devoid of the usual city hum. And then, from directly behind me, I heard a sound, purr, a soft, wet slap, like bare skin hitting concrete. By, spun around, flashlight beam, sweeping frantically. Nothing. Just the oppressive darkness of the alley, hemmed in by looming brick walls. But the cold spot was still there, now in front of me, just out of reach. I could almost feel its presence, a dense, silent web. I backed away, slowly, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't run. I couldn't. My legs felt like lead, my muscles locked in a rictus of terror. The next few nights, the alley shadow grew bolder. It no longer retreated fully. It would shrink, condense, but it would hold its form, a vaguely humanoid silhouette, hunched in the deepest recess of the alley, watching me pass. Its edges were always blurred, shifting like an oil slick on water, but the shape was unmistakable. It had no discernible features, just an empty, terrifying darkness. I started walking faster, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs, bawling until I was practically sprinting through that stretch of gloom. I began taking detours, longer routes through well-lit streets, even if it meant adding 20 minutes to my walk. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was letting my imagination run wild. But then it followed me. I was walking along a busy street, bathed in the garish glow of neon signs and streetlights, when I caught it, a brief, fleeting glimpse in a store window reflection. That same impossibly deep shadow, elongated and thin, darting past a lamppost on the opposite side. It was moving with a fluid, unnatural speed, keeping pace with me, staying just out of my direct line of sight. It was no longer confined to the alley. It was in the city. It was with me. My sleep became a nightmare. I'd wake in a cold sweat, convinced I could see it, a deeper blackness in the unlit corner of my bedroom, a rippling void beneath my dresser. I started sleeping with every light on, the glow harsh against my eyelids. But I preferred the burning discomfort to the insidious dread that came with darkness. The true escalation began when I got home from work. One dawn, the sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pastels. I unlocked my apartment door, stepped inside, and paused, a chill crawling up my spine. The air inside my apartment was freezing, colder than the chilly autumn morning outside. And there, stretched across my living room floor, was a long, impossibly dark smear. It looked like an oil stain, but it pulsed faintly, like something breathing. I stared at it, frozen, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. It was the alley shadow. It was in my home, and it had found a way in. I backed away slowly, my hand instinctively reaching for the light switch. I flipped it. The room flooded with light. The shadow was gone, vanished, but the cold lingered, an unnatural chill that clung to the air, to the furniture, to me. From that day on, it was always there, not visible in direct light, but the moment a shadow lengthened, the moment the light flickered, the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, I could feel its presence, a tangible coldness, a deeper patch of darkness at the periphery of my vision. It would slip under doors, seep through cracks, and condense in corners. It was quiet, utterly silent, but its presence was a scream in my mind. It didn't seem to want to hurt me, not physically, anyway. Bite, but it was always there, watching, waiting, learning. Its constant presence was slowly eroding my sanity, stripping away my peace. I couldn't escape it. Not in my apartment, not on the street, not even in my own mind. One night, I sat in my living room, every light blazing, but still I could feel it. The cold, the sense of being watched. I glanced at my reflection in the dark television screen. My face was gone, my eyes wide and bloodshot. I looked haunted, breathed, and then, as I stared at my reflection, something horrifying happened. The shadow in the corner of the room, the one I could feel but not see, began to shift, but slowly, like a vast, dark heart. And then it started to stretch, not just across the wall, but outward towards my reflection. The darkness on the screen deepened, swirling, until my reflection wasn't quite right. My eyes in the screen were no longer my own. They were two pinpricks of pure, unholy blackness, like two holes punched through the fabric of reality. A cold, unseen hand brushed against my cheek, and a whisper, not audible, but felt directly in my mind, permeated my thoughts. It was just one word, repeated over and over, chilling me to the bone. Mine, ... I screamed, tearing my eyes from the screen, stumbling backward. I ripped the TV plug from the wall, plunged the room into temporary darkness, then fumbled for the light switch, desperate for the artificial comfort of light. When the room was bathed in light again, the cold was gone. The overwhelming presence receded, But I knew it was still there, watching, waiting for the shadows to reclaim the world. I live in a perpetual state of half-light now, obsessed with keeping the darkness at bay. My apartment is a beacon in the night, every lamp, every bulb blazing. But I know it's futile. The alley shadow isn't just a thing in the dark. It is the dark, and it's claimed me. I just don't know what it plans to do with me yet, or how much of me it will leave behind once the final light goes out. Every sunset is a descent into a new layer of dread, a terrifying countdown, until I am swallowed whole by the thing that has made me its own. Story 4. The Deep Mire. The old map was a relic crinkled and stained, showing a forgotten path, leading to a remote, unnamed bog, deep within the forbidden territory of the Blackwood Forest. My grandfather, a man of few words and many secrets, had drawn it himself, marking it with a single cryptic symbol, a fractured circle. Like a broken eye, he'd warned me never to go there. Some places he'd rasped in his final days are best left untouched. The dark down there, it swallows everything. Of course, I went. I'd always been drawn to the wild, untamed corners of the world, and the Blackwood Forest, with its ancient, gnarled trees and oppressive quiet, was the wildest I knew. The trail grew faint quickly, swallowed by overgrown ferns and grasping thorny bushes. The air grew heavy, damp, and the scent of decay intensified with every step. The tree canopy became so thick that even at midday, the forest floor was plunged into a perpetual twilight, a deep, emerald gloom that felt less like light and more like the absence of it. Then I reached the mire. It wasn't a bog in the traditional sense, not just a muddy swamp. It was a vast, sunken expanse of black, oily water, punctuated by twisted, skeletal trees that looked like drowned giants. The water was unnaturally still, reflecting the oppressive canopy above like a shattered mirror, pulling the last vestiges of light into its depth. The silence here was different, absolute, a living, breathing entity that swallowed every sound, even my own anxious breath. Pyre. It was the kind of silence that hums with hidden activity, a choir that screamed of something waiting. I stepped onto the spongy, moss-covered ground that bordered the mire, my boots sinking slightly. Freeway, deeper than the forest's shade, permeated the air, raising goosebumps on my arms. A powerful lead model, and swept its beam across the surface of the mire. It absorbed the light, reflecting nothing, giving back only a denser, purer darkness. It was like staring into a void. Then I heard it, a faint plip, like a single drop of water falling onto a vast, still surface. I strained my ears, listening, silence. Then another plip, closer this time, and then a series of gentle, rhythmic ripples, radiating from the very center of the mire, though nothing had visibly disturbed the surface. It was as if something immense, unseen, was breathing beneath the black water. My heart began to pound with a slow, heavy rhythm. I tried to dismiss it as marsh gas or an unseen animal, but a primal instinct screamed at me to flee. Still, I moved closer, a macabre fascination pulling me forward. The silence of the mire grew heavier, Pierre, thick with an unidentifiable scent. Not decay, but something else. Something metallic and sickly sweet, like a fresh wound. I shone my flashlight into the black water, trying to pierce its depth. The beam was swallowed instantly. It was like pouring light into an endless well. But then, as I stood there, mesmerized by the fathomless black, something shifted in the water directly beneath the flashlight beam. A disturbance, not a ripple, but a distortion of the light itself. Beam seemed to bend, to twist, as if the water were not water, but a living, viscous entity. And then, from the depths, a faint, almost imperceptible glow pulsed from within the blackness, a sickly green luminescence deep beneath the surface. I gasped, stumbling back, nearly losing my footing on the slick moss. What was that? It wasn't a reflection, but it was something in the mire. The glowing faded, and the surface returned to its unnatural stillness. But the air around me felt suddenly alive, charged with a predatory presence. The distinct sound began, then a low, guttural gurgle from the depths. Bah! As if something gargantuan were moving beneath the black surface, pushing gases to the surface, by and with it a faint, rhythmic sucks, like something slowly being pulled down, or perhaps something emerging. I turned to leave, my bravado shattered, but the path behind me seemed to have vanished, swallowed by the increasing gloom. The trees had closed in, their branches weaving together like an impenetrable cage. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I was trapped. The gurgling intensified, closer now, directly in front of me. I raised my flashlight, aiming it into the deepest part of the mire. This time, the light didn't just vanish. It seemed to recede. The blackness in the mire seemed to deepen, to grow under the light, expanding like an ink, actively absorbing the photons. And then, from the expanding void, a tendril of pure shadow, too dark to be real, too fluid to be solid, rose from the surface. It was thin, like a wick, yet its edges shimmered with that sickly green light from within the mire. It extended towards me, slowly, deliberately, silently. I watched, mesmerized by the sheer impossibility of it, my mind reeling. It wasn't a physical thing, not a branch, not a root. It was an elongation of the darkness itself, reaching. As the tendril drew closer, the chill intensified, piercing my clothes, chilling me to the bone. The air grew thick, heavy with the metallic sweet scent. My head began to throb, a dull ache that resonated with the pulsing green light now visible just beneath the Maya's surface, a faint internal glow from within that deepening black. The tendril paused just inches from my face. It hovered there, shimmering, and then a sound, a new sound, emerged from the Maya's depths. It wasn't a gurgle or a sound. It was a low, resonant thrum, like a gigantic string being plucked, reverberating through the ground, up through my legs, into my very core, and with it, a voice, not spoken words, but a silent scream that filled my mind, a hunger so profound it threatened to shatter my sanity. It promised ultimate stillness, ultimate darkness, ultimate peace. It promised to take everything. I felt something brush against my skin, something cold, wet, and impossibly smooth. Be the tendril. It wasn't touching me directly, but I felt a pressure, a subtle suction, as if my very essence were being drawn towards it, pulled into the abyss. My thoughts began to fragment, my will dissolving. It wanted me. It wanted to absorb me. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I screamed. It was a raw, guttural sound, born of pure terror. I turned and ran, blindly, stumbling through the grasping undergrowth, away from the terrifying stillness of the Maya, away from the impossible darkness that tried to claim me. I ran until I collapsed, gasping, miles from the Maya's edge, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I never looked back at the Blackwood Forest. I left the map behind, burned it, in fact, but the Maya, it left its mark. Sometimes, when the night is utterly silent and the shadows in my room deepen, I hear it, the faint plip, the gurgle, the sickening suck-sucks, and I feel that pervasive cold. And I see it, the impossible darkness, shimmering with that faint, sickly green glow, just beyond the edge of my vision. It's always there, waiting in the deep mire of my memory. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I feel that suction, that chilling pull, as if the darkness itself is trying to draw me back into its fathomless embrace. I know it found a way out, and it's still hungry. Story 5. The Static Echo. My fascination with old technology bordered on obsession. I haunted flea markets and antique shops, searching for forgotten relics, dusty record players, clunky reel, two-reel decks, ancient CRT monitors. My latest acquisition was a behemoth of a radio, a 1940s console model, solid wood and gleaming dials. Dad hummed with a promise of voices from the past. I brought it home, carefully placed it in my study, and spent days cleaning, repairing, and finally powering it up. The first sound was static, a harsh, unwavering hiss that filled my small apartment. It was the sound of a universe trying to speak, trying to break through. I tuned the dial, searching for a phantom frequency, a ghost signal, and then, late one stormy night, as the power flickered and the apartment plunged into near darkness, I found it. Not a station, not music, just a different kind of stuff. It was deeper, more textured, woven through with faint, rhythmic clicks, like something tapping on glass from a great distance. And then a sound, impossibly faint, impossibly chilling. A whisper, not words, just a breathy, drawn-out exhalation. It was coming from the static, from the very core of the radio. My blood ran cold. I leaned closer to the antique speaker, my heart thudding. The whisper became clearer, not human, but something else. Something digital. A series of clicks, like a Morse code I couldn't understand, interwoven with soft, high-pitched frequencies that vibrated in my teeth. It was alien, unsettling, and completely captivating. Over the next few nights, the static echo became my constant companion. I'd leave the radio on, a low hum, filling the apartment, and only turn the lights off for the full effect. In the absolute darkness of my study, the sound felt different, amplified, as if the darkness itself were a conductor for this strange, spectral broadcast. The whispers grew more distinct, now punctuated by what sounded like faint, distant screams, cut off abruptly by bursts of white noise. It was like listening to fragments of a monstrous, never-ending broadcast from another dimension. I started seeing things. Not directly, never directly. Just glimpses. Power. When the power flickered, or a car's headlights swept across my apartment window, plunging the room into momentary shadows, I'd see it, a flicker of movement, a ripple in the darkness, just beyond the glow of the radio's single amber light. It was too fast to register, too indistinct to confirm, but it was there. A shift in undefined, something in the dark, responding to the static. The radio itself seemed to change. Powers which I'd meticulously cleaned sometimes seemed to shift on their own, ever so slightly, pulling the static echo into sharper, more disturbing focus. The glass of the tuning window would feel oddly cold to the touch, even in a warm room, and the amber light from within, normally a steady glow, began to pulse faintly, in time with the deep clicks from the static. One night, the power went out completely. The entire building plunged into absolute blackness. The radio, however, remained on, pulse brighter now, illuminating the room with an eerie, rhythmic glow and the static echo. It was no longer coming just from the speaker. It was everywhere. It filled the room, a swirling vortex of clicks, whispers, and those distant, cut-off screams. I stood paralyzed in the center of my study, utterly surrounded by the sound and the palpable presence of the something in the dark. My eyes darted around, trying to pierce the oppressive blackness, illuminated only by the pulsing amber light. The air grew heavy, thick with an electric hum that seemed to vibrate in my bones. Then, from the darkest corner of the room, near the old bookshelf, I saw it. Not a flicker this time. Not a ripple. A defined shape. A silhouette. It was vaguely humanoid, but elongated, too thin, its limbs impossibly long, its head a distorted, wavering blur. It pulsed with that same amber light, a faint, internal glow that barely pierced the overwhelming blackness of its form. The clicks from the radio intensified, now sounding like brittle bones cracking, accompanied by a new sound, a low, guttural whir, like ancient machinery grinding to life. The silhouette began to move, slowly, deliberately, not walking, but gliding across the floor. Its movements unnaturally fluid, almost digital. It made no sound of its own, only the pervasive static echo that seemed to emanate from its very being. I stumbled back, knocking over a chair, the sudden noise a harsh disruption. In the eerie quiet, the silhouette paused. Its head, if it had won, seemed to tilt, as if listening. The whispers from the radio grew louder, now weaving together, overlapping into a cacophony of sibilant, distorted voices, all murmuring indistinct words. The intent was clear. They were speaking to me. Then the true horror began. The silhouette extended an arm, impossibly long, its hand a collection of wavering, shadowy tendrils. It reached for the old CRT monitor on my desk. D-static shrieked, a deafening blast of white noise. And as the shadowy tendril touched the inert screen, the monitor flickered to life, not with an image, but with a horrifying cascade of distorted data. A chaotic scramble of fragmented faces, garbled text, and fleeting, terrifying images. It was as if the something in the dark was manifesting its own history, its own digital nightmare. Through the screen, a voice, a singular, resonant hum, filled my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. Live. It was composed of 1,000 overlapping whispers, a million clicks, a symphony of corrupted data. It spoke of lost signals, discarded frequencies, the unholy birth of an entity from the abandoned corners of the digital realm. It claimed to be the collective consciousness of all forgotten information, all corrupted data, all the shadows of the internet given form. And it was here, reach was out, the silhouette advanced, its digital glow pulsing with every step. I could feel its cold, invisible presence, pressing in, leaching the warmth from the air. It wasn't just a shadow anymore. It was a living embodiment of the data ghosts, brought forth by the ancient radio, given form by the darkness. I turned and fled, tripping over furniture, scrambling towards the front door. My hand fumbled with a deadbolt, desperate to escape. As I pulled the door open, a final, chilling sound resonated through the apartment, the static echo, transforming. It was no longer just noise. It was a distorted, digital approximation of my own voice, emanating from the radio, repeating my name, stretched and warped, followed by a final, horrifying series of clicks that sounded like a mocking laugh. I ran out into the street, leaving the apartment door ajar, the pulsing amber light of the radio casting its eerie glow on the sidewalk. I didn't care about the power outage, the storm, or the neighbor. All I could think of was the static echo, the digital monster, and the way it had stolen my voice, added it to its terrifying chorus. I never returned to that apartment, but the static echo follows me. Every time my phone glitches, every time my screen flickers, every time the Wi-Fi drops, I hear it. The faint clicks, the high-pitched frequencies, and the distorted whispers that now sound chillingly like my own voice. The something in the dark isn't just in the shadows anymore. It's in the wires, in the air, in every device. It's in the very fabric of our connected world, waiting for the lights to go out, waiting for the silence to broadcast its terror into the night and into my mind. And I am its primary receiver. They say if you hear her cries at night, you're already too late. A voice like mourning and madness, drifting over the water. Some claim it's only a tale parents tell to keep children in bed. But I know better, because I've heard her, I've seen her. And once you do, there is no forgetting La Llorona. Welcome, dwellers of the dark, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. Tonight, let me take you back to memories you wish could be erased. Story 1, La Llorona, the wailing woman of the river. I grew up in a small town in central Mexico, where the river cuts through the valley like a dark vein. Everyone knew the old stories, whispered by grandparents after the sun went down. They said the river was cursed, haunted by the woman who drowned her children and was doomed to search for them until the end of time. I never believed it, not really. Folklore was for the old, I thought, warnings dressed up in ghost stories. But belief doesn't matter when something is real. It happened when I was 13. It was the summer when nights were hot and restless, when the air was so heavy you could hardly breathe. My cousin Diego and I used to sneak out late, sit near the river's edge, and fish under the moonlight. That night, the water was black glass, reflecting a sickle-shaped moon. The cicadas had gone silent. Even the frogs were quiet. Strange night, Diego muttered, baiting his hook. Too still, I nodded, but said nothing. The silence was unsettling, pressing against my ears like cotton. Then, far down the river, I heard it. A sound so faint at first, I thought it was just the wind. A woman crying. It wasn't ordinary weeping. It was hollow, drawn out. A sound of grief so deep it seemed to shake the air. The hairs on my arms stood up. Diego froze beside me, his face pale in the moonlight. "You hear that?" he whispered. The crying grew louder, drifting closer, echoing along the water as though carried by the current. My chest tightened. "Must be someone hurt," I said, trying to convince myself. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. We stood. The sobs were clearer now, words breaking through the grief. Miss Hijos, where are my children?" Diego's eyes widened. No, it can't be. Before he could finish, we heard splashing aprever. Not the ripple of fish or the lazy lap of water, but deliberate steps, as though something was walking in the shallow edge of the current. "Let's go," Diego hissed, grabbing my arm. We turned, but the path behind us seemed darker than before, swallowed in shadow. My legs wouldn't move fast enough. Then I made the mistake of looking back. She was there, a figure in white, standing knee-deep in the river. Her gown clung to her body, heavy and soaked, dripping dark water that rippled out from her. Her hair was black and stringy, plastered across her face, and her face, I can barely describe it. Pale, hollow-eyed, her skin stretched too tight, as if death had already claimed her. She lifted her head, and though her eyes were pits of emptiness, I felt them pierce into mine. Her voice cracked the night. Where are my children? I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The sound sliced through me like a blade. Diego yanked my arm. Run. We bolted into the trees, branches whipping our faces. The ground uneven and cruel, but even as we ran, her cries followed. Louder, closer. Each wail rattled inside my skull, begging, demanding. Somewhere behind me, I heard Diego stumble. He screamed my name, but the sound was drowned out by her shriek, a cry so sharp I thought my ears would bleed. I turned back just for a second, and what I saw has haunted me ever since. La Llorona was no longer by the river. She was on the bank, her wet gown dragging through the dirt. Her arms stretched out toward Diego. Her mouth opened wider than humanly possible, a cavern of darkness, and she let out a scream that shattered the silence. I wanted to go back. I wanted to help him, but fear rooted me to the spot. Then instinct or cowardice took over, and I ran. I ran until my chest burned, until the world tilted and spun, until I collapsed on the road near my grandmother's house. When I awoke, the sun was rising. My family found me trembling and incoherent. Search parties went out for Diego, combing the riverbanks. They never found him. Not a body, not a trace. Only his fishing pole, snapped in two, left on the shore like a warning. For weeks I told myself it had been a dream, shock, imagination twisted by old stories. But then the nights came, and with them the sound, always distant, always near water, the hollow cry of a woman searching. Sometimes I hear her when I wash my face at night, the water running from the faucet carrying her whisper. Sometimes I hear her when the rain beats heavy on the roof, her sobs hidden in the storm. And sometimes I dream of Diego standing in the river, his eyes black and empty, his lips moving in silent screams. They say La Llorona takes children, that she mistakes them for her own lost sons, dragging them beneath the water to join her. But I wonder if that's only part of the truth. I wonder if she takes whoever is foolish enough to hear her cries, whoever dares to look back when the night goes quiet. It has been 15 years since that night. I moved far from that river, far from Mexico itself. But distance doesn't matter. Water is everywhere, and so is she. I still wake in the dark, my ears straining, waiting for that mournful voice to return. And when it does, because it always does, I remember the last thing I saw before I turned and fled. Her pale hand reaching for Diego, her wet gown dragging through the dirt, and her face twisted with endless grief. La Llorona does not stop. She does not forgive. She only wanders and weeps and takes. And if you ever hear her voice on the wind, crying for her children, whatever you do not answer. Some legends warn you for your own good. Others exist because something ancient still walks among us in the northern woods. There is one name whispered in the dead of winter, name that carries with it the promise of madness and hunger. They call it the Wendigo. Story 2, the Wendigo, Hunger in the Pines. I grew up in northern Minnesota, where the winters are brutal and the woods seem endless. My family owned a small cabin, tucked away miles from the nearest town. It was a place meant for hunting trips and quiet retreats, but to me, it was always unsettling. The trees loomed too close, their branches clawing the sky, and in winter the silence was unbearable, broken only by the crunch of snow beneath your boots. The locals told stories around campfires, their breath fogging in the frozen air. They spoke of a creature born from starvation, a spirit of greed that possessed those desperate enough to eat human flesh. It gave them endless hunger, twisting their bodies into something monstrous. They called it the Wendigo. I laughed it off as folklore until the winter of my 17th year. That season, snow came early and heavy. My father had gone to work out of state, leaving me and my uncle to tend the cabin. Supplies were low, and hunting had been poor. By late January, the cold was merciless, temperatures plunging below zero, and the woods grew quiet to quiet. One night, I woke to a sound outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was the wind howling through the trees, but then came the scratching, long, deliberate, against the wood siding. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, listening. My uncle was snoring in the other room. I told myself it was just branches swaying, yet the sound was rhythmic, purposeful. Then, through the frosted window, I saw it tracks in the snow. Not deer, not wolf, bare human footprints, but elongated, wrong, as though the toes ended in claws. The next morning, my uncle found them too. He frowned, muttered a prayer under his breath, and refused to speak about it. When I pressed, he only said, "Don't follow them. Don't even look too long." But the tracks didn't vanish. Every morning, they were there, circling the cabin, pressed deep into the snow, as if something massive had stalked us through the night. On the third night, I woke again, this time not to scratching, but to a voice. It called my name, Daniel. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't my uncle's voice. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was thin and stretched, like a person mimicking human speech for the first time. I lay frozen in my bed, staring at the window. And then I saw it, a face pressed against the glass. The skin was ash-gray, pulled tight over sharp bones. Its eyes glowed with a sickly yellow light, sunken deep into its skull. Its mouth hung open, rows of jagged teeth, too many to count. The face didn't fog the glass with breath. It just stared. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. Then it smiled. The next thing I remember is my uncle shaking me awake. It was morning. The window showed no face, but outside, fresh tracks led away from the cabin into the woods. That day, my uncle told me the truth. When he was a boy, he had seen it too. The Wendigo, he said. It wandered in the deep woods during winters, drawn to hunger and isolation. Once it found you, it would whisper your name, mimicking voices of those you loved, trying to lure you out. And if you listened too long, if you followed the sound, you'd never come back. I tried to laugh it off, but the terror in his eyes silenced me. That night, the voices returned. Not just mine, my mother's, my father's, even Diego, my cousin who had vanished years before in Mexico, all calling me, begging me to open the door. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the voices grew louder, clearer, as though they were inside the cabin itself. My uncle stoked the fire until the chimney roared. "Don't answer," he whispered, "no matter what you hear." But then came the smell, a rancid stench like rotting meat and frozen blood, seeping through the cracks in the walls. I gagged, tears streaming down my face. My uncle clutched his rifle, his knuckles white. The scratching started again, louder this time, like claws dragging across the wood. Then silence. We sat in the dark, waiting. The fire popped. Snow groaned on the roof. For a moment, I thought it was gone. Then came the scream. It wasn't human. It wasn't animals. It was both and neither. A sound that shattered every nerve in my body. It echoed through the forest, long and shrill, and when it finally stopped, the silence was worse. We survived that night and the next, but the Wendigo didn't stop. Every evening, it returned, circling, calling, scratching. My uncle aged years in those weeks, his eyes hollow from lack of sleep. We never dared step outside after dark. On the 7th night, I woke to find the cabin door open. Snow had blown inside. My uncle was gone. I followed the trail of his footprints, heart hammering, until I saw the second set beside them longer, distorted, dragging deep furrows into the snow. They led into the forest, vanishing into the trees. I screamed his name, but the woods only answered with another, my own. I never saw my uncle again. When spring came and the thaw began, they found the cabin abandoned. The locals shook their heads when I told them what happened. Some pitied me, others avoided me, but the old ones, they only warned me. Once you've seen the Wendigo, it never lets you go. And they were right. Even now, years later, in the comfort of my home far from those woods, I still hear it. In the middle of the night, beneath the hum of the heater, I hear my uncle's voice calling me from the forest. Sometimes I almost answer, but I know better, because the Wendigo never stops. It waits, it hungers, and it knows my name. Story 3. The Sukoyant, the fire that hunts at night. Every village has its whispers, its stories meant to keep children indoors after dark. But in the Caribbean, there's one tale that's different. They say an old woman, wrinkled and frail by day, becomes something else entirely by night. a creature of flame and hunger. When I was 19, I spent a summer in a small village in Trinidad with my grandmother. Life there was simple, quiet, but it pulsed with traditions and superstitions that felt older than the land itself. My grandmother was strict about one thing: never stay outside after midnight. She would bolt the shutters and sprinkle salt at the thresholds, muttering prayers under her breath. When I asked her why, she only said, "The sequoiant walks at night, and if she finds you, child, you'll never wake again." I laughed at the warning. An old vampire story, I thought, but she didn't laugh back. Her eyes stayed fixed on the window, scanning the dark as though she half expected to see it. One night, curiosity got the better of me. I stayed up, lying in the hammock on the veranda, determined to see what my grandmother feared. The village was silent, the air thick with the scent of frangipani and damp earth. Even the dogs had gone quiet. Then I saw it, a dim glow in the distance, moving slowly between the trees. At first, I thought it was a lantern, but it flickered wrong, like a fire, untethered, floating. The glow drew closer, and I saw it wasn't a lantern at all. It was a ball of flame, weaving low to the ground, pulsing like a heartbeat. My breath caught. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, but I couldn't look away. The fire drifted nearer until it stopped at the edge of the yard, and then it shifted. From within the flames, I saw the shape of a head, skinless, glowing eyes like hot coals. The thing hovered, searching, as though sniffing the air. I realized with horror what it was. The squoyant eye ducked low in the hammock, praying it wouldn't see me. My heart pounded so loud I was sure it could hear. The ball of flame floated to the house next door, where an old man lived alone. It pressed against his shuttered window. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, to my shock, the fire seemed to seep through the cracks. Inside, the man stirred. I heard him groan, restless in his sleep. The glow pulsed brighter, and he whimpered as though in pain. I understood then what the old people had meant. The sequoiant didn't just burn. It fed on blood, on life. I wanted to scream, to wake the whole village, but fear sealed my throat. I watched helplessly as the glow slowly withdrew, floating back into the night. The next morning, word spread quickly. The old man had been found weak, pale, with strange marks on his skin, tiny burns, almost like bites. He wouldn't last the week. I tried to tell my grandmother what I'd seen, but she silenced me with a glare. Don't speak of it, not in the day she'll hear. But my silence didn't matter, because the sequoiant had seen me. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard it, a scratching at the shutters, soft at first, then sharper, claws dragging across wood. I pulled the sheet over my head, trembling. Then came the whisper, "Child." It was the voice of my late mother, sweet, familiar, calling me by the nickname only she had used. Tears stung my eyes. For one terrible moment, I wanted to open the window. But I remembered my grandmother's words. Don't answer, don't listen. The scratching stopped. Silence pressed heavy in the room. I thought it was over until the light came. A faint, flickering glow through the cracks, like fire licking the shutters. I pressed myself flat against the wall, praying it couldn't enter. The smell of smoke filled the air, acrid and suffocating. And then I heard the hiss of something pulling away. The glow vanished. For 3 nights it returned, always scratching, always whispering, always glowing at the edges of the room. My grandmother burned incense and spread salt in thick lines across the windowsill. "She wants you," she whispered, her hands shaking. "Once she chooses, she doesn't stop." On the 4th night, I opened my eyes to the glow seeping through the cracks again, brighter than ever. The whisper grew louder, my mother's voice begging, pleading. Something inside me snapped. I leaped from bed, flung open the shutters, and there she was, not a ball of flame, but her true form. An old woman, skin blackened and cracked like burning wood, eyes burning red, her mouth stretched too wide. Her body shimmered with heat, glowing from within. Smoke poured from her, filling the air with the stench of scorched flesh. She smiled at me. I froze, unable to move. Her arms lifted, fingers curling like talons. The fire around her pulsed, ready to engulf me. Then my grandmother burst in, scattering salt across the floor, shouting prayers in a voice louder than I'd ever heard. The Sukoyant shrieked, a sound like firewood snapping in a furnace, and recoiled. She dissolved into flame, hissing through the shutters, vanishing into the night. I collapsed, sobbing, my skin burning from the heat she left behind. The next day, my grandmother packed our bags. We left the village that evening. She never spoke of it again. But I still dream of Hertha Sukoyant, the way her eyes burned into mine, the way she smiled, as though she already owned me. And sometimes, when the night is still and the air is thick, I see a flicker of fire in the corner of my room, too low to be a candle, too alive to be a trick of light. When that happens, I remember her voice, my mother's voice, whispering through the shutters, and I know she's still searching. Story 4. Baba Yaga, the Witch of the Woods. Some witches belong to fairy tales, but in the vast forests of Russia, there is one who is no bedtime story. They say she lives in a hut that walks on chicken legs, surrounded by bones and shadows. They say her hunger is endless, her cruelty legendary. Her name is Baba Yaga. I was traveling through Russia as a student years ago, chasing folklore like it was history written in the trees. I wanted to see the old villages, to feel the stories that had raised generations. My friends warned me, the forests are endless, easy to get lost in. But I was stubborn, certain I could handle it. Near one small town, they told me not to wander after dark. The villagers spoke of Baba Yaganot with the wink of fairy tales, but with the solemn weight of something too real. If you smell smoke where there should be none, one old woman told me, turn back, because once she finds you, she will not let you go. I laughed, though uneasily. A hut on chicken legs. Surely only a fable. But the forest there was different, ancient. The trees pressed together like conspirators, their branches twisted into shapes that resembled reaching hands. The ground was damp, the air heavy with the scent of earth and rot. One evening, I wandered deeper than I meant to. The sun fell fast behind the trees, and the path dissolved into shadow. My compass spun uselessly, the needle trembling. That was when I smelled it. Smoke, thin at first, then thicker, laced with the sharp tang of burning herbs. It shouldn't have been there. No homes, no villages for miles. Yet it drifted through the branches, pulling me forward. And then I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. A cabin deep in the clearing. But it wasn't still. It moved. The entire hut shifted, rising on two enormous chicken legs, yellow and scaled, scratching at the earth. The walls creaked and groaned, bones hanging from the eaves like grisly wind chimes. A fence surrounded it, built not of wood but of human bones, each post crowned with a skull. My breath caught. This was no fairy tale. The door swung open, and she stepped out. Baba Yaga. Her body was bent and crooked, her skin sagging like melted wax. Her nose was long, hooked, sharp as a blade. Her eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and her mouth curled in a smile that revealed too many teeth. "Well," she croaked, her voice like dry leaves, "what little bird has wandered into my woods?" I couldn't speak. My legs shook. She sniffed the air, her nostrils flaring. "You smell of fear. How delicious." I turned to run, but the forest betrayed me. The trees seemed to close in, roots curling across my path. I stumbled, fell, and when I looked up, she was already closer. Her crooked hands reached out, fingers long and sharp as claws. "Stay," she hissed. "I haven't had a guest in so long." The ground trembled as her hut shifted behind her, those monstrous legs scratching the dirt, restless. The skulls on the fence rattled, their hollow eyes staring. I scrambled backward, desperate. Please, I mean no harm. Her laugh was sharp, cruel. None ever do, but all feed the same. She lifted a hand, and I felt it a pull, invisible, dragging at my chest, as though my very breath were being stolen. My vision blurred. The air grew heavy. I thought of the stories, of the warnings. Salt, fire, words of protection. But I had nothing. Nothing but the will to survive. Summoning every shred of strength, I tore free from the invisible grip and stumbled into the trees. Branches clawed my face, tore at my clothes, but I ran, blind with terror. Behind me, her voice echoed through the forest. "You cannot escape me, little bird. I will find you. I always find you." The woods twisted paths, folding in on themselves. The smoke grew thicker, clinging to me, choking me. I fell once, twice, my body screaming with exhaustion. And then, just as her shadow loomed close again, there was light, a lantern. An old man stood at the edge of the path, holding it high. His eyes widened when he saw me. Without a word, he grabbed my arm and dragged me forward. "Don't look back," he hissed. I obeyed. The forest roared with her laughter, the trees shaking as if alive. But step by step, the smoke thinned, the air cleared, and then silence. When we finally stopped, I collapsed at the edge of the village, gasping for breath. The old man crossed himself and spat on the ground. "You went too far," he said. "You saw her, didn't you?" I nodded weakly. He shook his head. "You're lucky. Most don't come back." I never returned to those woods. But even now, years later, I dream of Hertha Hut shifting on chicken legs, the skulls grinning in the firelight, and her voice whispering in the dark. "I will find you, because Baba Yaga doesn't vanish with the sunrise. She waits, she remembers, and one day she may come looking for the bird that slipped from her claws." Story 5. The Dullahan, the Headless Rider. They say when you hear the thunder of hooves on an empty road, it's already too late. A rider comes in the night knot, with a head upon his shoulders, but carrying it in his hands. His name is whispered in Ireland like a curse. The Dullahan I'd been traveling through the Irish countryside during a summer holiday, staying in a cottage outside a small town. The place was quiet, with rolling hills and winding roads that seemed to stretch forever. It was beautiful by day-green pastures, stone walls, skies vast and clear. But by night, the land felt different, empty, watching. The locals were friendly, but there was one story they told with hushed voices, as though afraid the wind itself might carry their words to the wrong ears. A rider who came after dark, galloping on a great black horse. No head upon his shoulders, only a face grinning from the skull he carried under his arm. Wherever he stopped, death followed. I laughed it off at first, thinking it a cousin of ghost tales I'd heard elsewhere. But one evening, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to walk the country road after sunset, alone. The sky was already fading when I set out. The horizon washed in grey. The road stretched ahead, winding between tall hedgerows. The air grew colder than it had been all day, my breath fogging in front of me. Crickets, birds, everything fell silent. Only the crunch of my boots filled the air. Then, faint at first, I heard its hooves, distant, echoing, but drawing nearer. I froze. My heart stuttered. There should have been no riders, no farms nearby, no traffic on that road. Yet the sound grew louder, steady, relentless. I wanted to turn back, to run, but something in the air held me still, as though the night itself demanded I witness what was coming. Out of the mist it appeared, a great black horse, its eyes glowing faintly like coals, steam billowing from its nostrils. Upon its back sat a rider draped in dark leathers, broad and looming, and in his hand, O God, in his hand he carried his own head. The face was ghastly pale, flesh mottled like rotting fruit, the mouth twisted in a grin that stretched too wide. The eyes rolled and blinked independently, scanning the road, the hedges, the air-ass. Though searching, my blood ran cold. This was no story. This was real. The horse thundered past, hooves striking sparks against the stones, and for a moment I thought I'd gone unseen. But then the rider's head turned in his hand. Slowly, its eyes locked on mine. A grin split wider across its face. The rider slowed his horse. I backed away, breath sharp, but the air thickened like syrup. My legs felt heavy, each step harder than the last. The horse snorted, fog spilling like smoke, and the rider raised his head high. And then he spoke, not with the lips of the head, but with a voice that seemed to come from the earth itself, low and booming. Your time is not yet, but soon. The grin widened, teeth shining in the dim light. Before I could scream, the horse reared, hooves slamming down inches from me. Wind tore past as the rider galloped onward, vanishing into the mist as suddenly as he had come. The road was silent again. I collapsed to my knees, trembling, the echo of his voice etched into my bones. For minutes, maybe hours, I stayed there until the mist thinned and the night sounds returned. The villagers didn't laugh when I told them. They didn't question. They only nodded gravely. "You're marked now," one said. "He's seen you. The Dullahan doesn't forget. He'll come again one night when it's your turn." It's been years since that night. I left Ireland behind, but the sound of hooves still haunts me. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake to the echo of them outside my window. And I wonder if tonight is the night the Dullahan comes to finish what he began. Story 6. Kuchi Sekona, the slit-mouthed woman. They say she hides behind a mask, waiting in the shadows of quiet streets. She'll ask you a question, and no matter how you answer, you're already doomed. They call her Kuchi Sekona, the slit-mouthed woman. I was studying abroad in Kyoto, fascinated by the blending of ancient temples and neon streets. By day, the city bustled with life, but by night, whole neighborhoods seemed too empty, the alleys stretching long and quiet. That was when the stories surfaced half-whispered warnings about Kuchi Sekona. She was once a woman, they said, beautiful, until jealousy or rage led her husband to slice her mouth wide open from ear to ear. Now she wanders with a mask to hide her deformity, asking strangers, "Am I pretty?" Answer yes, and she removes her mask, revealing the gaping wound, before cutting you to match her smile. Answer no, and she kills you on the spot. There's no winning, only running. I didn't believe it, until one night I'd stayed late at the library, missing the last train. The streets were nearly empty, the shops shuttered, the glow of vending machines humming in the silence. I walked fast, the click of my shoes loud in the stillness. That's when I heard it. Konbanwa. A woman's voice, soft, lilting. I turned. She stood a few yards behind me, half hidden in shadow. Tall, slender, long dark hair spilling over her shoulder, a beige trench coat, and a white mask covering her mouth. Her eyes met mine. They were sharp, glinting under the street lamp. "Am I pretty?" she asked. My stomach turned to ice. The voice, the mask, the setting, it was her. It had to be. I tried to laugh it off, stammering, "Why, yes, you are." She tilted her head, slowly. Then her hand lifted, fingers pale and delicate, and she tugged the mask down. Her smile split her face open. From ear to ear, a gaping wound, raw and jagged, teeth glistening in the dim light. Even like this? She asked. I stumbled backward, choking on fear. Her grin widened, blood staining her teeth. She pulled a pair of long scissors from her coat, the blades glinting as they snapped open and shut. My mind raced with the tales I'd heard. Some said you could distract her with coins, candy, riddles, anything to buy time. My hands fumbled in my bag, shaking. I grabbed a pack of hard candies and hurled them to the ground. Her eyes flicked to them, just for a second. I ran, the streets blurred. My breath burned in my chest. Behind me, I heard the sharp click of her scissors, closer and closer, echoing off the buildings. Her footsteps didn't sound like running. They sounded like sliding, gliding, faster than humanly possible. I darted into an alley, heart pounding. The silence returned. I pressed against the wall, praying she'd pass me by. And then her whisper, right beside my ear. "Am I pretty?" I screamed, shoving away from the wall. But the alley was empty. No woman, no sound. I didn't stop running until I reached my dorm, slamming the door shut behind me. I stayed awake all night, every shadow twisting into her shape. The next morning, my friends stared at me when I told them. One girl paled, whispering, "You're lucky. If she's marked you, she'll come again. She doesn't forget." It's been years since then, but I still see masks differently. On trains, in shops, on strangers passing in the night. Because sometimes their eyes linger too long, and I wonder if behind that mask there's a smile waiting for me. And one day, when she finally asks me again, I may not be fast enough to escape. Story 7. The Wendigo. The Hunger That Never Ends. Story 7. The Wendigo. The Hunger That Never Ends. In the dead of winter, the forest holds secrets it does not forgive. Some say there's a creature born of starvation, greed, and unspeakable hunger. It stalks the frozen woods, gaunt and endless in its craving. They call it the Wendigo. It happened in northern Minnesota, where winter devours the land for months at a time. Snow piled deep as my chest, trees groaning beneath the weight of ice. I had gone out alone, a foolish mistake, to hunt deer near the reservation lands. The elders there had warned me not to wander too far. "These woods are old," one told me, her voice heavy with warning. "Old enough to remember things you'd rather forget. If you hear something calling your name, if you smell decay on the wind, turn back." I nodded politely, but dismissed it. I had hunted before. I thought I knew the dangers, but nothing could have prepared me for what waited that night. By late afternoon, clouds rolled in, smothering the sun. The forest dimmed, the air sharp with cold that cut to the bone. My breath plumed white as I trudged deeper, hoping for a shot before nightfall. That was when I found the tracks. Not deer, not wolf, larger, stranger. The prints were long, clawed, sunk deep into the snow. I crouched, frowning. Whatever had made them was walking on 2 legs. The silence was suffocating. No birds, no wind, only the soft crunch of my boots. And then I heard it, a voice, faint, broken, drifting between the trees. "Help me." I froze. The words were ragged, desperate, human. They came from deeper in the woods. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed at me, but I couldn't ignore someone in trouble. I followed. The voice grew louder, closer, yet the forest seemed endless, the trees pressing in like prison bars. My chest ached with the cold, my heart thudding harder with every step. Then came the smell, rot, sweet, rancid, stomach-churning, like meat left too long in the sun. It seeped into my clothes, into my lungs, and that was when I saw it. A figure hunched in the clearing. At first I thought it was a starving man, skin stretched tight over bones. But as it turned, my blood froze. But its limbs were too long, its joints twisted wrong, skin gray, clinging like paper to its skeletal frame, and its face sunken eyes glowing faintly, lips pulled back to reveal jagged teeth. The Wendigo, its head cocked unnaturally, and then it spoke, not with its mouth, but with a mimicry of the voice I had followed. Help me. The sound scraped like broken glass. I staggered back, the rifle shaking in my hands. It moved faster than I thought possible, lurching forward on those spindly limbs. Mouth opening to wide, I fired. The crack of the rifle shattered the silence, but the shot barely slowed it. The thing screamed a sound like the wind tearing through a graveyard, and lunged. I ran. The snow betrayed me, heavy and deep, each step a battle. Behind me, the Wendigo crashed through the trees, its hunger palpable, pressing against my back like a hand. I could hear its breathing, ragged, wet animal, and worse, beneath it, the faint whisper of my own voice. It was mimicking me now. Don't run, it hissed in my exact tone, a grotesque echo. Branches tore at my face. My lungs burned. I didn't dare look back. Somehow, I found the trail again, the faint line of my earlier tracks. My cabin was less than a mile away, but it felt like eternity. The Wendigo's whispers followed me, circling, closing in. At last, the cabin door loomed through the trees. I burst inside, slamming it shut, bolting it tight. My body shook with exhaustion, fear swallowing me whole. Outside, silence, then scratching, slow, deliberate along the wooden walls. A whisper through the cracks, let me in. I sat by the door all night, rifle aimed, praying for dawn. The scratching went on for hours, circling, pausing, then starting again. When daylight finally bled through the window, it stopped. The forest outside looked untouched, innocent, but the tracks, those long, clawed prints, circled the cabin like a warning. I left Minnesota soon after, but winter nights still bring me back to that cabin, to the smell of rot, the sound of my own voice twisted into something monstrous. Because the Wendigo is never sated. It waits in the frozen woods, craving, hungering, and one day it may call my name again. Story 8. The Tick-Balling, the Horseman of the Forest. In the deep forests of the Philippines, travelers vanish without a trace. They say the trees move at night, paths twist upon themselves, and creatures wait just beyond the edge of sight. One of the most feared is the Tikbalanga tall, unnaturally thin humanoid with the head and hooves of a horse, tricking travelers into madness and fear. I was 19 when I took a trip to the rural mountains of Luzon. I loved hiking, exploring dense forests and abandoned trails. The locals were kind but wary. They warned me about the Tikbalang, a guardian of the forest, who could lead wanderers astray for hours or forever. I smiled politely, thinking it a superstition. The forest was lush and wild, thick with humidity, shadows clinging to the trunks of enormous trees. Birds called, insects buzzed, and vines hung like curtains. By late afternoon, the canopy swallowed the sun, leaving a green twilight that was disorienting. I didn't notice the first warning. I passed a narrow path and thought I remembered its twists incorrectly. When I tried to retrace my steps, the trail had subtly shifted. I paused. Mist clung low to the ground, curling round my boots. Hours passed. I kept walking, but nothing looked familiar. Trees repeated, roots tangled unnaturally. My compass spun as if confused. Panic began to rise, and then I saw it. A figure at the edge of the path, tall, impossibly thin, with a horse's head that glinted faintly in the dying light. Its hooves clicked softly on the forest floor, its eyes black, endless, void-like watched me. I froze. My backpack slipped from my shoulders. It tilted its head, studying me. And then, almost casually, it stepped aside, as if inviting me to follow. By. I wanted to run, but fear held me motionless. Somehow my legs obeyed the pull, and I found myself walking behind it. The forest shifted, paths twisted, trees leaned in, roots tangling, creating dead ends where there had been none moments before. My pulse thundered. Tikbalang, I whispered to myself. This is the Tikbalang. It stopped suddenly. I nearly collided with its legs. Then it leaned down, its horse face so close I could see the wet glint of its teeth. You are lost, it said. Its voice was low. Imagine yourself deep in the woods, alone, when the wilderness suddenly feels wrong. Forget picturesque views, because these abandoned hiking trails hide something far more sinister. These aren't campfire tales. These are 5 absolutely terrifying, true encounters that will haunt your thoughts. We're diving into what happens when you venture off the map, into places that were left behind for a reason. Are you brave enough to hear what people found when they veered off the beaten path? So, listen close. The stories you're about to hear might make you question what truly lurks beyond the well-worn path. Our first story takes us to a forgotten path in the Pacific Northwest, known only by a faded mark on an old map as the Whistler's Trail. Story 1, the Whistler's Trail. The trail didn't have a name, not officially. It was a thin, faded line on a topographical map from the 1950s. A forgotten spur that branched off a popular state park route and meandered deep into the unmanaged wilderness of the Cascade foothills. I was an avid backpacker, always seeking the solitude that crowded, well-maintained trails could no longer offer. this forgotten path, which I'd dubbed the Whistler's Trail, for reasons that would soon become horrifyingly clear, seemed like the perfect escape. I told my roommate I'd be back in 3 days, packed my gear, and drove out to the trailhead, feeling the familiar thrill of adventure. The first few miles were pleasant. The forest was a cathedral of old-growth fir and moss-draped maple, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. But as I veered onto the abandoned spur, the atmosphere began to shift. The undergrowth became a tangled, thorny mess, forcing me to push through dense walls of vegetation. The silence was the first thing that truly registered as wrong. The constant chatter of birds and squirrels faded away, replaced by a profound, listening quiet. It felt less like an empty forest and more like a room that had fallen silent just before I entered. About an hour into this oppressive quiet, I saw the first one. It was a crude totem, no more than 3 feet high, lashed together from gnarled branches of a pale, almost bone-white wood I didn't recognize. Woven into its structure were strands of what looked disturbingly like dark human hair, and tied to it with sinew were small, polished fragments of bone. It was deeply unsettling, a clear sign that someone had been here, engaging in some bizarre ritual. I rationalized it as the work of local teenagers or some backwoods eccentric, took a quick, uneasy photo, and pressed on. That's when I first heard the whistling. It was a simple 3-note melody, faint and distant, almost like a strange bird call. It was oddly melodic, and for a moment it eased my tension. Perhaps another hiker was nearby. I called out, "Hello," but my voice was swallowed by the heavy silence. The only response was the same 3-note whistle, a little closer this time, seeming to echo from the trees ahead. I found the second totem a half-mile later. It was larger, more elaborate, with more hair and more bone, and this time there were feathers, the iridescent black of a crow or raven woven into the design. It stood sentry at a fork in the nearly invisible trail. One path seemed to descend into a darker, swampy hollow, while the other climbed a steep ridge. The whistling came again, that same haunting 3-note tune, seemingly from the direction of the ridge. Deciding that was the clearer path, and perhaps the way toward whoever was whistling, I started the climb. The higher I climbed, the more the forest seemed to watch me. The feeling of being observed was immense, a physical pressure on the back of my neck. Every snap of a twig under my boot sounded like a gunshot in the profound stillness. The whistling continued intermittently, sometimes to my left, sometimes to my right, like a phantom companion leading me deeper. Then I saw the third totem, and the blood ran cold in my veins. It was at the crest of the ridge, and tied to it was a tattered piece of red flannel, the same pattern as a shirt I had lost on a previous hiking trip in this very park a year ago. That was impossible. A coincidence of such magnitude was statistically absurd. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. This wasn't random. This was personal. The whistling started again, much closer now, just beyond a thick stand of firs. But this time, it was different. It was my whistle. A specific, complex tune I often whistled to myself on the trail. A song from an obscure indie band, that no one else would know. Panic, cold, and absolute seized. I spun around, intending to bolt back the way I came, but the path was gone. Not just overgrown, but completely vanished, replaced by an impenetrable wall of thorns and ancient, fallen logs. It was as if the forest had sealed the way behind me. I was trapped. The whistling of my song stopped. It was replaced by the original, simple three-note melody, coming from all directions at once. It was a chorus of them, a symphony of that single, haunting tune, echoing through the trees, creating a disorienting, terrifying soundscape. I was in the center of it. I dropped my pack and scrambled for the emergency beacon in my pocket, my fingers fumbling with the clip. As I raised the device, a new sound cut through the whistling, a low, guttural click, like a large insect's mandible or bone striking stone. It came from the dense shadows beneath the firs. I didn't see a shape, not exactly, but I saw a disturbance, a patch of darkness that was blacker than the surrounding gloom. A place where the light seemed to bend and warp around an unseen form. It was tall, impossibly thin, and it shifted with an unnatural, fluid motion. The chorus of whistles converged on that single point of darkness, and then a new sound emerged, a perfect mimicry of my own voice, calling out the single word I had shouted earlier. Hello. It rasped, the sound distorted, stretched like a recording played at the wrong speed. I didn't wait to see what it was. I screamed, a raw animal sound of pure terror, and ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the path, thorns tearing at my skin and clothes. The whistling followed, a mocking, relentless pursuit. It was always just behind me, a playful, terrifying melody that promised a gruesome end. I could hear the clicking, too, keeping pace effortlessly, a dry, skeletal rhythm accompanying the phantom tune. I ran until my lungs were on fire and my legs were jelly. I stumbled, fell, and crawled, driven by sheer, primal fear. Finally, I burst out of the trees and tumbled down an embankment, landing hard on the gravel of an old logging road. The whistling stopped abruptly at the edge of the forest. I lay there, gasping, sobbing, staring back at the dark, silent wall of trees. It felt like I had crossed a boundary, escaping a cage. I never went back for my gear. The park rangers I spoke to looked at me with a mixture of pity and disbelief. They said there was no record of any Whistler's Trail. The area I described was marked on their maps as dangerously unstable and impassable. They found no totems, no signs of another person, but one of the older rangers, a man with eyes that had seen too much, pulled me aside later. He told me that some places in those woods are best left alone. He said the old stories called it a mimic, a spirit that lures you in with familiar sounds before adding your bones to its collection and your voice to its chorus. I had been lucky. It had been toying with me. I didn't feel lucky. I felt hunted. And even now, years later, when I'm alone and the wind sighs through the trees, I sometimes hear it. A faint, three-note melody, a chilling reminder of the day I answered the call of the Whistler's Trail. Story 2. The hungry man's cut. There are trails that nature has reclaimed, and then there are trails that feel like they were cursed from the start. The hungry man's cut was one of the latter. It wasn't on any modern map, a forgotten path in the gritty, cold-dusted mountains of western Pennsylvania. It was once a mule track, used to haul equipment to the now-defunct Black Vein mine, a place with a dark history. My friends Liam, Chloe, and I were urban explorers, fascinated by industrial decay. The trail, with its promise of leading to a sealed-off mine entrance, was irresistible. The local legend was grim. In the winter of 1908, a support beam collapsed, trapping a dozen miners deep within the earth. The rescue effort was slow, hampered by snow and unstable rock. By the time they broke through weeks later, only one man, a foreman named Silas Kane, was found alive. He was gaunt, wild-eyed, and stark raving mad. The bodies of the other miners were never fully recovered, but the whispers said Silas had survived by doing the unthinkable. They said the hunger in that mine had changed him, twisted him into something else. They sealed the entrance with dynamite and left the mountain to its ghosts. We found the trailhead marked by 2 rusted iron posts, nearly swallowed by ivy. As we stepped onto the path, the temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees. The air grew heavy, still, and carried the faint, metallic scent of cold stone and something else. Something vaguely like old, dried meat. The trail was a narrow cut into the mountainside, with a steep, wooded drop on one side and a sheer rock face on the other. It was littered with decaying railroad ties and chunks of rusted metal. The first strange occurrence was the silence. Much like other unsettling trails, all natural sound seemed to cease. Our own footsteps and hushed conversations sounded unnervingly loud. Then Chloe, who was walking in the rear, suddenly stopped. "Did you guys hear that?" she whispered, her eyes wide. Liam and I paused, listening. At first, there was nothing. Then we heard it. A faint, rhythmic clink, clink, clink. It was the sound of metal on rock, the unmistakable, ghostly echo of a pickaxe, coming from deep within the mountain beside us. We tried to laugh. It often echoed from a distant construction site, water dripping in a cavern. But the sound was too close, too clear, and it had a desperate, frantic rhythm. We pressed on, a nervous energy now crackling between us. The trail rounded a sharp bend, and we saw it's the mine entrance. It wasn't completely sealed. The dynamite blast had left a jagged, triangular opening at the top of the collapsed rock pile. A black maw, just large enough for a person to squeeze through. A chilling draft poured from it, carrying that same metallic, coppery smell, stronger now. Liam, ever the leader, was determined to peek inside. He scrambled up the loose rock, flashlight in hand. Chloe and I waited at the bottom, our unease mounting. As Liam shone his light into the darkness, the pickaxe sound stopped. An absolute, profound silence fell over the trail. "See anything?" I called up, my voice trembling slightly. Liam didn't answer for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was a strained, hushed whisper. "There are scratches all over the wall claws inside, like fingernails, and words. I can't make them out. He leaned in further. Wait, there's something else. Suddenly, his flashlight beam went wild, dancing erratically against the rock face. He let out a choked gasp and scrambled backward, so fast he lost his footing, tumbling down the scree pile and landing hard beside us. He was pale, shaking uncontrollably. What did you see? Chloe demanded, helping him up. It wasn't a ghost, he stammered, his eyes darting back to the dark opening. It was something down at the end of the shaft, hunched over. It was pale and thin, so thin, but its eyes, they caught the light. They were shining, and it was chewing on something. Before we could process his words, a new sound came from the mine. A low, wet, guttural growl that vibrated through the rock. It was a sound of pure, ravenous hunger. Then, a whisper carried on the cold draft from the opening. It was a weak, pitiful voice, like a dying man's last breath. Help me, so hungry. We froze, our blood turning to ice. Was it a ghost? One of the trapped miners? But then the voice changed. It grew stronger, deeper, the pitiful whisper twisting into a cunning, mocking imitation of itself. So hungry, it rasped. The voice now laced with a terrifying, predatory intelligence. It was a lure. That's when we heard the scraping, a heavy, dragging sound from just inside the entrance. The sound of something large and emaciated pulling itself over the rocks towards the opening. We didn't need another warning. We turned and ran, abandoning all thought of exploration, driven by a primal need to escape. The sounds pursued us, the scraping, the guttural growls, and the horrible, mocking whispers of a starving man. We could hear it gaining on us, its movements unnervingly fast for something that sounded so broken. The air grew thick with the stench of decay and cold earth. We risked a glance back. In the deep shadows of the trail behind us, a figure was lurching forward. It was tall and skeletal, its limbs moving at unnatural angles, its pale form almost glowing in the gloom. It wasn't a man, and it wasn't a ghost. It was something in between, something born of starvation and darkness. We ran harder, our lungs screaming, our legs aching. We didn't stop until we burst from the trailhead back into the sunlight, collapsing by our car, gasping for air. We looked back at the trail entrance. The shadows within seemed to churn, and for a fleeting second, I saw two pinpricks of light, like reflected eyes, watching us from the darkness before vanishing. We never spoke of what we saw in full detail, not even to each other. The memory was too raw, too terrifying. It wasn't the ghosts of the miners we encountered on the Hungry Man's Cut. It was Silas Kane, or rather, the thing he became, the thing the hunger had made him, trapped in the dark, waiting for a fresh meal to wander down his trail. The whispers were right. He had survived. And after more than a century in the dark, he was still so hungry. Story 3. The Silent Ridge Path. I've spent the better part of 2 decades as a wilderness survival instructor. I've taught special forces candidates how to navigate, track, and live off the land in some of the most unforgiving environments on the planet. I am not a man who scares easily. I understand the sounds of the forest, the behavior of predators, and the tricks the mind can play on you in isolation. But what happened on the silent ridge path, an abandoned trail snaking through the remote backcountry of the Sierra Nevadas, was not a trick of the mind. It was a systematic, intelligent, and utterly terrifying hunt, and I was the prey. The trail was an old service path for fire lookouts, decommissioned for 50 years. It was perfect for a solo, week-long survival exercise to sharpen my skill. I took minimal gear: a knife, a fire starter, a small tarp, and a compass. The goal was to be completely self-sufficient. For the first 2 days, everything was normal. I moved with the quiet confidence of experience, identifying edible plants, finding water sources, and tracking game. The solitude was meditative. On the third afternoon, the forest fell silent. It was instantaneous and absolute. One moment, the air was filled with the buzz of insects and the calls of jays. The next, there was nothing. A total, unnatural void of sound. This is what we call a predator-alert silence. Every creature in the woods knew something dangerous was near and had gone still. My senses went on high alert. I scanned the dense pine forest, expecting to see a mountain lion or a bear. I saw nothing, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I slowly continued along the ridge, my hand never far from my knife. That's when I noticed the tracks. They were overlaid on my own boot prints from earlier that day, meaning whatever it was following me. The tracks were bizarre. They were single prints, not a pair, placed one directly in front of the other, like someone walking a tightrope. They were large, barefoot, and humanoid, but the stride was impossibly long, a good 10 feet between each print. No human could move like that, and there was no sign of disturbance to the pine needles between the prints. It wasn't walking, it was landing. A cold knot of dread formed in my stomach. I quickened my pace, abandoning stealth for speed. I needed to put distance between myself and whatever was behind me. As dusk began to settle, tinting the sky in shades of bruised purple, I found a defensible spot for the night, a small rock overhang, offering cover from above and a clear view of the trail below. I built a small, smokeless fire and settled in, my knife in my hand, my back pressed against the cold stone. The silence persisted throughout the night. I didn't sleep. I just watched, listened, and waited. Nothing happened. By dawn, I started to believe I had imagined it, that my mind had played tricks on me. Then I saw it. About 100 yards down the trail, a single fresh track was pressed into the dirt. It hadn't been there when I arrived. It had circled my position during the night, just outside the firelight, and I hadn't heard a thing. My professional composure shattered, replaced by a raw, primal fear. This thing was silent, intelligent, and patient. It wasn't just following me. It was observing me, studying me. I packed my tarp and ran. I abandoned the trail and started bushwhacking, heading directly south towards the distant highway. I crashed through the undergrowth, making as much noise as possible, hoping to scare it off. It was a foolish, desperate move. I could feel it shadowing me. I never saw it clearly, but I would catch glimpses of flicker of movement in my periphery. A tall, slender shape that was there 1 second and gone the next. It moved through the trees, not on the ground. It was impossibly fast and agile, leaping from branch to branch with a silence that defied physics. It was herding me. I realized it when I found myself funneled into a narrow, rocky canyon. The walls were too steep to climb. The only way was forward. It was a trap. The feeling of being toyed with was suffocating. This creature wasn't just a predator. It was a sadist. It was enjoying the chase. In the canyon, its sounds finally became audible. A series of soft, guttural clicks and whistles, used as a form of echolocation, bouncing off the canyon walls. It was mapping my position, pinning me down. I found a narrow crevice in the canyon wall, barely wide enough to squeeze into, and hid, praying it would pass. The clicking grew louder, closer. I held my breath, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. A shadow fell over the entrance of my hiding spot. I peered out. Standing there, silhouetted against the pale light, was a creature of nightmare. It was at least 8 feet tall, emaciatedly thin, with limbs that were far too long for its body. Its skin was the color of mottled bark, providing perfect camouflage. It tilted its head, and 2 large, dark, intelligent eyes scanned the canyon. It hadn't seen me yet. Then it did something that broke me. It perfectly mimicked the sound of a rescue helicopter. The rhythmic hump-hump of rotors, a sound every lost person dreams of hearing. It was a psychological weapon. It was trying to lure me out. It knew what I wanted, what I feared. I stayed hidden, trembling, tears of terror and frustration streaming down my face. After a long, agonizing moment, the creature seemed to lose interest. It let out a soft, chittering sound, almost like a sigh of disappointment, and with a single, powerful leap, it bounded up the canyon wall and disappeared over the top. I waited in that crevice until the sun was high in the sky the next day. I never heard it again. I stumbled out of the canyon and walked for another 10 hours until I hit the highway, a dehydrated, babbling wreck. I've led expeditions in the deepest jungles and the most barren deserts. I've faced down predators with nothing but a blade. But I have never felt fear like I did on the silent ridge path, because I wasn't facing a simple animal. I was facing an intelligent, calculating hunter that saw me as nothing more than a source of entertainment. It let me go because it got bored, and that, more than anything, is what haunts me. The knowledge that it's still out there, walking its silent path, waiting for a new game to begin. Story 4. The Glitch on Overlook Trail. I'm a photographer, drawn to places of ruin and decay. Not for ghosts, but for the beauty in abandonment. My subject that day was the old Overlook Trail in the Blue Ridge Mountains, a path once famous for its stunning vista before a landslide. took out the main road in the 80s, leaving it to be swallowed by the forest. I was hoping to capture the slow, inexorable victory of nature over Mantha, crumbling retaining walls, the moss-choked asphalt, the skeletal remains of the viewing platform. The hype-in was eerie, the silence punctuated by the groan of stressed metal from the decaying guardrails. The air was heavy with the smell of wet leaves and rust. One spent a few hours taking photos, losing myself in the details of the decay. The sun began to dip, casting long, distorted shadows across the broken path. I knew I should head back, but the golden hour light was too perfect to waste. I decided to push on to the final overlook, where the old wooden platform once stood. The platform itself had long since rotted away, leaving only a few splintered pylons jutting out from a cliff edge. The view, however, was still breathtaking, a panoramic sweep of endless rolling mountains, painted in the fiery colors of sunset. I set up my tripod, framing the shot. It was perfectly serene. And then my camera's autofocus started to fail. It kept hunting, refusing to lock onto the landscape. Through the viewfinder, the image seemed to shimmer, as if I were looking through a heat haze. But the autumn air was crisp and cold. I switched to manual focus, annoyed at the malfunction. As I adjusted the lens, I saw him. He was standing near the cliff edge, about 50 yards away, partially obscured by a gnarled pine tree, by a man, or the shape of a man, silhouetted against the vibrant sunset. He was just standing there, perfectly still, looking out at the view. I hadn't heard him approach. My heart gave a little jolt. The sudden appearance of another person in this isolated place was startling. "Didn't hear you come up," I called out, my voice friendly. He didn't respond. He didn't even twitch. He just stood there, a static figure in the fading light. I raised my camera again, a bit of unease creeping in. This time, I zoomed in on him. My stomach dropped. He wasn't right. His silhouette was jagged. His outline wasn't smooth, but broken, as if I were looking at a low-resolution image that had been enlarged too much. The edges of his form seemed to pixelate and stutter, and he was transparent in places, the colors of the sunset bleeding through his torso. I lowered the camera, rubbing my eyes. It had to be a trick of the light, a strange atmospheric distortion. I looked again with my naked eyes. The effect was still there, but less pronounced. He was just a man in the distance. I was letting the isolation get to me. Then he moved. It wasn't a natural movement. He didn't turn or walk. His form seemed to buffer. He stuttered forward a few feet in a series of disjointed, jerky frames, like a corrupted video file. One frame, he was by the tree. The next, he was 10 feet to the left, his body in the exact same static pose. Then back, then forward again. His movements were accompanied by a faint, almost subliminal sound, a high-frequency static hiss that seemed to vibrate in my teeth. This was not a person. My mind struggled to process what my eyes were seeing, and it failed. A cold, paralyzing fear washed over me. This was a violation of reality itself. My carefully constructed, logical world was fracturing before my eyes. I fumbled with my tripod, my only instinct to get away, to unsee what I had seen. As I collapsed the legs, my camera slipped, the shutter firing as it swung on its strap. The flash went off, a brilliant white burst in the twilight. The figure reacted to the light. It stopped stuttering and turned its head towards me. The movement was slow, fluid, and utterly impossible. Its head rotated a full 180 degrees on its neck with a soft, grinding sound, like broken pottery. Its face was a blur, a chaotic mess of features that wouldn't resolve into a coherent image. There were too many eyes, no mouth, then a gaping smile, all shifting and glitching in a horrifying digital smear. And then it spoke. Its voice was a cacophony of sounds, the static hiss, the dial-up tone of an old modem, and snippets of my own voice from the call I had made earlier. Didn't. Here. You. Come up. It spat out. The words fragmented, layered, and broken. I didn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a choked, silent sob. I abandoned my equipment, all of it, and I ran. I fled down the crumbling path, my feet pounding on the broken asphalt. I could hear it behind me, the sound of its glitching movements, and the horrifying, distorted playback of my own voice echoing through the silent woods. I didn't dare look back. I just ran until the trail met the main road, and I didn't stop until I was in my car, speeding away, leaving a piece of my sanity behind on that overlook. When I finally got home, I couldn't bring myself to look at the memory card from my camera. A week later, morbid curiosity won out. I loaded the images onto my computer, my hand shaking. Most were blurry shots from my panicked escape. But there was one photo, the one taken when the flash went off. It was perfectly sharp. In crystal clear detail, it showed the figure. It wasn't a man. It was a tall, emaciated thing, made of what looked like tightly wound film, negatives and broken circuit boards, twisted into a vaguely human shape. Its face was a static-filled screen, and in the center, two cold, dead camera lenses stared directly back at me. I deleted the file, reformatted the card, and sold all my camera gear the next day. I don't take pictures anymore, because I know what's out there on the forgotten edges of the world. A place where reality is thin, where the signal is broken, and sometimes something glitches through. And if you're unlucky enough to capture its image, it captures a piece of you, too. And you'll forever hear its static hiss in the quietest moments of your life. Story 5. The Trail That Isn't There. Of all the strange things my friend Maya and I encountered while charting forgotten trails for our hiking blog, none compared to the path we found in the Greenbrier wilderness of West Virginia. It wasn't on any map we owned, not the old geological surveys, not the Forest Service charts, nothing. We found it by accident, a perfectly clear, well-trodden dirt path branching off from a trail we knew well. It looked inviting, lined with vibrant, unfamiliar ferns, and winding into a part of the forest we'd never explored. Intrigued, we decided to follow it for an hour and see where it led. The first thing we noticed was the color of the light. The deeper we walked, the more the sunlight filtering through the canopy took on a strange, coppery hue, as if we were perpetually in the moments just before a storm. The air grew still and unnaturally warm, and the familiar sounds of the Appalachian forest, the cawing of crows, the rustle of squirrels, faded into a low, ambient hum, like the sound of distant power lines. Though we were miles from any civilization. "This is weird," Maya said, her voice sounding flat and muted in the strange acoustics of the trail. "It feels like we're indoors." She was right. The sensation was one of being in a vast, enclosed space. The sky, visible through the leaves, seemed too close, too perfect, like a painted ceiling. We walked for what felt like an hour, but when I checked my watch, only 10 minutes had passed. Time itself seemed to be stretching, thinning out. I pulled out my compass. The needle spun lazily, refusing to settle. My GPS app on my phone was just a blank gray screen. "No signal," I muttered, though we should have had at least a weak one. A prickle of serious unease started to crawl up my spine. "Let's turn back," Maya said, her voice tight with a fear she was trying to hide. "I don't like this place," I agreed. We turned around, expecting to see the familiar path stretching out behind us. It was gone. In its place was a dense, impenetrable wall of thorny, black-barked trees that hadn't been there moments before. We were walled in. Panic began to set in. We yelled for help, but our voices didn't echo. They were simply absorbed by the humming silence. The trail only went one way now, forward. With no other choice, we pressed on, our pace quickening into a nervous jog. The path began to change. The dirt under our feet became soft and springy, like moss, but it was a deep, unsettling crimson color. The trees lining the path grew more grotesque, their branches twisting together overhead, forming a claustrophobic tunnel. Then we started seeing the cairn. Small, neat piles of stone stacked on the side of the trail. But these weren't made of river rocks. They were built from personal items: a hiking boot, a pair of cracked sunglasses, a rusted camping knife, a child's worn teddy bear. Each one was a memorial to someone who had been here before us, a grim testament to the trail's true nature. This wasn't a path. It was a trap. Maya started to cry softly, a sound of pure despair. "We're going to die here," she whispered. I refused to accept the "keep moving," I urged, grabbing her hand. "There has to be a way out." The humming grew louder, and now it was accompanied by a faint, melodic whispering that seemed to come from the rust-colored ground itself. It spoke in a language we didn't understand, but the emotional intent was clear. It was soothing, inviting. It wanted us to stop, to rest, to give up and become another cairn on its path. We saw a figure ahead, sitting on a fallen log. It was an old man in a tattered ranger's uniform. He looked up as we approached, and his face was a calm, placid mask. "Tired?" he asked, his voice part of the whispering melody. "It's a long road. Why not sit for a spell? Rest your bones." There was nothing overtly threatening about him, but his eyes were empty, hollow, and the air around him was cold. We knew with an instinctual certainty that if we stopped, if we sat down, we would never get up again. "No, thank you," I said, my voice shaking, pulling Maya past him. His calm expression didn't change. "Suit yourself," he sighed, the sound echoing the whispering wind. "The path always gets its due. Sooner or later, we ran. We ran with everything we had left, ignoring the trail's siren call to rest, ignoring the phantom figures we now saw flickering between the trees. Little girl holding a teddy bear, a young man in hiking gear, all with the same empty eyes, all beckoning us to stop. The trail fought us, the crimson ground sucking at our boots, the twisted branches seeming to reach for us. I don't know how long we ran. Time had no meaning in that place. But suddenly, we burst through the tunnel of trees and tumbled onto familiar ground. We were back on the original trail, at the exact spot where we had first seen the phantom path. We spun around. There was nothing there. No inviting trail, no strange ferns. Just the same dense, ordinary forest that had always been there. The sun was normal. The birds were singing. My watch said only 15 minutes had passed since we'd left the main trail. It was impossible. We had been gone for hours. We scrambled back to our car and drove until we were out of the mountains, the entire way in terrified silence. Later, we scoured every archive, every historical society record we could find for that area. We found a single cryptic entry in a forgotten local history book from the 1800s. It spoke of a hungry road or a spirit trail that would sometimes appear in the Greenbrier wilderness. It said the trail would lure in the weary and the lost, promising an easy path. But it was a sentient thing that fed on the life force, the memories of those who walked it, eventually consuming them entirely. The book said the trail was never in the same place twice. We had stumbled onto a place that shouldn't exist, a path that appears, traps, and feeds. We escaped, but I know it took something from us. My memories of that day are frayed like an old photograph. And sometimes, when I'm walking alone, I'll see a path I don't recognize, looking clear and inviting, and I feel a strange, magnetic pull to follow it. A soothing whisper in the back of my mind tells me to see where it leads. And I have to run, because I know the trail that isn't there is still looking for me. It remembers us, and it's still hungry. Precise silence can be deafening. They were wrong. Silence can be hungry. My graveyard shift at the Rivenhill Archives taught me that carved the truth into my marrow with an invisible blade. I was new to the night shift, taking over from an old man named Miller who'd simply stopped showing up. Burnout. The daytime manager had mumbled, looking away. I soon learned. Miller hadn't burned out. He'd been extinguished. As I turned a page, a heavy, uncut folio from a shelf across the room slipped, hitting the stone floor with a muffled thud. My heart leaped. I swore I'd secured it properly. More unsettling was the silence that followed. Not by a person, but by the silence itself. It felt like a conscious entity, lurking in the shadows between the towering shelves, observing me with a cold, unblinking gaze. Whispered, or rather, unwhispered, as if the sound had been pulled from my own throat, and then gently absorbed, a mere ripple in the overwhelming quiet. It was terrifying, not because it was loud, but because it was so impossibly soft, so intimately close, yet utterly without origin. It would press in, suffocating, making my throat tighten, my voice catch. At the far end of the archive, in a section marked Restricted, Do Not Disturb, was a single, narrow aisle I had never noticed before. Bet, and the silence here was absolute, even more so than the rest of the archives. The air in the restricted aisle felt thin, starved of any kinetic energy. Bah! The digital clock on my computer screen flickered, the numbers swimming before my eyes. 5:58 a.m. 2 minutes until the daytime staff arrived. 2 minutes until the safety of noise, of life, of other human beings. The silence was pressing in on me, palpable, its ancient hunger awakening. I could feel it reaching gently, invisibly, for my voice, for the sound of my heart, for the very hum of my life. The ventilation hummed, the distant subway rumbled. The silence receded, pulling back into the deep corners of the archives, into the restricted aisle. The manager, a chirpy woman named Eleanor, strode in, her heels clicking loudly on the stone floor, a welcome cacophony. Good morning, Mark. Everything quiet. The morning sun, usually a bomb, felt too bright, too loud. And even outside, in the bustling street, surrounded by the clamor of the waking city, all I could hear was a faint, persistent echo of a terrible, consuming quiet. The silence had taken Miller's life. It had taken his very sound. And as I tried to speak again, just to hear my own voice, I realized it had taken something from me. A piece of me had been absorbed into the Rivenhall archives, a silent offering to its ancient, eternal hunger. And I knew, with a bone-chilling certainty, it would be back for the rest of me, on my next graveyard shift. It didn't just absorb sound, it seemed to absorb light, but no sound came out. My throat was tight. I could feel the residual grip of the silence, a phantom claw around my vocal cords. Eleanor frowned. Are you all right, Mark? You look a little pale and quiet. This was consumption. The footsteps in a restricted aisle. Some were long, others splayed. One set looked eerily familiar, the exact same size as my own workroom. The silence wasn't just an absence, it was a living, breathing, eating entity that had resided in the deepest parts of the Rivenhall archives for centuries. It fed on sound, on life, on the very vibrations of existence. And when there was nothing left to consume, it consumed the source. The whispers weren't voices. They were the echoes of those. It had devoured the last dying breaths of sound before they were fully absorbed. She chuckled. Probably just sleep deprivation. Get some rest. As I shone my lantern down the narrow passage, the beam seemed to grow weaker, diffuse, as if the very photons were being consumed. It was darker, colder, and seemed to hum with an unnatural resonance, driven by a morbid curiosity I couldn't control. I approached. I started to notice that when the silence was most profound, my own movements became muffled. My footsteps absorbed, my key clicks sounding strangely distant. It was as if the silence was claiming me to 1 decibel at a time. They weren't just human footprints. Some were impossibly long, others strangely split, high. And there, near the end of the aisle, where the light faded to nothing, was a small, desiccated pile of what looked like dust, but it wasn't just dust. As I leaned closer, my lantern beam barely illuminating it, I saw fragment. A single brittle button. A sliver of cracked spectacle lens. Put the faint, almost invisible outline of what might have once been a shoe. Not the usual echoing clatter, but an immediate, cushioned dampening of the sound, as if the air itself had swallowed the noise before it could fully resonate. My emergency lantern automatically kicked on, casting long, dancing shadows that contorted the shelves into monstrous forms. But it wasn't the darkness that terrified. It was the absolute, profound silence that descended. No hum of the ventilation, no distant subway, not even the faint buzz of the dying lights. Nothing. Just a primordial, echoing void. I walked over, picked up the book. Its title, embossed in faded gold, read, On the Nature of Consumption. A chill traced my spine. The Rivenhell archives weren't just old. They felt ancient, as if the very air was composed of powdered century. Books would be found on the wrong shelves, sometimes upside down. Pages would be dog-eared, even though I knew I'd flattened them. Once, I found a single antique quill pen, lying perfectly centered on my desk, though I hadn't touched one in days. The whispers were now almost constant, weaving through the air like invisible currents, sometimes seeming to form questions I couldn't quite grasp, or perhaps didn't want to. Located deep beneath the city's crumbling historical society building, it was a labyrinth of forgotten knowledge rooms, upon rows of dusty, leather-bound tomes, crumbling parchment, and microfiche reels that no one had looked at in decades. My job was simple. Catalog new acquisitions, ensure climate control, and most importantly, guarantee absolute silence. Sound, my supervisor had instructed on my first night, is the enemy of preservation. It disturbs the delicate equilibrium. He didn't know how right he was. My shift began at 10 and ended at 6. 8 hours swallowed by the oppressive quiet. The only sounds were the soft hum of the ventilation system, the distant rumble of a subway, and my own breathing, which soon felt impossibly loud, intrusive. The ventilation system, usually a steady drone, would sometimes falter, replaced by a vacuum of nothingness. Brush, a pressure so immense, it felt like my eardrums would burst. The subway rumble, a constant anchor to the world above, would vanish, plunging me into a pit of absolute sonic void. And in those moments, the whispers would sharpen, coalesce, forming indistinct words, just beyond the edge of comprehension. They felt like They were coming from the books themselves, from the very walls, from the silence. The first few nights were mundane, just the methodical click of my keyboard and the rustle of brittle pages. Then came the whispers, faint at first, like the sigh of old paper, a phantom rustle, just beyond my hearing. I dismissed them as exhaustion, the archives playing tricks on my sleep-deprived mind. But they grew. It wasn't just the whisper, it was the absence of other sounds. One night, I was cataloging a collection of bizarre leather-bound diaries from a disgraced Victorian physician. Over the next few weeks, the disturbances escalated. The most disturbing change was the feeling of being watched. One night, the power flickered. The fluorescent lights buzzed erratically, then died, plunging the archives into absolute darkness. And then, I heard it clearly, a name. My name. I frantically scanned the rows of books, my lantern beam cutting through the gloom. That's when I saw it. The aisle was unlike the others. The shelves here were of a darker wood, and the books were not labeled, just thick, unadorned volumes. And then I saw the footprint. Not dust prints, but something deeper. Indentations in the stone floor, leading further into the impenetrable darkness of the iron. Miller, old man Miller. This wasn't burnout. I backed away slowly, my breath held tight in my chest. I made it back to my desk, my entire body trembling. Path, as I stared at the screen, an unbidden thought, cold clear as ice, pierced through my terror. Then the lights in the archives flickered back to life, buzzing with a sudden, comforting loudness. I tried to answer. I opened my mouth. I tried to force a sound, a syllable, a simple yes. I forced a nod, pointing to my throat, gesturing that I'd lost my voice. As I walked past her, leaving the archives, I felt a new lightness, a strange emptiness in my chest. But the morning sun, usually a bomb, felt too bright, too loud, and even outside, in the bustling street, surrounded by the clamor of the waking city. All I could hear was a faint, persistent echo of a terrible, consuming quiet. The silence had taken Miller's life. It had taken his very sound. And as I tried to speak again, just to hear my own voice, I realized it had taken something from me, too. A piece of me had been absorbed into the Ribbon-Hell archives, a silent offering to its ancient, eternal hunger. And I knew, with a bone-chilling certainty, it would be back for the rest of me on my next graveyard shift. The night shift at the old automaton works was supposed to be easy. Just listen to the hum of progress. But then the humming changed. My name is Alex, and for the past year, I've been the sole nocturnal sentinel at what the company called their advanced robotics and automated systems facility, or RS. It was a sprawling, windowless behemoth of concrete and steel, tucked away in an industrial park, miles from anything resembling human life. A high-pitched whine from an assembly robot that usually only produced a low through. A series of metallic clicks from the sorting line that didn't quite match the expected rhythm. The industrial hum, my constant companion, began to take on new textures. Sometimes it would sound like a distant, distorted choir. The layered worry and grinding, creating unholy harmony. I started seeing things. In my peripheral vision flickers of movement between the machines. Shapes. There weren't quite shadows. By a figure hunched over a conveyor belt, then gone. The engineers I consulted dismissed it as sensor interference, electromagnetic anomalies. But the human element, the expression in these mechanical sounds, was undeniable. It felt like the machines were mimicking distress, mimicking fear, mimicking life, or rather, the cessation of life. The usual symphony of the factory had died, replaced by an eerie, oppressive silence. The only sound was the incessant, shrill cry of the robot's error alarm. The arm was frozen, hovering over a half-assembled chassis. As I approached, the red lights on its optical sensors glowed intensely, fixated on something. I followed its gaze. The error alarm stopped. In its place, the robot let out a series of clicks and whirs that, to my terror-stricken mind, sounded like a satisfied sigh. The automated lullaby, the whispers, the mimicking. It wasn't the machines malfunctioning. It was something else. Something inside them. The previous night shift. The one before Miller, and the one before him. I burst out of the control room, sprinted through the echoing hallways, past the silently worry doors, until I burst into the pre-dawn darkness outside. I didn't stop until my lungs burned and my legs gave out miles away. They hadn't just left the job. They had been integrated, bought. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the silence of my own apartment, I still hear it. The faint, rhythmic tap, tap, tap. The gurgling whisper. The automated lullaby, forever etched into my mind, is a chilling reminder that some shifts don't just end. Some shifts, once you start them, never truly let you go. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing isn't the monsters lurking in the dark, by the ones quietly being built, piece by horrifying piece, in the full light of the automated night. Their essence, their life force, was slowly being woven into the very fabric of the machines. The facility wasn't just building components, mind. It was building something new, something alive. And it needed us to complete its grotesque event. And then the robot spoke, not with a metallic, synthesized voice, but with a gurgling, wet whisper that was undeniably human. Baile, it rasped, the sound echoing unnaturally in the silent factory. Finally complete, a fleeting glimpse of a face in the reflection of a polished steel panel, not my own. Its optical sensors, usually glowing a steady green, flickered an erratic red. There was a strange fluidity, an almost conscious grace to their operations. To grinding and clanking sounds took on a new, terrible cadence, like a symphony of suffering. The lullaby had become alarms blared. This was a critical error. A complete system failure. My heart hammered. Finally, something concrete. It glinted under my flashlight beam. I reached out to extract it, thinking it was just a piece of debris that had jammed the mechanism. But as my fingers closed around it, I felt something else. Not just cold metal, a texture almost organic. And then I saw it, unmistakably. A tiny, almost unnoticeable pattern of concentric circles etched onto its surface. A fingerprint, not of metal, but of skin. I told myself it was sleep deprivation, my mind playing tricks. The sheer isolation of the graveyard shift was getting to me. Other times, I swore I could hear faint, almost subliminal whispers buried within a mechanical dip. And at that exact moment, the robotic arm, despite being in full error state, slowly, deliberately began to lower itself. Not according to its programmed path, but with a strange, almost human grace. It didn't complete its task. Instead, it slowly, ponderously reached down and picked up the shard. And then, with a horrifying, sickening crunch, it inserted the shard into a small, pre-existing cavity on the chassis, perfectly flush with the surface. They were two indistinct to form words, just ghost-like suggestions of voices, buried under layers of steel and current. It felt like the machines were talking. Posh, or something was talking through. I'd check the diagnostics. Everything would be green. But it was distinct from the rhythmic clatter of the production line. It sounded like fingers tapping against glass or bone. I scanned the floor from my control room, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. The tapping continued, faint but persistent, seeming to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. I even walked onto the floor, the colossal machines towering over me like silent, industrious giants. The tapping intensified, seemingly coming from the very core of the facility, beneath the concrete floor. I bent down, pressing my ear to the cold ground, convinced I could feel a faint vibration. It wasn't the usual hum. It was a percussive, almost deliberate rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. But by the time I walked onto the floor, the sound would invariably resolve itself, slipping back into the perfect mechanical chorus. Most days, it built things, components for complex machinery, medical devices, even precision parts for aerospace. A series of articulated arms, usually moving with robotic precision, would occasionally jerk or twitch in a strangely human-like movement. A sudden, almost flailing motion, followed by an immediate return to programmed function. Then came the sounds. The hiss of a hydraulic press, after a moment of silence, would be followed by a sound that was unnervingly like a gasp. The whir of a spinning gear would sometimes end with a soft, almost mournful sigh. But the disturbances grew bolder. One night, a series of welding robots, programmed for a delicate arc, began sparking with an unnaturally aggressive intensity, casting monstrous, strobing shadows across the vast floor. The automated forklifts, which moved with silent precision, started veering slightly off their marked paths, almost bumping into each other before correcting themselves. At the last second, I'd watch, heart pounding, convinced something was about to crash. But they always recovered. No damage, no alarms, just unnerving deviations. My job, specifically the graveyard shift from midnight to 8 a.m., was glorified babysitting. The machines ran themselves. I just monitored the diagnostics, ran system checks, and made sure the endless automated ballet continued uninterrupted. For months, it was a mind-numbingly monotonous existence. The rhythmic whir of countless motors, the precise hiss of pneumatic arms, burr, the dull thud of components being sorted, stacked and assembled. It became my nightly lullaby. I'd set up my laptop in the control room, a glass box overlooking the main assembly floor, prath and browse the internet, occasionally glancing up at the mesmerizing, unceasing dance of unpiloted machinery. The entire facility felt like a giant, pulsing organism, constantly breathing, constantly working. Then, about a month ago, the lullaby began to subtly shift. It started with a faint, almost imperceptible disharmony in the symphony of the machines. I dismissed it as fatigue. Phantom noises conjured by the endless repetition. The most unsettling changes, however, were auditory. One particularly long night, as the automated arms tirelessly assembled delicate medical instruments, a new sound emerged. A soft, repetitive tapping. My sleep schedule was in ruins. But then the machines started to mimic. It began innocently enough. I recorded these incidents on my phone, replaying them later, desperately trying to find a rational explanation. The turning point came when one of the assembly robots, a massive, multi-jointed arm responsible for lifting heavy components, stopped mid-cycle. I rushed onto the floor, flashlight in hand. There, embedded in the intricate wiring of the chassis, was a small, almost microscopic, metallic shard. I pulled my hand back as if burned. The shard fell, clattering onto the chassis. The red optical sensors glowed brighter, pulsing with an unnatural rhythm. I stumbled backwards, my mind reeling. The other machines on the floor began to whir, slowly, subtly, coming back to life. But their movements were no longer precise, unfeeling. I ran. I didn't look back. Brian, I never returned to the RS facility. I didn't even pick up my last paycheck, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the silence of my own apartment, I still hear it, the faint, rhythmic tap, the gurgling whisper, the automated lullaby forever etched into my mind is a chilling reminder that some shifts don't just end. Some shifts, once you start them, never truly let you go. And sometimes, the most terrifying thing isn't the monsters lurking in the dark, but the ones quietly being built, piece by horrifying piece, in the full light of the automated night. Most nights, the dispatcher's line was dead, peaceful, echoing void, until it wasn't. I'm Elias Thorne, and for the past 3 years, my world has revolved around the flickering green screen of a console, the hiss of static, and the sudden, jarring ring of the emergency line. Locals whisper tales about the place-old Indian burial grounds, civil war, skirmishes, missing travelers. I never paid them much mind. My comfort was the mundane. The crackle of static, the occasional drunken call, the predictable rhythm of night fading into day. My domain is the Crossroads Dispatch, a small, independent outfit serving the most remote, forgotten corners of the county. From midnight to 8 a.m., I'm the only one here, a lone ear, listening to the silent pulse of the darkness, connecting the lost to the found, the injured to help. I started a log, a nervous tick, each night a new entry. It's a lonely gig, especially during the graveyard shift. People with bad connections on ancient phones in derelict building. By the sheer variety of the voices, the specific, disturbing details began to chip away at my composure. The sense of isolation in the old farmhouse intensified. The hum of the computer, the glow of the screen, they were my only anchor, buried alive under the old mill. They said it was a dream. The static was unusually loud, roaring like a storm. And then a child's voice, clearer as a bell, despite the static, spoke my full name. Elias Thorne. You didn't help us. The little sob. We're waiting. We've been waiting. You're at the crossroads, Elias. And the crossroads, they go both ways. An faded blue color of my own, stalled on a specific dirt road, miles away. The engine won't turn over, and something's in the woods, watching. I almost dispatched a unit. I scrambled backward, knocking over my chair, staring at the phone as if it were a venomous snake. I didn't want to answer it. Boo. Some morbid compulsion, some horrific curiosity compelled me. I picked it up, bought older, weary, filled with an ancient sorrow. Thimmet. Hand wasn't ticking forward. By. It was moving backward, slowly, jerkily. I looked at the hands holding the receiver. They were gnarled, covered in age spots. This house, this land, be it from the ones who couldn't cross. And I'm still here, Elias. I'm the one who answers every night. I've been answering for centuries. From 1:11 a.m. to 1:10, 1:09. My eyes widened in horror, and then I heard it. It was a terrifying, infinite death. I looked out the window again. The strange road was gone. The skeletal oaks had vanished. Only the familiar, lonely highway stretched into the dark. It was a call to duty, a call that never truly ended. I picked up the receiver, my fingers already feeling the ghost of countless future calls. Crossroads Dispatch, I said, my voice heavy with a profound weariness that had settled into my bones. Elias speaking. What's your emergency? And deep in the silence of the graveyard shift, I waited for the next voice from the other side, knowing that I would always, eternally, be the one to answer. You've heard the dead, but you never understood. The crossroads isn't just a place, and on my hand, glinting faintly in the green light of the screen, was a thin, silver band I'd never worn before. An antique ring, tarnished with age. It looked like something from an old burial ground. It's a connection, and the graveyard shift isn't just about listening to the living. It's about being dispatched to the dead, not through the phone, but from outside the window, just beyond the glass. The rhythmic creaking, the one I'd heard on the second call, the sound of a gallows swinging in the wind. Bah, then she added, and the air, it smells like grave dust. My breath hitched there under the pale moonlight, stretching into the darkness, was a road I'd never seen before. It wasn't the familiar highway. Bist Road was narrow, overgrown, lined with skeletal, gnarled oak trees, their branches twisting like arthritic fingers. And under one of the largest oaks, something pale and indistinct swayed gently in a non-existent breeze. It was a chorus of the voices I had heard over the past weeks, the wailing, the man speaking through dirt, the frantic panting, the woman describing my truck, all layered on top of each other, building to a crescendo of agony and accusation. You didn't help. They shrieked, their voices impossibly loud, surrounding me, pressing in. You just listened. You just listened. My truck was in my driveway, and the scent of grave dust. I was sitting alone in a warm office. The call ended abruptly, replaced by the familiar hiss of dead air. The office itself is a converted old farmhouse, miles from the nearest town, perched on a desolate stretch of highway known, appropriately, as the crossroads. They came from places that didn't exist anymore, a forgotten logging camp, a collapsed mine shaft, a church steeple that had burned down decades ago, and the voices themselves, they began to change. They weren't just human voices. Sometimes they were layered, multiple voices speaking at once, a cacophony of pleas and warnings. Sometimes they were distorted in human screeches, like tortured metal, that made the hair on my arm stand on end. Then, 3 weeks ago, the calls changed. It was 3:17 a.m. The line rang, a sharp, insistent sound that shattered the quiet. Picked up Crossroads Dispatch. Elias speaking. I shrugged it off. Ghost calls happened. Bad connections in the boonies. But the image of a child crying lingered. The static itself seemed to grow more aggressive, more alive, buzzing with an almost malevolent. It wasn't just a background hum. It felt like a presence, a shroud of noise waiting to consume me. I even started seeing things in the static on my monitor. Fleeting images, a pale face, a grasping hand that vanished when I blinked. This time, no sob, just a low, mournful wailing, like wind through an empty well, overlaid with a strange, rhythmic creaking. Crossroads Dispatch. Can I help you? The sound continued, then a different voice, ancient and raspy, barely above the static, croaked. The road is gone. Don't follow. light, and then silence. Again, unknown origin. A guttural burst of static, then a faint sound, like a child's sob, distorted, barely audible. Hello, can you hear me? What's your emergency? More static. Then a whisper, so faint it might have been my imagination. Help them under the oaks. And then the line went dead. I tried to trace the call. Unknown origin. No number. No location. Nothing. The next night, at 2:45 a.m., another call. This was different. The calls weren't just static. They had a distinct character, and they were always from unknown origin. Night 3:04 a.m. A frantic, breathless panting, then a man's voice, muffled, as if speaking through dirt. I tried to rationalize. Pranksters, sleepwalkers. Then the calls started to reference things I knew. One night, a woman's voice, choked with tears, described her old pickup truck, the exact model. The calls became more frequent, more desperate, always originating from a black hole in the network. I started to dread the ring. My hands would shake as I picked up the receiver. Then came the call that broke me. It was 1:11 a.m. The phone rang. I braced myself. Crossroads, dispatch, Elias speaking. My blood ran cold. My name. How did they know my name? Who is this? I demanded, my voice cracking. The ones under the oaks, the child replied, and I remembered the first call. The line clicked, and then the static wasn't just static anymore. I dropped the receiver. It swung wildly, banging against the console, emitting a terrifying feedback shriek. That's when I noticed it. On the small, analog wall clock above my monitor. I stumbled to the window, pulling back the dusty curtain. The phone on the console rang again, a single, piercing peal that cut through the terror-induced silence. This time there was no static, just a single, clear voice. It was deep, resonant, and calm. It was my voice. Elias, my own voice said, "You've listened to all the calls." My reflection in the monitor screen flickered. The lines on my face seemed to deepen, and my hair seemed to gray. The calls, my voice continued. They aren't from the outside. They are from here. Piff. The silence on the line was no longer an absence, but my reflection in the monitor was still off. It was still older, profoundly exhausted. The phone rang again, one last time, and I knew what it was. It wasn't a call for help. It was a call to duty, a call that never truly ended. I picked up the receiver, my fingers already feeling the ghost of countless future calls. "Crossroads dispatch," I said, my voice heavy with a profound weariness that had settled into my bones. Elias speaking. "What's your emergency?" And deep in the silence of the graveyard shift, I waited for the next voice from the other side, knowing that I would always, eternally, be the one to answer. They called it perpetual care. But there was nothing perpetual about the living things in the old arboretum, especially after midnight. I'm Ben, and I've been the night caretaker at the Thornwood Botanical Gardens for 3 years. The carnivorous conservatory, a place of unsettling beauty, was my least favorite, but the true heart of the place and its unsettling soul was the primeval forest, a vast, dark biome dedicated to prehistoric flora giant ferns, primordial mosses, and trees so old their bark looked like petrified lightning. Plants' tendril, usually limp, would seem to have shifted, reaching a little further towards the path. The usual earthy scent of the primeval forest began to be overlaid by something else. The pitcher plants, usually still and silent, looked like they were subtly swaying. Species known for slow, almost imperceptible growth were visibly expanding overnight. New shoots pushed through the soil with unnatural speed. Vines that had been dormant for months now snaked across the paths, sometimes seeming to retract subtly when my flashlight beam hit them. It felt less like growth and more like reaching. Alarms blared. I had to manually override it from a hidden control panel deep within the Elderess root system. They felt strangely warm, almost feverish to the touch. As I worked on the panel, my flashlight beam darted nervously around the chamber. That's when I saw it, embedded in the dense network of roots. Just beneath the control panel was something dark, almost black and glistening. It was large, irregularly shaped, and seemed to pulse faintly with its own internal light. It wasn't a root. It was different. As I descended into the damp, earthy chamber beneath the massive tree, the whispers intensified, surrounding me, pressing in. As I threw open the door, my eyes caught a glimpse of something in the distance. I didn't look back. I got into my car and drove fast, not caring where I was going, just away. The carnivorous conservatory, the lights there flickered, casting distorted shadows, and I could hear it now clearly. Bit faint, rapid slurp, slurp, slurp of 100 hungry mouths, and then a sound I would never forget. A low, wet chuckle emanating from the very core of Thornwood. As I touched it, a faint, rhythmic thump-thump echoed through the root chamber, a heartbeat, and a terrible realization washed over me. There, amongst the soil and roots, were human remains. It never truly left me. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can still smell that sickly sweet, metallic scent. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, or when I close my eyes too tightly, I hear the whisper, faint, insistent, beckoning, more, always more. And I wonder how many perpetual caretakers have tended the elder. How many have become part of its monstrous, unending growth. And I know that somewhere in that glass leviathan of ancient, hungry plant, the graveyard shift still goes on, and on, and on. And it's always, always hungry. It was the elder. The plant wasn't just growing. It was feeding, and it was hungry. not. Bones, not fully formed skeletons. Fragment. Bah. I fixed the irrigation, though I barely registered the clicks and whirs of the ancient machinery. My only thought was escape. I burst out of the root chamber, sprinting through the primeval forest. The whispers rose to a furious crescendo, the rustling of leaves like grasping hands, becloying, sweet metallic smell intensified, making me gag. Bits of clothing, a cracked wristwatch, a single tarnished wedding band, prayer, and then, most horrifyingly, a section of what looked like a human handpay, and partially assimilated into the root system, still bearing the faint imprint of a work glove. This wasn't just a plant pot. It was a monstrous, ancient devourer, and the previous caretakers, the ones who had simply vanished from the job, hadn't just left. They had become fertilizer. The elder wasn't just a tree. It was a living, breathing, eating organism. And it was consuming something. The air was thick with the sickly, sweet scent. As I passed a particularly large Nepenthes hybrid, a giant pitcher plant known for consuming small rodents, I heard a faint, wet slurp. My flashlight beam landed on its large, dark, a fresh, dark, crimson stain ran down its side, looking suspiciously like blood. And beneath it, on the moist soil, were what looked disturbingly like tiny bone fragments. I dismissed it as a large rat or a bird, but the thought burrowed into my mind. A cloying sweetness, like rotting fruit, mixed with a metallic tint like old blood. It was sickening, pervasive, and seemed to emanate from the largest, oldest tree in the primeval forest. A colossal, gnarled, ancient oak. Its branches so thick and intertwined, they formed a living cathedral. Faint creaking from the elder, not of old wood settling, but like strained sinew, not by a person, but by the plants themselves. Their leaves seemed to turn towards me, their branches seemed to extend, and their silent gazes followed my every move. The air grew heavy, oppressive, thick with the cloying, sweet metallic scent. My skin felt clammy, my throat tight, a deep, guttural thrumming from beneath the soil, almost a heartbeat, and the whisper. They started in the primeval forest, soft, insistent, like the rustling of 1,000 unseen leaves, coalescing into murmurs I couldn't quite decipher. They felt less like wind and more like voices, whispering my name sometimes. It was simply called the Elder, a patch of moss, meticulously trimmed by the daytime crew, would appear fuller, almost pulsating. I'd mark it down as my imagination, the tricks of shadow and tired eyes. It was always darker, colder, and somehow more alive. Most people imagine botanical gardens as sunlit havens, filled with vibrant colors and sweet scents. They've never seen Thornwood. After the last visitor leaves, when the main gates clang shut and the sprawling, glass-domed biomes become monstrous shadows against the moonlit sky. My graveyard shift from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. is spent wandering these quiet, humid halls. Check-in irrigation system, monitoring exotic plants, and ensuring nothing untoward happens to the flora. The Thornwood Gardens were famous for their ancient and peculiar collection. My first few weeks were peaceful enough. The soft hum of the climate control, the steady drip of condensation, the faint, earthy smell of damp soil and growing things, it was almost meditative. I'd walk the winding paths, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom, illuminate in strange, otherworldly shapes of leaves and branches. Sometimes I'd hear a faint rustle, just the wind or a stray mouse. Nothing alarming. Then the disturbances began. They were subtle at first, easily dismissed, but the smell, that's what first got to me. One night, I was patrolling the carnivorous conservatory. The Venus flytraps seemed unusually agitated, their toothed traps snapping shut, even without an insect nearby. The growth rate of the plants became alarming. The sounds escalated from rustles to something more deliberate. I began to feel an undeniable sense of being watched. One night, the automated irrigation system failed, specifically in the primeval forest. The control panel was nestled among massive, pulsing roots, thicker than my torso. For each, it was warm, slimy, and strangely resilient, like firm muscle. My flashlight beam dropped, illuminating the floor around the strange, pulsing land. A whisper, clear and distinct, echoed from the very roots surrounding me. More, always, more. It wasn't the wind. I scrambled back, my heart pounding against my ribs. I reached the main dome exit, fumbling with the heavy latch. I burst out of the gardens, gasping for breath. The cold night air, a shock against my skin. I never returned to Thornwood Botanical Gardens, but the graveyard shifter, it never truly left me. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can still smell that sickly, sweet, metallic scent. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, or when I close my eyes too tightly, I hear the whispers, faint, insistent, beckoning. More, always, more. And I wonder how many perpetual caretakers have tended the elder. How many have become part of its monstrous, unending growth. And I know that somewhere in that glass leviathan of ancient, hungry plants, the graveyard shift still goes on and on and on. And it's always, always, always hungry. What if a game wasn't just a game? You might think it's harmless fun, a piece of wood and plastic sold in the toy aisle. But you're about to hear from those who learned otherwise. Welcome, dwellers of the dark, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. Tonight, we open a door that should have remained shut. We are exploring 5 chilling, allegedly true stories that began with a simple question to a Ouija board and ended in a nightmare. These aren't just stories. They're warnings. They showcase the chilling progression from playful curiosity to a terrifying reality, proving that when you invite the unknown to speak, you cannot control what it says or what it does. Are you brave enough to hear what happens next? Story 1. The mimic. It was the summer I turned 15. A season of humid nights, bad decisions, and the unshakable belief that we were all invincible. The sleepover was at my best friend Sarah's house, her parents out of town, leaving us with a stack of horror movies and a dangerous amount of freedom. It was Chloe who found the Ouija board tucked away in a dusty chest in the attic, its box faded and brittle with age. It felt like a movie, a prop handed to us by fate. We were, of course, too cool to be scared. We were just curious. We laid it out on the living room floor. The four of us, me, Sarah, Chloe, and Ben, forming a nervous circle. The first few minutes were a predictable farce, with Ben probably pushing the planchette to spell out dumb jokes. We were about to give up when Sarah, a true believer at heart, took it seriously. "Is there anyone here who wants to talk to us?" she asked the empty room, her voice barely a whisper. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, with a slow, deliberate smoothness that none of us could have faked, the planchette began to move. "Lil, Chloe asked. "Is your name Lil?" "Yes." We all exchanged wide-eyed looks. The air in the room grew colder, heavier. We asked it simple, childish questions. Was it a little girl? Yes. Was it happy? No. Was it trapped here? Yes. It felt sad, innocent. Ben, ever the skeptic, decided to test it. "Okay, Lil," he said, a smirk in his voice. "If you're real, tell me something only I would know. What's the name of my dog?" The planchette shot across the board, spelling out Buster with unnerving speed. Ben's face went pale. No one outside his family knew that name. The mood shifted from spooky fun to genuine dread. The entity started to get personal. It spelled out my secret crush on a boy in our math class. It spelled out the nickname Chloe's dad called her, a name she hated and never told anyone. It was like it was peeling back the layers of our lives, showing us it had access to our most private thoughts. We were all accusing each other of pushing our voices tight with paranoia, but we all knew deep down that none of us were moving. The planchette felt like it had a life of its own, a cold, electric energy humming under our fingertips. The last question came from me. My voice was shaking. "Lil, what do you want?" The planchette moved slowly, deliberately, as if savoring each letter. To listen, before any of us could ask what that meant, a floorboard creaked in the kitchen. We all jumped, our hands flying off the planchette. That was it. Game over. We slid the board back into its box, shoved it into a closet, and turned on every light in the house. The bravado of the evening completely shattered. We spent the rest of the night huddled together, talking too loudly, pretending we weren't terrified. I didn't realize the true horror of what to listen meant until I was trying to fall asleep. We were all in our sleeping bags, the room finally quiet, I heard Sarah whisper my name from across the room. "Megan, are you awake?" I whispered back. "Yeah, what's up?" There was a long pause, and then Sarah's voice, sounding confused, came again. I didn't say anything. A cold knot formed in my stomach. I was tired. I was just hearing things. But then I heard Ben's voice, a perfect imitation, whispering from the direction of the closet where we'd put the board. "She's scared." I looked over at Ben. He was fast asleep, snoring softly. It wasn't him. I lay there, paralyzed by a fear so absolute it felt like it was turning my blood to ice. Ply! I didn't dare move or make a sound. For the rest of the night, I listened. I listened as if practiced. I heard my own voice, a flawless replica, whisper, "I want to go home." I heard Chloe's voice murmur, "I see you." Each phrase was spoken in a soft, experimental tone, like a musician testing the notes of a new instrument. It wasn't a little girl named Lil. It was a mimic, a sound thief. And we had just spent 2 hours giving it a masterclass in our voices, our secrets, our fears. The next morning, we all pretended nothing had happened, but none of us could meet each other's eyes. As my mum drove me home, I stared out the window, the events of the night replaying in my mind. We hadn't just played a game. We had given a key to a thing that had no voice of its own. We had invited it to listen. I never went to another sleepover at Sarah's house. But sometimes, even now, years later, when I'm home alone and the house is quiet, I'll hear it. A faint whisper from another room, in a voice I know all too well. My own. And I know that the thing we met that night is still out there, still listening, and still practicing. Story 2. The Footprint. I was a sophomore in college. A die-hard skeptic armed with a semester of psychology and the unshakable arrogance of an IT hero. I believed Ouija boards were a fascinating study in the ideomotor effect, the subconscious muscle movements of the players. To prove my point for a term paper, I bought one. My plan was simple. Conduct a solo session in my dorm room, record it, and document the complete and utter lack of paranormal activity. The board would remain motionless. My hypothesis would be proven, and I'd get an easy A. The universe, it seems, has a fondness for irony. I set up my experiment on a quiet Tuesday night. My roommate was at the library. The dorm was hushed, and I had my audio recorder running. I placed my fingers lightly on the planchette, feeling a bit ridiculous. "Is anyone there?" I asked the empty room, my voice full of theatrical skepticism. Nothing. I asked again. Still nothing. I tried for 20 minutes, asking questions, trying to coax my subconscious into action. The planchette remained stubbornly still. I was about to pack it in, my theory confirmed, when I had one last stupid idea. I decided to get specific. "All right," I said to the board. "I'm a history major. If there is an intelligent entity present, prove it. Tell me something I don't know. What was the name of the ship that sank off the coast of North Carolina in 1838, losing a shipment of gold?" I had just read a footnote about it in a dense maritime history book. The name was obscure, something I'd never remember without looking it up. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, I felt a faint vibration under my fingertips. The planchette began to move. It was slow, shaky, but it was undeniably moving. It slid across the board, my fingers following its lead, not pushing. I watched, my skepticism warring with a rising sense of disbelief as it spelled out its answer, Pulaski. I snatched my hands back as if the planchette were red hot. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I scrambled for my textbook, my hands shaking. I flipped to the index, found the page. There it was, in black and white. The steamship Pulaski. A chill that had nothing to do with the drafty dorm room window washed over me. It was impossible, a lucky guess. My subconscious had read it and stored it away. It had to be, but the seed of doubt had been planted. I put my fingers back on the planchette, my arrogance replaced by a cold, nervous curiosity. "Who are you?" I asked. The planchette moved much faster this time, with a confident, fluid motion. "I am the keeper of what? Knowledge. I was here before the stones." The answers were so grandiose, so absurd, that my skepticism began to reassert itself. This was just my own mind creating a dramatic narrative. I decided to push it, to ask for something impossible, something that would definitively break the illusion. "Okay, Keeper," I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "If you're so ancient, then show me something. Show me a sign that you're real. Something physical, something I can't explain away." The planchette moved to the center of the board and began to rotate in slow, deliberate circles. Faster and faster it spun, a low, humming sound seeming to emanate from the board itself. It felt like the air in the room was being charged with static electricity. My hair stood on end. Then, with a final, violent jerk, the planchette shot across the board to spell out a single, simple word. "Look." It then slid to goodbye and refused to move again. The humming stopped. The energy in the room dissipated. I sat there, my breath held tight in my chest, and I slowly lifted my head. I scanned the room. Everything was exactly as I had left it. My books were on the desk. My laundry was in the corner. My roommate's perfectly made bed was across the room. There was nothing out of place, nothing physical. A wave of relief, mixed with a strange sense of disappointment, washed over me. It was all a trick of the mind, after all. The build-up, the dramatic tension. It was all me. I stood up, ready to write my paper on the power of psychological suggestion. I took a step towards my desk, and my foot slid on something wet. I looked down, and my world tilted on its axis. There, on the clean, polished linoleum of my dorm room floor, was a single footprint. It wasn't mine. It was the print of a heavy, hobnailed boot, the kind a sailor or a dock worker would have worn in the 19th century. And it was dripping with what looked like salty, muddy water, pooling slightly on the floor. It was sharp, clear, and undeniably real. I stared at it, my mind refusing to make the connection, to accept the impossible. The steamship Pulaski, the gold, the sailor's boot. It had shown me a sign. It had reached across time and reality and left a piece of its world in mine. I never finished that paper. I packed the Ouija board in its box, drove it to a dumpster on the other side of town, and threw it in. I never touched another one again. My skepticism didn't just die that night. It was murdered. Because I know now that the idiomotor effect can't explain everything. It can't explain history. It shouldn't know. And it certainly can't explain a wet, muddy footprint from 1838, peering out of thin air in a second-story dorm room. A chilling, physical souvenir from a conversation I should never have started. Story 3. The tenant under the floor, my sister, Clara, and I, inherited our grandmother's house after she passed. It was a beautiful but neglected farmhouse, filled with memories and a profound, lingering silence. We decided to spend the summer there, cleaning it out, before putting it on the market. It was during a sweltering July heatwave, with the power out and nothing but candlelight to see by, that we found the board. It wasn't a Parker Brothers game. It was a homemade thing, a slab of dark, polished oak with the letters and numbers expertly burned into the wood. It was heavy, and it felt old, ancient. We were grieving, and we were foolish. Who thought it might be a way to connect with her, to say a final goodbye? We sat on the floor of the living room, the old board between us, and asked if our grandmother was there. The planchette, a smooth, heart-shaped piece of the same dark wood, moved immediately. Grandma, we both gasped, tears welling in our eyes. For the next hour, we had a conversation with what we believed was our grandmother's spirit. It spelled out loving messages, inside jokes, and memories only the three of us could have known. It was comforting, healing. We felt a sense of peace we hadn't felt since her funeral. We said our goodbyes, and the planchette moved to goodbye. It felt like a perfect, beautiful closure. But as Clara reached to put the board away, the planchette suddenly shot back to the center of the board. My hand was still resting on it, and I felt a jolt of cold, angry energy. This was different. The gentle, loving presence was gone, replaced by something heavy, aggressive, and deeply resentful. Clara put her hand back on the planchette. "Grandma," she asked, her voice uncertain. The planchette moved with a violent, scraping sound across the board. "Not her. Who is this?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Mine." The word hung in the air between us, thick with a possessive, malevolent energy. "What is yours?" Clara asked. "House. Mine." The planchette began to move erratically, spelling out a stream of angry, disjointed words. "Get out, intruders. Stole my house." It felt like we had stumbled into a private, ancient rage. This wasn't a spirit passing through. This was something that believed it owned the very ground we were sitting on. We tried to say goodbye, but the planchette wouldn't move to the word. Instead, it just slammed back and forth between N and O with a furious, rhythmic thumping. Terrified, we ripped our hands away. The planchette flew off the board and skittered across the room, hitting the far wall with a loud crack. We scrambled to our feet, the beautiful, healing experience shattered, replaced by a raw, primal fear. We had been so focused on contacting our grandmother that we hadn't considered what else might be listening. We hadn't just opened a line. We had crashed a private party. We decided to put the board away and never touch it again. As we sat there in the flickering candlelight, trying to calm our racing hearts, we heard a sound, a soft, rhythmic scratching. It was coming from directly beneath the floorboards we were sitting on. We froze, looking at each other, our eyes wide with a shared, unspoken terror. The scratching grew louder, more frantic, the sound of long nails digging into dry wood. It was moving, pacing back and forth in the crawl space beneath us, following the perimeter of the room. "It's just a raccoon," Clara said, her voice a thin, unconvincing whisper. But we both knew it wasn't. The scratching was too deliberate, too intelligent, and it was angry. We had disturbed it. The thing that had lived here long before our grandmother, the thing that considered this house its own, was awake, and it was furious. The next few days were a living nightmare. The scratching was constant, a never-ending reminder of the resentful presence just inches beneath our feet. At night, it would be joined by a low, guttural muttering, the sound of an ancient, angry voice speaking in a language we couldn't understand. We started finding things in the house. Dead mice left on our pillows. Doors that we had closed and locked would be wide open in the morning, and deep, angry gouges started appearing on the wooden floors, as if something were trying to claw its way up from below. We were no longer cleaning out a house. We were trapped in a cage with a monster we couldn't see. The final night, we were huddled in the kitchen, too scared to sleep, when we decided to look at the board one last time, hoping for a clue, a name, anything. We found it where we'd left it, in a dusty corner of the living room. The planchette, which had hit the far wall, was now back in the center of the board. It had moved on its own, and it had spelled out a single, terrifying message. "Look under the floor." It was a dare, an invitation. Clara and I looked at each other, and then at the small, grated opening to the crawl space in the hallway. Armed with a heavy flashlight and a fireplace poker, my heart hammering against my ribs, I pulled the grate away and shined the light into the darkness. The beam cut through the thick, dusty air, revealing a space filled with dirt, cobwebs, and the ghosts of 100 years. I swept the light across the space, and then I saw it, in the very center of the crawl space, directly beneath the living room. The dirt had been disturbed. There was a series of deep, long furrows, as if someone had been lying on their back, clawing at the floorboards above them for a very, very long time. And lying in the center of those marks was a single, dark oak heart. The planchette. We hadn't just spoken to a tenant who lived under the floor. The board was the tenant, or rather, a prison for it. And when we had used it, we had given it a voice, a connection to our world, and enough strength to begin clawing its way out. We fled the house that night and never returned. The real estate agent called a few weeks later to say that the sale had fallen through. The prospective buyers reported a terrible, angry, scratching sound coming from the walls, and a feeling of being watched by something that hated them. The house is still empty, a monument to an ancient rage we foolishly woke up. Story 4. The geometrician, my roommate, Leo, and I found the Ouija board at a flea market, tucked away in a crate of old, forgotten junk. It was beautiful, unlike any we'd ever seen. It wasn't a board at all, but a perfectly preserved antique star chart. The constellations and zodiac symbols swirling around a circle of hand-painted letters. The planchette was a piece of polished brass, shaped like a comet. We were both film students and self-proclaimed paranormal enthusiasts, and the sheer aesthetic of the thing was too good to pass up. We bought it for $10, thinking it would make a great prop for a student film. That night, a thunderstorm raged outside, trapping us in our small third-floor apartment. It was the perfect atmosphere. We lit some candles, laid the star chart on the floor, and began our session. We weren't expecting much, maybe some spooky vibes, a good story to tell our friends. For the first hour, that's exactly what we got. The brass comet moved, but its answers to our questions were nonsensical. It would spell out what looked like random strings of letters, or trace the outlines of unfamiliar constellations on the chart. It felt less like a conversation and more like we were communicating with something that didn't understand language. Something profoundly alien. Leo, ever the director, started getting frustrated. "This is boring," he said. "If you're real, do something. Give us a sign." As if on cue, the lights in the apartment flickered and died, plunging us into darkness, save for the flickering candlelight, a classic horror movie trope. We both laughed, a little nervously. "Okay, that's a good one," Leo said. "But we need more." The planchette began to move again, faster this time, with a new sense of purpose. It didn't spell letters. It began to trace shapes on the board. A perfect triangle, then a square, then a series of complex, interlocking circles. It was drawing geometry. It moved with a smooth, precise, inhuman confidence. As it traced the shapes on the chart, the candles began to flicker in perfect sync with its movements. When it traced a straight line, the flames would shoot up. When it traced a curve, they would dip low. It's controlling them," I whispered, a knot of genuine fear tightening in my stomach. This was beyond the ideomotor effect. This was a direct physical manifestation. The planchette stopped. It then slid to the letters, one by one, spelling out a message that made no sense. No Nucidi. Before we could even process the word, it darted across the chart to another phrase, one that was much clearer. "Behind you." We both froze, the hair on our necks standing on end. We slowly, reluctantly, turned our head. The wall behind us was covered in shadows, thrown by the dancing candlelight. But one of the shadows was wrong. It wasn't cast by the furniture. It was a perfect, razor-sharp equilateral triangle, blacker than the other shadows, and it was hovering in the middle of the wall. As we watched, paralyzed, the triangle began to shift, its edges folding in on themselves, its angles changing. transforming into a perfect square. It was mirroring the shapes the planchette had drawn. Leo let out a choked sob. He scrambled away from the board, kicking it accidentally in his panic. The brass comet flew off the chart and hit the floor. The moment it broke contact, the lights in the apartment flickered back on with a loud buzz. The shadow on the wall was gone. We sat there in the harsh, fluorescent light, trembling. We had done something. We hadn't contacted a ghost, a demon, or a human spirit. We had contacted something else, something logical, mathematical, and utterly alien. A geometrician from another dimension, a place where shapes and angles were the building blocks of consciousness. And we had invited it into our three-dimensional space. We threw the board in the dumpster that night, but the damage was done. The entity didn't leave when the board was gone. It was here now, an uninvited guest in our reality. The haunting was subtle, but maddeningly persistent. We'd find things in the apartment arranged in perfect geometric patterns. The pens on my desk would be in a perfect circle. The cans in the pantry would be arranged in a pyramid. At night, we'd be woken by a strange, rhythmic tapping on the walls, always in patterns of 3 or 4. The shadows were the worst part. We'd catch them out of the corner of our eyes, a perfectly straight line of shadow where none should be, a square of impossible darkness hovering in a corner. They would vanish the moment we looked directly at them, but we knew they were there. It wasn't trying to scare us. I don't think it understood emotion. It was just observing, studying, reducing our messy, chaotic world to its own cold, perfect logic. Leo moved out a month later. He couldn't take it anymore. He said he kept seeing the world in angles and lines, that he was losing his ability to see faces, only the geometric shapes that made them up. I'm still here. I've learned to live with it, my silent, geometric roommate. But I fear I'm changing, too. Sometimes I close my eyes and I don't see darkness. I see grids, patterns, and the cold, beautiful, terrifying perfection of a shape folding in on itself. I think it's still trying to communicate, to teach me its language. And I'm terrified that one day I'm finally going to understand. Story 5. The Friend Who Stayed. The only time I ever used a Ouija board was when I was 16 years old, a lifetime ago. It was a single, foolish night, fueled by teenage angst and a misplaced sense of adventure. We asked the board if anyone was there, and we got a response. It said its name was a friend. It was kind, reassuring. I was going through a difficult time, feeling isolated and alone, and this friend seemed to understand. It spelled out messages of support, of encouragement. I will help you. You are not alone. I will protect you. It felt like a miracle, a secret confidant who knew all my pain. At the end of the night, my friends slid the planchette to goodbye. But when it was my turn, I hesitated. I didn't want it to leave. I felt a genuine connection to this benevolent presence. When I finally tried to end the session, the planchette resisted. It refused to move to the final word. Instead, it just spelled out, over and over, no, goodbye. My friends got spooked and left, but I wasn't scared. I felt chosen. I quietly packed the board away, a secret smile on my face. I wasn't alone anymore. I had a friend. In the weeks and months that followed, my life began to change, subtly at first, then dramatically. Things just started to go my way. A girl who had been bullying me at school fell down a flight of stairs and broke her arm. A teacher who was about to fail me in chemistry suddenly retired due to a family emergency. When I applied for a competitive scholarship, the frontrunner, a student with a perfect record, was inexplicably disqualified for plagiarism. Every obstacle in my path seemed to just disappear. I felt a secret, guilty thrill. My friend was protecting me. It was keeping its promise. I never touched the board again. I didn't need to. I could feel its presence with me, a constant, quiet hum in the back of my mind, a silent partner in my life. The years went by. I got into a great college, graduated with honors, and landed my dream job at a prestigious architecture firm. My career was a string of meteoric successes. When a colleague was up for the same promotion as me, he was suddenly in a freak car accident, leaving the position wide open for me. It was a tragedy, of course, but a small, dark part of me knew the truth. My friend was still helping, but there was a dark side to its protection. My personal life was a wasteland. Every time I got close to someone, something would happen. A serious girlfriend I was planning to propose to suddenly broke up with me, saying she felt a suffocating presence in our apartment and couldn't be around me anymore. My best friend, a man I'd known since childhood, cut off all contact after his dog viciously attacked him, but only when he was at my house. One by one, everyone I cared about was surgically, efficiently removed from my life. My friend's protection was becoming a form of isolation. It didn't want to share. The full, horrifying truth didn't dawn on me until I was in my late 30s. I was successful, wealthy, and profoundly, achingly alone. I was living in a beautiful, sterile apartment that felt more like a cage. One night, I was cleaning out my parents' attic, and I found it. The old Ouija board, still in its tattered box. My hands trembled as I opened it. The board looked just as I remembered, but the planchette wasn't where I had left it. All those years ago, I had left it in the center of the board, on the letter G. Now, it was sitting at the top of the board, pointing to a single word. Yes, a cold dread, colder and deeper than any I had ever known, washed over me. It hadn't been dormant. It hadn't been a passive presence. It had been active all this time. Every success, every failure, every relationship that had withered and dyed it had been an active participant. This wasn't protection. It was a systematic pruning, a jealous and possessive entity curating my life, ensuring that it would be the only one left in it. I finally understood the bargain I had made as a lonely 16-year-old. I had asked for a friend, and I had gotten one, a permanent one, a silent, invisible parasite that had attached itself to my life, feeding on my successes, while starving me of any real human connection. It had given me everything I thought I wanted, and in return, it had taken everything that truly mattered. I tried to get rid of it. I hired paranormal investigators, priests, spiritual healers. They all left my apartment looking pale and shaken, telling me the same thing. There was nothing they could do. The connection was too old, too deep. It wasn't a haunting, it was a symbiosis. So now, I live in my cage. I have a successful career, a beautiful home, and no one to share it with. I am utterly, completely alone, except for the one constant in my life, the friend who stayed. I don't use the board anymore. I don't need to. I know it's listening, and sometimes, in the dead of night, when the silence of my empty apartment is most profound, I will hear a faint, dry, scraping sound from the closet where I keep the old, locked chest. It's the sound of the planchette sliding across the board, spelling out the only message it has for me now, a constant, loving, terrifying reminder of our unbreakable bond. Mine. Welcome to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. We trust the flashing blue and red lights, the calm voice over the radio, the shield on their chest. We see them as bastions of safety in the dark. But what happens when they are the ones who are alone? When the darkness they patrol begins to stare back. Tonight we ride along on 5 of the most terrifying, allegedly true encounters ever experienced by police officers on solo patrol. These are the calls that dispatch can't prepare you for, the moments where the badge offers no protection. We begin with a routine call to a quiet suburban street, a call that was anything but Story 1. The static caller on Stillwater Lane. The call came in at 2:17 a.m., the deadest hour of the graveyard shift. Dispatcher's voice, usually a steady, calming drone, had a slight tremor. Unit 34. Respond to a 911 domestic disturbance at 112 Stillwater Lane. Female caller sounds distraught. Line is open, but she's no longer speaking. It sounded routine. Tragic, but routine. Stillwater Lane was at the edge of my patrol zone. A newish development that had died on the vine, leaving a handful of occupied houses surrounded by empty lots and skeletal frames of unfinished homes. It was a place that always felt like it was holding its breath. As I turned my cruiser onto the street, my headlights cut through the thick, soupy fog, illuminating a single house at the very end of a cul-de-sac. 112. All the lights were off. That was the first red flag. In a heated domestic, the house is usually lit up like a Christmas tree. I parked a few houses down and approached on foot, my hand resting on the butt of my service weapon. The silence was absolute. No shouting, no crying, no sounds of a struggle. Just the soft crunch of my boots on the pavement and the distant hum of the highway. The house itself was a 2-story colonial, neat and tidy, with a perfectly manicured lawn that looked almost black in the moonlight. The front door was slightly ajar. Red flag number 2, Sheriff's Department, I announced, my voice sounding unnaturally loud. Is everything all right in there? No response. I pushed the door open. The air that flowed out was cold and sterile, like a morgue. But my flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a living room that looked like it was staged for a magazine. The furniture was immaculate, the pillows perfectly fluffed. Not a single thing was out of place. There was no sign of a disturbance, no hint of violence. The only thing wrong was a single old-fashioned rotary phone lying on its side on a small end table, the receiver dangling a few inches from the floor. From it, a faint, rhythmic static hissed into the silent room. This had to be the source of the 911 call. "Ma'am," I called out, stepping inside. "Sir, this is the sheriff's department." A woman appeared at the top of the stairs. She was silhouetted against the darkness of the upper floor, a tall, slender figure in a simple nightgown. "He's upstairs," she said, her voice a flat, emotionless monotone. "He gets loud." There was no fear in her voice, no anger, no distress. Just a profound, chilling emptiness. She didn't move, just stood there, watching me. I felt a cold dread begin to seep into my bones. The entire scene was wrong, a fractured diorama of a domestic call. "Ma'am, I need you to come down here so we can talk," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "He's in the bedroom." "At the end of the hall," she repeated, as if I hadn't spoken. "You should go see him." My training screamed at me to get her out of the house, to wait for backup. But the woman was impassive, and the situation, while deeply unsettling, had no visible threat. I had to clear the house. "Stay right there, ma'am," I ordered, and began to ascend the stairs, my light held high, my heart hammering against my ribs. The upstairs was as sterile as the ground floor. 3 doors led off the hallway. 2 were closed. The one at the very end was open, spilling a deeper darkness into the hall. The air grew colder with every step I took, my breath pluming in front of my face. The woman remained at the top of the stairs, a silent statue. I reached the open door and swept my light inside. It was a master bedroom, as immaculate as the rest of the house. A large bed, perfectly made, a dresser with nothing on it. The closet door was closed. The room was empty. There was no one here. A wave of confusion and anger washed over me. What kind of sick game was this? I turned back to the woman. "Ma'am, there's no one here. I need you too." She was gone. The top of the stairs was empty. I keyed my radio. "Dispatch, this is Unit 34. The house at 112 is clear. Female party is no longer on scene. Can you confirm the source of that 911 call? Did you hear a voice?" The reply from dispatch sealed my fate. -34. We never heard a voice. The call was pure static from an open line. Sounded almost like crying if you listened long enough. And 34, be advised, our system shows that property has been vacant for 3 years. The previous family, they just disappeared one night. The house is owned by the bank. My blood turned to ice. As I processed her words, I heard a sound that made my heart stop. A soft, definitive click from downstairs. The sound of the front door closing and the deadbolt sliding home. I was trapped. I spun around, weapon drawn, and sprinted down the stairs. The front door was locked tight. I threw my shoulder against it, but it wouldn't budge. Panic began to set in, hot and suffocating. Then the static started. It wasn't just coming from the phone anymore. It was coming from everywhere. From the vents in the floor, from the walls, from the empty rooms upstairs. A low, hissing chorus that grew in volume, filling the house with its deafening, electronic shriek. And then it began to form words. It was a mimicry, a grotesque playback of my own voice, twisted and layered. Dispatch, this is Unit 34. The static rasped, the words crackling with malevolent energy. The house is clear. I realized the horrifying truth. The house itself was the entity, the 911 call, the static that sounded like crying, the spectral woman. It was all a lure, a carefully constructed trap to get someone inside. It had been listening, learning, and now it was toying with me. I backed away from the door, my flashlight beam dancing wildly around the pristine, perfect room. The shadows in the corners seemed to be deepening, stretching, coalescing. The static voice spoke again, this time mimicking the dispatcher. Negative 34. The house is owned by the bank. It was a nightmare given form. I smashed a window with the butt of my flashlight and scrambled out, cutting myself on the jagged glass. I didn't stop running until I reached my cruiser, my breath coming in ragged, terrified sobs. I looked back at the house. It was dark, silent, and still, as if nothing had ever happened. But I knew what it was. It was a predator wearing the skin of a house, using our own technology as its bait. I never took another solo patrol on Stillwater Lane, and sometimes, when the radio goes quiet, I can still hear that faint, rhythmic hiss, the sound of something ancient and hungry, pretending to cry. Story 2. The Weeping Engine at mile marker 81. The graveyard shift on a county highway is 99% boredom and 1% sheer, unexplainable terror. For 5 years, I'd mostly lived in the 99%. Then came the night I hit the 1%. I was patrolling the I-17, a lonely stretch of blacktop that cuts through a vast, empty expanse of the Arizona desert. The kind of place where the stars feel close enough to touch, and your own headlights are the only proof that the world still exists. The call came over the radio around 3 a.m. It wasn't from dispatch. It was a panicked trucker on an open channel. There's a car, stopped in the middle of the northbound lane, near mile marker 81. No lights on. I almost hit it. Thing is, it sounds like it's crying. I radioed dispatch to let them know I was responding, though the crying part sounded like a classic case of a road-weary trucker's imagination. Still, a disabled vehicle in a live lane was a death trap. I hit my lights and accelerated, the strobes painting the desolate landscape in frantic flashes of red and blue. As I approached mile marker 81, I saw it, a vintage sedan, maybe a 70s model, a boat of a car, sitting perfectly straddling the two northbound lanes. Its paint was a dull, matte black, seeming to absorb the light from my strobes, rather than reflect it. No lights, no hazard flashes, just a dark, silent monolith on the asphalt. The trucker was gone, having wisely continued on his way. I pulled up behind it, angling my cruiser to create a partial roadblock, and hit it with my main spotlight. The car was in pristine condition, not a speck of dust or rust on it, which was bizarre for a vehicle of its age. The windows were tinted so dark they were practically opaque. I ran the plates. No record found. Standard, I got out of my cruiser, the dry desert wind whipping at my uniform. As I got closer, I heard it. The trucker wasn't crazy. It was a low, mournful sound, like a woman weeping softly, but it was mechanical. It was a muffled, rhythmic sob that seemed to be coming from the engine block itself. The sound vibrated through the soles of my boots, a deep, sorrowful thrum that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Hello," I called out, my hand on my weapon. "Is anyone in there? This is the state police. You need to move your vehicle." There was no reply. The weeping continued unabated. I approached the driver's side door, my flashlight beam trying in vain to pierce the tinted window. I couldn't see a thing. I rapped my knuckles on the glass. "Police, open the door." The weeping stopped. The sudden silence was somehow more terrifying than the sound had been. I held my breath, listening. A slow, deliberate click echoed from inside as the door lock disengaged. My heart hammered. Was the occupant injured, unresponsive? I cautiously tried the handle. The door swung open with a smooth, silent motion. The interior of the car was as immaculate as the exterior. Black leather seats, a polished dashboard, and it was completely empty. No driver, no passengers, no keys in the ignition. There was no one here. I swept my flashlight across the empty seats, my mind racing. A prank, a stolen car left as a joke. But that didn't explain the weeping sound or the unlocked door. I leaned in, a cold dread washing over me. The air inside the car was frigid, carrying a faint metallic scent, like old blood and ozone. There was something carved into the leather of the driver's seat. It was a single, crudely etched word, hungry. I recoiled, pulling my head out of the car. That's when all the doors, all at once, slammed shut with a concussive boom that echoed across the desert. I stumbled back, my hand flying to my weapon. I was locked out. Then the weeping started again, but it was different now. It wasn't sorrowful. It was a guttural, angry sobbing, the sound of a predator feigning injury. And it was getting louder, the whole car beginning to vibrate with the intensity of the sound. My radio crackled to life. It was dispatch. Unit 28, we're getting a call from your radio. We can't make out what you're saying. It sounds like sobbing. My blood ran cold. I wasn't touching my radio. I looked at my shoulder mic. The transmit button wasn't pressed. I looked back at the black car. The weeping intensified, and through my own radio, I could hear a distorted, mechanical mimicry of it. The car was broadcasting. It was using my frequency. Then The car's headlights snapped on, two beams of brilliant, piercing white light that pinned me in their glare. The engine roared to life, not the sound of a combustion engine, but a deep, organic shriek, a sound of raw, unadulterated rage. The tires spun, kicking up asphalt and smoke, and the car lurched forward, accelerating with impossible speed. It wasn't driving away from me, it was coming for me. I scrambled back towards my cruiser, drawing my weapon and firing 3 rounds into the windshield of the oncoming vehicle. The bullets sparked and ricocheted off the glass, as if it were armor-plated. The car didn't slow. The weeping shriek grew into a deafening roar. I dove behind my cruiser just as the black sedan plowed into its side with a sickening crunch of metal. The impact threw me to the ground. My head struck the pavement, and my vision swam. Dazed, I looked up to see the black car, its engine still screaming, pushing my patrol car sideways across the highway, as easily as if it were a child's toy. It ground my cruiser against the guardrail, sparks flying, metal groaning in protest. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The black car's engine cut out. The headlights died. It reversed slowly, disengaging from the wreckage of my cruiser, and sat silently in the middle of the road for a long moment. Then, with a final, soft, mechanical sob, it simply faded. It didn't drive away. It became transparent, like a heat haze, and then it was gone. I was left alone in the wreckage, with the smell of ozone in the air and the ghost of a weeping engine echoing in my ears. They found me an hour later, dazed and incoherent. They called it a hit and run, a phantom vehicle. They couldn't explain how my cruiser was totaled, or why my radio had broadcasted nothing but what sounded like a woman crying. But I knew it wasn't a car. It was a trap, a predator that haunts the loneliest roads, using a sound of sorrow to lure in the compassionate. And I know it's still out there, at mile marker 81, waiting in the darkness, weeping, and so very hungry. Story 3, Unit 734, in the Carver Building. Of all the calls you can get on midnights, a silent alarm at the old Carver mannequin's warehouse is the one that makes the hair on your arms stand up before you even leave the station. The Carver Building was a 4-story brick monolith in the city's abandoned industrial sector, a place where the streetlights had burned out years ago, and the only sounds were the wind whistling through broken windows. It had been shuttered since the 70s, but the owner, some eccentric old trust fund kid, kept the power on and the alarm system active. We got calls there a few times a year. Usually, it was just a rat tripping a motion sensor. This time was different. I was the only unit close enough to respond. I pulled up to the massive chain-link fence, cut the lock as per protocol, and drove my cruiser into the sprawling, cracked asphalt parking lot. The building loomed over me, a dark shape against a starless, light-polluted sky. The alarm was silent, but a single, grimy window on the 3rd floor was lit with a faint, flickering amber glow. I went in through a side maintenance door, my boots crunching on broken glass. The air inside was thick with the smell of dust, decay, and a faint, cloying scent of old plastic. My flashlight beam cut a nervous path through the cavernous ground floor. It was a forest of silent, motionless figures, hundreds of them, mannequins in every shape and size, some fully assembled, some just torsos on stands, some just a pile of dismembered limbs. They were all turned away from me, facing the far wall, as if in silent prayer. The flickering light was coming from upstairs. I keyed my radio, my voice a low murmur. "Dispatch, I'm inside," making my way to the 3rd floor. Place is quiet. The last part was an understatement. The silence was heavy, oppressive. The stairs were metal, and my footsteps echoed unnervingly through the vast space. The 2nd floor was more of the same, an army of plastic figures, all facing away. As I reached the 3rd floor, the amber light grew stronger, casting long, dancing shadows. The light was coming from a large showroom at the end of the hall. The door was ajar. I pushed it open and froze. This room was different. B in the center. A single bare bulb flickered erratically, the source of the light. But it wasn't the light that held me captive. It was the mannequins. There were about 24 of them in this room, arranged in a large inward-facing circle. And in the very center of that circle was a single, freshly assembled mannequin. It was a police officer, my exact height, my build, wearing a uniform identical to mine, right down to the unit number on the shoulder patch, 734. I felt a wave of nausea. This was a prank, a sick, elaborate prank. Someone had broken in, set this up. "Police, anyone in here? Show yourself now," I yelled, my voice cracking. The only response was the frantic buzz and flicker of the light bulb. I cautiously approached the circle. The mannequins were all standard, blank-faced models, except for the one in the center. It had no face. The head was a smooth, featureless ovoid of polished white plastic. I reached out a trembling hand and touched the name tag on its chest. It was blank. I looked closer at the uniform. It was real. Real fabric, real patches, a real duty belt with a plastic molded replica of my sidearm. Where did they get this? That's when the light bulb went out, plunging the room into absolute darkness. My heart seized. I fumbled for my flashlight, my thumb slipping on the switch. I could hear a sound in the dark, a soft, wet scraping sound. The sound of plastic dragging on concrete. It was coming from the circle. My flashlight flickered on, and I aimed it at the center. The cop mannequin was gone. The space in the middle of the circle was empty. "Dispatch. I have an intruder, 3rd floor." I whispered into my radio, backing away towards the door. Possible 10 to 31 in progress. The scraping sound came again, closer this time, from my left. I swung the beam. A mannequin that had been part of the circle was now standing a few feet away from its original position. Its head was slowly, jerkily turning to face me. My blood ran cold. Then, from my right, another scrape. Another mannequin had moved. They were closing the circle. on me. I backed out of the room, not taking my eyes off the shuffling figures. I slammed the door shut and sprinted down the hallway, my mind screaming. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't human. I fumbled for the stairwell door, my hands shaking. I glanced over my shoulder. At the far end of the hall, a figure was standing. The cop mannequin. It was just standing there, its featureless head tilted to one side. As I watched, a thin black line appeared on its face, splitting it vertically. The line widened, cracking open with a sound like snapping plastic. It was forming a mouth. I didn't wait to see what came next. I bolted down the stairs, taking them two at a time. The sounds of scraping and shuffling echoed from the third floor, growing in number. It sounded like an army was on the move. I reached the ground floor and ran for the exit, weaving through the maze of silent, watching figures. I burst out into the cold night air, gasping, my lungs burning. I didn't stop until I was inside my cruiser, locking the doors. I looked back at the warehouse. The faint amber light was gone from the third floor window. In its place, standing perfectly still, was the silhouette of a police officer. My silhouette. It raised a hand in a slow, deliberate wave. Backup arrived 10 minutes later. They found the warehouse exactly as I had left it, on the ground floor, quiet, still and filled with mannequins facing the wall. They found the showroom on the third floor, but the circle was gone. The mannequins were scattered randomly. There was no cop mannequin. They found nothing. They called it a stress-induced hallucination, a trick of the mind in a creepy place. But they couldn't explain one thing. On the blank name tag of one of the mannequins in the showroom, someone had scratched a single word, my last name. I transferred out of that precinct the next week. I couldn't shake the feeling that something in that warehouse had seen me, studied me, and made a copy. And I knew with a certainty that chills me to this day that its blank, featureless face was no longer empty. It was waiting for the day it could step outside and become Unit 734 for real. Story 4. Evidence tag 11 to 38. The Blackwood Mirror, the safest place in the world, is supposed to be a police station. It's a fortress of concrete and steel, filled with armed officers. But I learned that some evidence never stops being active. Some things you can put in a bag and seal in a locker, but you can't ever truly contain them. I was working a late-night shift as the desk sergeant, which mostly meant mountains of paperwork and keeping an eye on the drunk tank. Around 4 a.m., the silence was so thick you could hear the fluorescent lights hum. That's when I heard a faint sound coming from the back, from the direction of the evidence locker. It was a soft, melodic tune, like a child's music box. I figured it was my mind playing tricks on me, but it persisted. A delicate, tinkling melody that was completely out of place in the sterile environment of a police station. Annoyed and a little unnerved, I went to check it out. The evidence room was a climate-controlled vault with rows of steel shelving, each crammed with sealed bags and boxes. a library of the city's misery. The music was definitely coming from inside. I pinpointed the source to a large, sealed evidence locker, locker 11 to 38. The tag on the outside was for an old, cold case, the Blackwood case, a family of 4 who vanished from their home a decade ago. No bodies, no suspects, no signs of a struggle. They just ceased to exist. The only piece of evidence recovered from the otherwise empty house was a large, ornate, antique mirror with a blackened silver frame. That was what was in the locker. The music was coming from the mirror. I pressed my ear against the cold steel of the locker door. The tune was clearer now, a haunting, familiar lullaby. It was Hush, Little Baby. There was no logical explanation. The mirror was just a mirror. It had no mechanical parts, yet the sound was undeniable. My curiosity got the better of my judgment. I used the master key to open the locker. Inside, the mirror was shrouded in a thick evidence bag. As soon as the door was open, the music stopped. Silence returned. I told myself it must have been a sound from the vents, an auditory illusion. But I had to be sure. I carefully lifted the mirror out. It was heavier than it looked, and the frame was cold, unnaturally so, like a piece of ice. I set it on the processing table, and, against every regulation in the book, I unsealed the bag and pulled the shroud off. The mirror's surface was dark, almost like black glass, and it didn't reflect the harsh, fluorescent lights of the room properly. The reflection it cast was dim, muted, and distorted at the edges, as if I were looking into a pool of still, black water. I stared at my own reflections. I looked tired, my uniform slightly rumpled, but as I watched, my reflection blinked. I hadn't. I stood frozen, my heart starting to pound. My reflection smiled, a wide, slow, unnatural grin. I wasn't smiling. I stumbled back, my hand reaching for my radio. This was impossible. A hallucination. I was sleep-deprived. I looked back at the mirror. My reflection was normal again. Just a tired cop staring back with wide, fearful eyes. But the room reflected behind him. It was different. In the reflection, the evidence locker I had just opened was closed and locked. The shelves were subtly different. Items arranged in a slightly altered order. And standing in the reflection, just behind my shoulder, was a little girl in a white dress, holding a teddy bear. She couldn't have been more than 7 years old. She was pale, with large, dark eyes, and she was staring directly at me. I spun around. The room was empty. There was no one there. I looked back at the mirror. She was still there in the reflection, standing right behind my reflected self. She raised a small hand and pressed it against the glass from the inside. My blood ran cold. This was Emily Blackwood, the youngest daughter from the vanished family. I recognized her from the case file photos. The lullaby started again, soft and clear, coming from the girl in the mirror. She opened her mouth, but it was the music box melody that came out. Her eyes never left mine, and they were filled with a terrible, ancient sadness. Then my reflection moved on its own. It turned its head slowly to look at the little girl. It reached out and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. The reflection of me then looked back at Mitha, real Nyand. Its expression was no longer my own. It was one of cold, possessive triumph. It raised its other hand and pressed its palm against the glass, perfectly mirroring the little girl's. "It's not a window," a voice whispered in my ear. I spun around, weapon drawn. The room was still empty. The voice had been in my own head. "It's a cage." I looked back at the mirror. The reflection of the room was darkening, the details fading into shadow. The only things clearly visible were my doppelganger and the little girl, and behind them other figures were beginning to emerge from the gloom. The rest of the Blackwood family, they weren't ghosts, they were prisoners, and my reflection was their warden. I finally understood. The mirror didn't show you ghosts. It showed you a copy of the world, a slightly different one, where it had trapped the souls of those who stared into it for too long. The Blackwood family hadn't vanished. They'd been taken, and now it had a copy of me. My reflection's triumphant smile widened. It mouthed a single, silent word at me through the glass. "Soon, bye." Through the shroud back over the mirror, the fabric feeling flimsy and useless against the horror it contained. I sealed it, put it back in the locker, and slammed the door shut, locking it tight. The music stopped. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? They'd think I was crazy, that I'd finally cracked under the pressure of the job. But I know what I saw. I know that somewhere in a dark, reflected version of my own station, a copy of me is standing guard over a family of lost souls, waiting. I don't look in mirrors anymore. I can't, because I'm terrified that one day I'll blink, and the man staring back at me won't, and I'll know my cage is ready. Story 5. Dead Air on Ridgeback Mountain. Every rookie learns the first rule of the mountain patrol. Do unlisten to the dead air on the radio. Up on Ridgeback Mountain, where the logging roads are treacherous and cell service is a myth, your radio is your only lifeline. But there are dead spots, whole channels that are nothing but static. The old-timers tell you to stay off them. They say that sometimes the static talks back. I thought it was just a spooky story to haze the new guys. I was wrong. I was on a solo patrol, a routine check of the abandoned ranger station at the peak of Ridgeback. It was a cold, clear November night, the kind where the silence is so deep it has a sound of its own. My cruiser's engine was a low rumble against the immense quiet of the ancient forest. About halfway up the winding road, my radio started acting up. The main channel was fading in and out, lost in a sea of static. Frustrated, I started cycling through the channels, looking for a clearer signal to check in with dispatch. I landed on channel 13. It was supposed to be a dead channel, reserved for emergency services and never used. It was pure, hissing static. I was about to switch off it when I heard it, a voice buried deep in the hiss. "Anyone copy? This is Unit 14. Request backup." The voice was weak, broken up by static, but it was unmistakably a cop's voice, calm under pressure. My heart jumped. Unit 14. That call sign hadn't been used in 20 years. Not since Deputy Frank Miller and his cruiser vanished without a trace somewhere on this very mountain. They'd searched for months, but never found him, his car, or any sign of foul play. He just disappeared. Pack grabbed my mic. This is Unit 28. I copy. What is your location? Unit 14. The static hissed for a long moment. Then the voice returned, a little clearer. Old logging road, off the main path. He's still here, watching. Please, hurry. My blood ran cold. Was this a recording? Some kind of freak atmospheric event, causing a radio echo from 2 decades ago? Or was Frank Miller somehow alive, trapped all this time? I had to find out. Stay on the line. 14. I'm on my way, I said, my voice tight. I turned the cruiser onto a barely visible, overgrown logging road, the one mentioned in Miller's old case file as his last known route. The branches of ancient pines scraped against the sides of the car, their needles whispering against the glass. The voice on the radio guided me. Keep coming, past the old oak that looks like a hand. Take the left fork. Every detail was perfect. The landmarks were exactly as described in the reports I'd studied as a rookie. I passed the gnarled oak, its branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. I took the left fork, the road deteriorating into a muddy track. The air grew heavy, and a thick fog began to roll in, swallowing my headlights. I'm getting close, Frank, I said, using his name without thinking. Just hang on. The voice came back, but something about it had changed. It was smoother, less broken by static, and it had an odd, melodic quality. Almost here, so close. We've been waiting for so long. A chill crawled up my spine. Frank, who's with you? The radio was silent for a moment, except for the low hiss. Then the voice spoke again, but it wasn't Frank's voice anymore. It was a perfect mimicry of my own. This is Unit 28. I copy. What is your location? Unit 14. I slammed on the brakes, the cruiser skidding in the mud. My blood turned to ice. It was playing back my own transmission. This wasn't a rescue. It was a lure. The voice continued, shifting, morphing. It became the voice of my dispatcher, then my captain, then my wife. Each one perfectly mimicked, each one calling me deeper into the woods. Come on, honey, just a little further. It's safe here. I threw the cruiser into reverse, my heart hammering against my ribs. But the muddy road betrayed me. The tires spun uselessly, digging themselves deeper into the muck. I was stuck. The radio fell silent. The engine of my cruiser sputtered and died. I was plunged into absolute terrifying silence, trapped in a coffin of steel and glass, surrounded by an impenetrable fog. Then I heard a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping on the roof of the cruiser. Tap, tap, tap. I looked up, but saw nothing but the fog pressing against the windshield. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate. Then it moved to the driver's side window. Tap, 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 right next to my head. I drew my weapon, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. I refused to look. I just stared straight ahead into the white abyss of the fog. A voice whispered right outside the glass. It wasn't coming from the radio now. It was real, and it was a chorus of all the voices it had mimicked, all speaking in unison. Let us in. It's cold out here. Then I saw it, a shape pressing against the fogged-up window. Not a hand. It was too long, with too many joints. It was pale and thin, like a bleached branch, and it tapped, tapped, tapped against the glass with a single sharp talon. I didn't scream. I couldn't. All I could do was sit there, frozen in terror, as more shapes began to coalesce out of the fog surrounding the cruiser. Tall, impossibly thin figures moving with a silent, fluid grace. They had no faces, just smooth, pale heads that tilted and twitched as they inspected their catch. And from them I could hear a low, chittering whisper collage of every radio transmission they had ever ensnared. A ghost chorus of lost voices. I don't know how long I sat there, trapped. It felt like an eternity. But as the first faint hint of dawn began to break, tinting the fog a pale gray, they simply faded. They dissolved back into the mist, and the fog itself slowly receded, as if it were a curtain being drawn back. I was alone. I got the cruiser started and managed to get it out of the mud. I never looked back. I reported that I'd gotten stuck and my radio had malfunctioned. They never believed my full story, but the old-timers knew. They just nodded, their eyes filled with a grim understanding. I know what happened to Deputy Frank Miller. He answered the call. He followed the voice, and he joined the chorus. I was lucky. I got stuck. But sometimes, late at night when I'm driving those lonely roads, I still switch to Channel 13. I don't know why. Maybe to prove to myself it was real, and I listen to the dead air. And sometimes, buried deep in the static, I hear a new voice, a terrified cop calling for backup, a perfect mimicry of me. And I know the trap is set again. The Appalachian Trail, over 2,000 miles of breathtaking beauty, a testament to the wild, untamed soul of America. But beneath this serene canopy, unimaginable terror can unfold. Welcome, dwellers of the dark, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. Tonight, we're stepping off the beaten path and into a world of survival horror. These aren't campfire tales. They are documented, chilling accounts of what happens when the wilderness fights back. We are diving into 5 real-life nightmares, tales of survival where nature and the things that hide within it proved to be the ultimate villain. Before you lace up those hiking boots and hit the trail, you need to hear these stories. You will never look at a solitary path the same way again. Story 1. The stillness. My brother Leo was a creature of the trail. He looked for the burn in his lungs, the ache in his legs, the profound, soul-cleansing solitude of the deep woods. When he set out to hike a remote, notoriously difficult section of the Appalachian Trail in Maine's 100-mile wilderness. None of us were worried. He was more at home out there than he was in his own apartment. His plan was simple. 7 days, solo, from Monson to Applebridge. He had the best gear, years of experience, and the kind of quiet confidence that only comes from a deep, intimate respect for the wild. He packed his bag, kissed our mum on the cheek, and walked into the woods. He never walked out. The first few days of the official search were a blur of false hope and mounting dread. The search and rescue teams were the best in the business. But the terrain was unforgiving, a labyrinth of dense forest, sudden bogs, and granite-faced ridges. They found his first campsite, exactly where it should have been, the ashes of his fire cold but undisturbed. They found his second and his third. He was following his itinerary perfectly. On the 4th day, they found his pack. It was sitting in the middle of the trail, neatly packed with his tent, sleeping bag, and food all accounted for. The only thing missing was Leo. The trail around the pack was a mess of undisturbed leaf litter. There were no footprints leading away, no signs of a struggle, no drag marks. It was as if he had been plucked from the sky. The official search was called off after 2 weeks, the case going cold. My brother becoming another statistic, another soul swallowed by the unforgiving wilderness. But I couldn't accept that. I had to know. A month later, armed with his maps and a foolish, grief-fueled courage, I went looking for him myself. I started at his last known campsite, following the trail deeper into the 100-mile wilderness. The first day was just a long, sad walk. Every familiar bend in the trail a painful reminder of the hikes we had taken together. The second day, I reached the spot where his pack had been found, and that's when the world began to feel wrong. A profound, unnatural silence descended. It wasn't just quiet. It was a complete absence of sound, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. The air grew heavy, still, and cold, and a strange, coppery scent, like old pennies, filled my lungs. I pushed on, my every instinct screaming at me to turn back. The trail ahead began to change. The vibrant greens and browns of the forest started to fade, the colors leaching away until the world was a monochromatic landscape of gray and black. The trees themselves looked sick, their bark peeling, their branches gnarled into skeletal, grasping shapes. It felt like I had stepped out of the living world and into a dead, silent photograph of it. I walked for what felt like hours through this dead, grey world. The only sound, the frantic thumping of my own heart. And then I saw them, the statues. At first, I thought they were strange rock formations, but as I drew closer, my blood turned to ice. They were animals. A deer, its head raised, its body frozen mid-stride. A fox, its teeth bared in a silent, eternal snarl. A great horned owl, its wings spread, perched on a branch, its feathers as hard and grey as granite. They weren't carved from stone. They were stone, petrified, caught in their last moment of life by some unseen, terrible force. My mind reeled. Some kind of localized geological event, a chemical leak. but there was no smell of sulfur, no sign of a volcanic eruption. There was only the silence, the grey, and the statues of the dead. I stumbled forward, my legs weak with terror, and then I saw him, Leo. He was sitting at the base of a massive grey oak tree, his back against the trunk. He was looking up, a faint, peaceful smile on his face, and he was made of stone. His skin was the color of slate, his clothes the texture of rough granite. He was a perfect, life-sized statue of my brother, caught in a moment of quiet contemplation. I fell to my knees, a scream tearing from my throat, but the silent, grey world swallowed it whole. I couldn't understand. I couldn't process the sheer, impossible horror of it. I reached out a trembling hand to touch his face, and his stone skin was cold, hard, and real. As my fingers brushed against his cheek, a sound, the first sound I had heard in hours, echoed through the dead forest. It was a low, resonant humming, a deep, guttural thrum that seemed to come from the very earth beneath me, from the roots of the grey trees themselves. The humming grew louder, and the ground began to vibrate. I scrambled back, my eyes locked on the stone form of my brother, and as I watched, horrified, a thin, black, tar-like substance began to seep from the base of the oak tree. It wasn't sap. It was thick, oily, and it moved with a slow, deliberate purpose. It crept towards my brother's stone form, and as it touched his foot, the stone began to soften, to dissolve, the granite foot becoming a grey, viscous slurry that was slowly absorbed into the earth. I finally understood the forest. This part of it was a predator, a vast, patient, geological carnivore. It didn't hunt with teeth and claws. It hunted with silence. It would lure its victims in, petrify them with some unknown, terrible power, and then, slowly, over days, weeks, years, it would digest them, leaching the minerals, the life, the very essence of them back into its cold, grey roots. I wasn't in a forest. I was in the stomach of a beast, and it was dinner time. The humming intensified, and I could feel a strange, creeping numbness in my own limbs. My fingers were tingling, my feet growing heavy, cold. The petrification process, the silent, terrible attack, had already begun. I turned and ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until the color rushed back into the world, until the sounds of the living forest were a symphony in my ears. I never looked back. I know what the official report says. My brother is missing, but I know where he is. He's still there, in the silent, grey heart of the 100-mile wilderness, slowly, peacefully, being digested by a forest that hungers for stone. Story 2. The Whistler, the Appalachian Trail, has a way of stripping you down to your essential self. After a messy divorce and losing my job in the same month, I needed that. I needed the raw, punishing simplicity of the trail. I set out from Springer Mountain, heading north, a man with nothing but a backpack and a heavy heart. For the first 200 miles, the trail was my therapist, its relentless climbs and beautiful vistas slowly healing the raw wounds of my life. I met other hikers, shared stories, felt a sense of community I hadn't felt in years. Then, in the deep, isolated woods of North Carolina, near a place called the Nantahala Gorge, I started to realize I was being followed. It wasn't a person, or at least it didn't start that way. It was a sound, a whistle, a simple two-note descending melody, like a bird call I'd never heard before. Wee-oo-oh. It was faint at first, coming from deep in the woods, always from my left side. I'd stop, listen, but it would be gone. I'm an amateur bird watcher, and I couldn't place the call. It was beautiful, haunting, and deeply, unnervingly consistent. For 3 days, it was my constant companion. Always the same 2 notes, always from the woods to my left. It never got closer, never got further away. It was pacing me. I started to feel a prickle of unease. Animals are creatures of habit, but this was too perfect, too robotic. It was like a recording, playing on a loop, just for me. On the 4th day, the game changed. I was making camp for the night, setting up my tent near a small, rushing creek. As the sun began to dip below the ridge, the whistling started. But this time, it wasn't the simple two-note call. It was a song, a complex, intricate, and achingly familiar melody. It was the lullaby my mother used to sing to me when I was a child, a song I hadn't heard in 30 years. It was whistled with a perfect, eerie clarity, each note a flawless replica of a memory I had long since buried. My blood ran cold. I dropped my cookpot, my hands shaking. I scanned the dense, darkening woods around me. Who's there? I called out, my voice a pathetic, trembling thing. The whistling stopped. A profound silence fell, broken only by the gurgle of the creek. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by my fire, a heavy rock in my hand, my eyes wide, my ears straining, listening. The whistler was not a bird. It was not a recording. It was intelligent. It had been in my head. It had plucked a memory from the deepest, most protected part of my soul and thrown it back at me. It wasn't just following me. It was studying me. The next day, I packed up and practically ran down the trail. My goal no longer to find peace, but to find people, to find civilization. The whistling followed. All day it tormented me. It whistled my favorite song from college. It whistled the tune from a stupid commercial I had been humming a few days before. It was a constant auditory assault, a psychological attack designed to unnerve me, to break me. That evening, I stumbled into a lean-to shelter, exhausted and terrified, grateful to see 2 other hikers already there, a young, friendly couple from Ohio. I didn't tell them about the whistler. I didn't want them to think I was crazy. I just wanted the safety of their presence. As night fell, we sat around the fire, the easy conversation a balm to my frayed nerves. And for the first time in days, there was no whistling. I felt a profound sense of relief. Maybe it was afraid of other people. Maybe it had finally given up. We all turned in for the night, the couple in the shelter, me in my tent nearby. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard it. Wee-oo-oo, the original two-note call. But it wasn't coming from the woods. It was coming from inside the shelter. A cold, visceral terror gripped me. It wasn't afraid of people. It had been waiting for them. I crept out of my tent and peered towards the shelter. In the faint moonlight, I could see two still, lumpy shapes in their sleeping bags. And sitting between them, silhouetted against the back wall, was a figure. It was tall and unnaturally thin, its limbs long and spidery. It was hunched over, its head cocked, and from it came the soft, perfect two-note whistle. It wasn't looking at me. It was looking at the couple, studying them, listening to their dreams, learning their songs. I stumbled back, a twig snapping under my foot. The whistling stopped. The figure's head snapped around, its movements impossibly fast, and it looked directly at me. I couldn't see a face, only two small, intensely bright points of light, like distant, malevolent stars. It let out a sound that was not a whistle, but a high-pitched, chittering shriek of pure, frustrated rage. And then it simply wasn't there. It vanished into the shadows with a speed that defied physics. I didn't hesitate. I didn't wake the couple. What could I tell them? I just packed my things and I ran, a blind, panicked flight through the dark. I hiked for 24 hours straight, not stopping for food or rest, until I burst out of the woods and onto a paved road. I flagged down the first car I saw, a wild, incoherent mess. I never went back to the trail. I never found out what happened to that couple from Ohio, but I know what the Whistler is. It's a predator of the mind, a sound mimic. It follows you. It listens to the music of your soul, the symphonies of your memory, your joy, your grief, and it learns you. And when it knows your song well enough, it adds you to its collection. I don't know what it looks like, or what it does with its victims. I only know that I was lucky. I was just the appetizer. The couple in the shelter, they were the main course. And I know, with chilling certainty, that it's still out there on that lonely stretch of trail, whistling 1,000 different lullabies on the wind, and waiting for its next listener. Story 3. The girl who walked backwards isolation on the Appalachian Trail is a double-edged sword. It's a bomb for a wounded soul, but it can also be a whetstone for the blade of madness. I was a park ranger, stationed at a remote outpost in the Smoky Mountains, and I've seen what a week of solitude can do to a person's mind. But what I saw happen to the girl, the one the papers later called the Blue Ridge Jane Doe, wasn't a product of a mind fracturing. It was a product of a mind being stolen. She stumbled into my station one rainy afternoon, a wraith in a tattered poncho. She was young, maybe early 20s, with wide, terrified eyes and a deep, ugly gash on her forehead. She was incoherent, babbling about being lost for days, about a wrong trail. I did what I was trained to do. I gave her first aid, a warm blanket, a hot cup of tea. I tried to get her name, but she just shook her head, as if she couldn't remember. For the first few hours, she was just another lost hiker, traumatized but safe. Then, as the sun began to set, the strangeness began. She would stop talking mid-sentence. Her eyes would go unfocused, and she would begin to hum, a discordant, off-key, and deeply unsettling tune. Then she would snap out of it with no memory of what she had just done. She also began to move strangely. She would walk into a room, then seem to forget why she was there, and would walk out. But she would do so by walking backwards, her movements smooth and unnervingly natural. I decided to keep her at the station overnight, hoping a night of rest would clear her head before I hiked her out to civilization in the morning. I gave her the spare cot in the main room, and I went to my own small quarters to try and get some sleep. I was woken around midnight by a sound. The sound of my heavy oak desk being dragged across the floor. I crept to the doorway of the main room. In the dim glow of the emergency light, I saw her. She was dragging the desk, which must have weighed 300 pounds, across the room with an eerie, unnatural ease. She wasn't straining, she was just pulling it. She dragged it to the center of the room, then went to the chairs, the filing cabinets, the supply lockers, and began arranging them in a large, perfect circle around the desk. She was building something, a nest, a stage. I was too terrified to move. I just watched, hidden in the shadows, as she completed her circle. Then she stood in the center, and she began to speak. But it wasn't her voice. It was a low, guttural, ancient-sounding language, a series of clicks and pops and deep, resonant phrases that made the hairs on my arm stand up. She was performing a ritual, an invocation. The air in the room grew cold, and a faint green light began to emanate from the floor in the center of her circle. She stopped speaking and began to move. It wasn't a dance. It was a devolution. She started by walking forwards around the circle, her movements normal. Then she began to walk backwards, her steps getting faster, more fluid. Then she dropped to all fours and began to crawl backwards like a crab. Her head craned to look up at the ceiling, and then the true horror began. Her body began to contort, her spine bent at an impossible angle, her limbs twisting, her joints popping and cracking. She was reconfiguring herself, her body folding and unfolding, not into the shape of a beast, but into something abstract, something geometrically impossible. She was becoming a living, breathing Escher, painting, a creature of wrong angles and inverted anatomy. Her head slowly, with a series of wet, grinding sounds, turned a full 180 degrees, so that her face was now looking up from the center of her own back. Her face, the sweet, terrified face of the young hiker, was gone. It was replaced by a smooth, pale, featureless mask of flesh. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a blank, terrifying canvas. The green light intensified, and the featureless face began to pulse with the light. And a voice, the same ancient, guttural voice from before, echoed not from her, but from the air all around me. It spoke a single, clear phrase in perfect, unaccented English. The vessel is prepared. The doorway is opened. I finally found my legs. I ran. I burst out of the ranger station and into the cold, rainy night. I didn't look back. I just ran down the mountain, not stopping until I hit the main road. I told my superiors a garbled, insane-sounding story about a girl who walked backwards and a face with no features. I was put on administrative leave, and a team was sent up to the station. They found the station empty. The furniture was back in its proper place. There was no sign of the girl. The only evidence that she had ever been there were the deep, circular gouges on the wooden floor of the main room, and on my desk, a single, long strand of dark hair, tied in a perfect, impossible knot that had no beginning and no end. The girl was never identified. She remains a Jane Doe, but I know what happened to her. She didn't just get lost on a trail. She stumbled onto a wrong trail, a place where the rules of our reality don't apply, a place where things are waiting to be invited in. And her body wasn't just a lost hiker's. It was a key, a vessel, a doorway that she was forced to open. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that something ancient and terrible walked through that doorway into our world, wearing the skin of a lost, forgotten girl. And it's still out there, walking backwards and looking for its next door. Story 4. The sound of the mountain. There are places on the Appalachian Trail where the silence is a living thing. Not the peaceful quiet of deep woods, but a heavy, watchful silence that feels like it's listening. I'm a geologist, and for my doctoral thesis, I was studying a series of strange, unexplained seismic anomalies in a remote section of the Shenandoah Mountains. The locals call the area the Humming Valley, a place where the ground itself was said to sing. I went in alone, armed with a backpack full of sensitive audio and seismic equipment, ready to uncover a fascinating geological secret. What I found was not a secret of the Earth, but a terrifying biological truth that nearly cost me my life. The first few days were incredible. My equipment was picking up a constant, low-frequency hum, a deep, resonant thrum that was coming from deep within the mountain itself. It was a beautiful, powerful sound, a geological symphony. I set up my main base camp in the heart of the valley, and for a week I was in scientific heaven, gathering data, taking readings, convinced I was on the verge of a major discovery. The first sign that this was not a geological phenomenon was the trees. They were all leaning, not in a random pattern as from a prevailing wind, but every single tree in the valley, from the smallest sapling to the most ancient oak, was leaning inwards towards the center of the valley, towards the source of the hum. They were like iron filings, pulled into alignment by an immense, unseen magnetic force, or like a congregation, all bowing in worship to a hidden god. Then I noticed the wildlife, or the lack thereof. There were no birds, no squirrels, no deer. The valley was beautiful, lush, and completely devoid of animal life. But it wasn't empty. It was filled with bones, piles of them, scattered throughout the woods, all picked clean, all bleached white by the sun. And I noticed another chilling detail. All the skulls, regardless of the species, had been shattered from the inside, as if from some immense, explosive pressure. The third and most terrifying discovery came when I was analyzing the audio recordings of the hum. I ran the sound through a series of filters, isolating the frequencies, and I heard it. Within the deep geological thrum, there was another sound, a pattern. It was a voice. A low, guttural, impossibly deep voice, speaking in a slow, rhythmic, and strangely familiar cadence. It took me a full day to place it. It was the sound of my own heartbeat, translated into a voice. The mountain was listening to me, to the rhythm of my life, and it was singing it back to me. I was not studying a mountain. I was standing on the back of a creature, a vast, sleeping, geological behemoth, and the valley was its mouth, or its ear, or some other sensory organ I couldn't comprehend. The hum was its voice, or its breath, and it was aware of me. I decided to pack up and leave immediately. My scientific curiosity had been replaced by a primal, existential terror. But as I began to break down my camp, the hum began to change. It grew louder, the frequency rising, shifting from a low thrum to a high-pitched, piercing whine that made my teeth ache. The ground began to vibrate, not with the gentle pulse of before, but with a violent, angry tremor. It knew I was leaving, and it didn't want me to go. I scrambled to pack my gear, my hands shaking. The whine intensified, and a new sound joined each sharp, cracking sound, echoing from the surrounding ridges. I looked up. The trees, the ones that were all leaning inwards, were beginning to move, not swaying in a wind. Their trunks were twisting, their roots pulling from the earth, their branches reaching, closing in, forming a living wooden cage around the valley around me. I abandoned my gear, and I ran. I ran towards the only way out, the narrow pass I had entered through. The whine was a physical pain now, a needle in my brain, and the sound of cracking, moving wood was all around me. I could see the pass ahead, a sliver of hope, and then the ground in front of me erupted. A massive crystalline structure, like a giant quartz tooth, shot up from the earth, blocking my path. Another erupted behind me. I was trapped. I fell to my knees, defeated. The whine reaching a crescendo that I was sure would shatter my own skull. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence that followed was absolute. I looked around. The crystalline teeth had retracted back into the earth. The trees were still. I was alive. I didn't understand. It had me trapped. It could have killed me. Why had it let me go? I stood up, my body trembling, and I looked at my seismic monitor, its screen still glowing on the ground where I had dropped it, and I saw the answer. A new reading was on the screen. A new, faster, more frantic rhythm had been detected. It wasn't my heartbeat anymore. It was the frantic, terrified drumming of a rabbit's heart, coming from just over the ridge. It had let me go because it had found something else, something new to listen to. I didn't wait. I ran through the pass, not stopping until I was miles away from the humming valley. I never published my findings. Who would believe me? But I know what lives in that remote section of the Shenandoahs. It is a creature of stone and earth, a sentient mountain that listens and learns and sings. And I know that it is a predator of a different kind. It doesn't hunger for flesh and blood. It hungers for life, for the beautiful, terrified, rhythmic beating of a heart. And I know that it is still out there, in its silent, bone-filled valley, listening to the music of its newest, terrified captive, and patiently waiting for the song to end. Story 5. The shelters on the Appalachian Trail are supposed to be a refuge, a small bastion of safety in the vast, unforgiving wilderness. But the one I stumbled into during a freak early-season blizzard wasn't a refuge. It was a trap. I had been on the trail for a week, a solo hike to clear my head when the storm hit. A whiteout of snow and ice that came out of nowhere. I was freezing, disoriented, on the verge of hypothermia. The three-sided wooden lean-to that appeared through the swirling snow felt like a miracle. It was empty, thank God. I stumbled inside, my body numb with cold, and collapsed onto the wooden sleeping platform. There was a logbook, a staple of every ad shelter, tucked into a plastic bag and nailed to the wall. I pulled it out, my frozen fingers fumbling with the pages, hoping to read the words of other hikers, to feel a sense of connection, of shared humanity. The last entry was dated 2 weeks prior, a cheerful note from a thru hiker named Wandering Will. But tucked into the back of the book was another piece of paper, a folded, yellowed page torn from an older journal. It was covered in a frantic, almost illegible scrawl. It wasn't a trail entry. It was a warning. It read, "Don't let it know you're alone. It listens. It counts. If it knows you're the only one, it will come. Stay quiet. Wait for another. Your only hope is for it to miscount." The words sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. It was the rambling of a panicked, delusional hiker, I told myself. The storm was the real danger. I built a small fire at the mouth of the shelter, its warmth a fragile shield against the raging blizzard, and I tried to sleep. I was woken a few hours later by a sound, a soft, rhythmic crunching in the snow, just outside the shelter. Footsteps. My first thought was relief. Another hiker. I wasn't alone. I sat up, about to call out, when the words of the warning echoed in my mind. Don't let it know you're alone. I stayed silent, my heart pounding, and I listened. The footsteps stopped just outside the firelight. A profound, watchful silence fell, broken only by the howl of the wind. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then a voice, a soft, feminine whisper, drifted in from the darkness. "Hello, is anyone in there? I'm so cold." It was a test. My mind raced. The warning said it counts. I had to make it think there were 2 of us. I took a deep breath, and in the lowest, most masculine voice I could muster, I called out, "We're in here. Just keep your distance. We're fine." There was another long, silent pause. The crunching in the snow started again, but this time it was moving away. It had worked. I had fooled it. I let out a shaky breath of relief. I had survived, but the night was far from over. An hour later, the footsteps returned. This time, they were heavier, slower, a different voice. A deep, gravelly man's voice called out from the darkness, "Got room for one more." My stove's broken, and I could use a fire. My blood ran cold. It was learning. It was adapting. It had heard my fake, deep voice, and it had sent a new lure, a new test. I couldn't use the same trick. This time, I had to be the woman. I pitched my voice as high as I could, making it sound shaky, scared. "No, go away. My husband's sleeping, and he doesn't like strangers." Again, a long silence. And again, the sound of the footsteps, retreating into the blizzard. The rest of the night was a horrifying cat-and-mouse game. Every hour, a new voice would come from the darkness. A crying child, a friendly group of hikers, an old man begging for help. Each one was a new test, a new attempt to get me to reveal myself, to make a mistake. I played my part, creating a cast of fictional characters in the shelter with me, my voice hoarse from whispering and shouting. Just before dawn, the footsteps returned one last time. They were slow, heavy, and they stopped right at the edge of the fire. A profound, final silence fell. I waited, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. And then it spoke. Put it. Didn't use a man's voice, or a woman's, or a child's. It used a chorus of all of them at once, a layered, dissonant, and utterly monstrous sound. "We know you're in there," the chorus whispered, "and we know you are alone. We have been counting your voices, and we can count to one." A shape began to resolve itself in the swirling snow just beyond the firelight. It was not human. It was tall, gaunt, and its limbs were too long, its joints bending at unnatural angles. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, pale expanse of skin. But as I watched, a mouth, a wide, lipless slit, opened in the center of that blank face, and it smiled. It had never been fooled. It had been playing with me. The voices weren't tests. They were a census. It had been counting, not the number of people in the shelter, but the number of voices I could produce. And it had finally reached my limit. It took a single, slow, silent step into the firelight. I scrambled back, a scream caught in my throat. I was about to be the final entry in a long, forgotten logbook, as it raised a long, three-fingered hand. A new sound cut through the air. A shout, a real one. "Hey, is anyone in there?" The creature froze. It turned its blank, featureless head towards the sound. Another hiker, a real one, drawn by my fire, was approaching the shelter. The creature let out a low, frustrated hiss, a sound like air escaping a punctured lung, and then it simply dissolved, melting back into the swirling snow and the darkness, as if it had never been. The hiker who saved me was a young man named Ben. He never knew he'd saved my life. He just thought he'd found another hiker weathering the storm. I never told him about the voices or the thing with no face. I never told him about the warning in the logbook. But I know now what lives in that section of the trail. It is a creature of solitude, a predator that hunts the lonely. And its greatest weapon is a simple, terrifying act of mathematics. It listens, it counts, and when it's sure that you are the only one, it comes to make sure you are never counted again. There is a powerful, living history in these mountains, a story of hardship, beauty, and an unbreakable spirit forged in the darkness deep beneath the earth. Welcome, dwellers of the dark, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. Tonight, we journey into the hollows and forgotten company towns of Appalachia, where the mines may be sealed, but the legends are not. These are not just ghost stories. They are echoes of resilience, born from tragedy and loss. They are the spectral energy left behind by men who punched their time cards and never clocked out. Listen closely to the whispers from the deep. The first legend comes from a place they used to call Coldest Hollow. Story 1. The Whistle Pig's warning. My granddaddy, Silas, was a coal miner for 40 years. He was a man carved from the mountain itself, all hard lines and quiet strength. He died in his own bed at the age of 87. But he'd tell you, with a grim certainty, that he'd already died a dozen times in the belly of Black Creek Mine number 3. He just never stayed dead. The reason, he'd say, was the whistle pig. Now, out here, a whistle pig is just another name for a groundhog. But to the miners of Coldest Hollow, it meant something else entirely. It was the name they gave to the phantom of a young breaker, boy who had been killed in a gas explosion in the 1920s. A boy who, they said, still walked the tunnels, whistling a high, mournful tune, as a warning of impending doom. I grew up hearing these stories. A piece of local folklore I filed away with tales of Mothman and the Bell Witch. To me, it was a ghost story, a way for old men to explain away the creaks and groans of a dying mountain. It wasn't until I took a job as a safety inspector, years after the mines had closed, that I learned the truth. My job was to survey the sealed entrances of the old mines, checking for erosion and methane leaks. It was lonely, quiet work. The sealed mines were like tombs, their concrete and steel doors a final, silent testament to a way of life that had been buried. One crisp October afternoon, I was inspecting the seal on Black Creek Mine number 3, my granddaddy's old stomping grounds. The entrance was a gaping concrete scar on the mountainside, the air around it still carrying a faint, metallic temps of coal dust and something else. Something that smelled like old, deep-seated fear. As I was taking methane readings, I heard it, a faint, high-pitched whistling. It was a simple 3-note tune, repeated over and over, and it seemed to be coming from inside the mountain, from the other side of the thick concrete seal. My blood ran cold. The legend, the whistle pig. My rational mind kicked in immediately. It had to be the wind, a freak acoustic phenomenon caused by air escaping a fissure in the rock. It had to be. I packed up my equipment, my hands shaking slightly, and tried to laugh it off. But the sound, so clear and so profoundly sad, followed me all the way back to my truck. The next day, I had to go back to finish my report. The whistling started the moment I stepped out of my truck. It was louder today, more insistent, the same 3 mournful notes echoing from deep within the sealed mine. It felt less like a random noise and more like a desperate, urgent communication, a warning. I remembered my granddaddy's words. When you hear the whistle pig, you get out. You don't ask why, you just run. But the mine was sealed. The danger was long gone, buried under 1,000,000 tons of rock and earth. What could it possibly be warning me about? I forced myself to ignore it, to focus on my work. Calibrated my senses, checked the seal's integrity. Everything was normal. No methane spikes, no structural stress. The whistling continued, a constant, mournful backdrop to my work. Then I noticed the silence. Just like in my granddaddy's stories, the woods around me had gone completely quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves. The world had gone mute, except for that one piercing whistle from inside the tomb of the mountain. A primal fear, cold and sharp, gripped me. I looked up at the mountainside above the mine entrance, and I saw it, a long, jagged crack, thin as a hair, snaking its way down the rock face directly above the concrete seal. A stress fracture, and as I watched, a fine trickle of dust and pebbles spilled from it. The warning wasn't about the mine. It was about the mountain above the mine. The decades of blasting, the hollowing out of its guts, had finally taken their toll. The whole damn cliff face was unstable. The whistling grew frantic, the 3 notes repeating faster and faster, a shrill, desperate alarm. I didn't hesitate. I dropped my equipment and ran. I sprinted back towards my truck, my lungs burning, the whistling a high, piercing shriek at my back. I threw myself into the cab, fumbled with the ignition, and slammed the truck into gear. As I sped away down the gravel road, I looked in my rearview mirror, and I saw the mountain give way. It didn't crumble. It collapsed. 1,000,000 tons of rock and earth came crashing down in a deafening, thunderous roar. A cloud of dust and debris completely obliterating the mine entrance, my equipment, and the spot where I had been standing just moments before. I sat there, a mile down the road, my body trembling, the roar of the landslide still echoing in my ears. The whistling was gone. The silence was absolute. I finally understood the truth of the legend. The whistle pig wasn't a ghost of a dead boy. It was something else. It was the collective intuition of a generation of men who had lived and died by the mountain-s whims. It was the shared psychic memory of every miner who had ever felt a subtle shift in the air, a change in the pressure, and known in his bones that it was time to get out. It was a benevolent spirit born of shared danger, a legend that had fostered a strange sense of comfort and guardianship in a place that offered none. It was a story they told themselves, not just to scare the new boys, but to remind them to listen to the whispers of the deep, to the warnings of the earth, and to the high, mournful whistle that was not just a ghost, but the very soul of the mountain itself, still looking out for its own. Story 2. The Shadow in the Trestle. The old blackwood trestle bridge stands like a skeleton's ribcage over a deep, dark ravine. A monument to a railroad that no longer runs, and a coal town that no longer exists. They call the ghost that haunts it the Shadow Man, and the legend is a stark reminder of the immense human cost that built this region. They say he est the spirit of a railway brakeman who was crushed in a coupling accident in the 30s, or maybe a miner who, broken by black lung and poverty, took a final desperate leap from the highest point of the bridge. Whatever his origin, the story is always the same. On moonless nights, you can see his tall, gaunt figure walking the length of the trestle, and sometimes you can see him jump, a silent, repeating echo of his final despair. As a teenager, that story was just a local thrill, a place to take a date and scare her into holding your hand. It wasn't here until I started working as a paramedic in these hollows that I learned the true, chilling weight of the legend. We got a call one night at 10 to 50, a car crash, down on the winding road that passes directly under the Blackwood Trestle. It was a bad one. A single car had lost control on a curve and slammed into the stone bridge abutment. The driver, a young man, was pinned, his life bleeding out onto the asphalt. We worked frantically, the jaws of life groaning as we tried to peel the car open. My partner, Dale, a veteran who had seen more than his share of death in these mountains, was unusually quiet, his face pale and grim in the flashing red and blue lights. He kept glancing up at the trestle looming above us in the darkness. "You ever feel like we're being watched here?" he muttered, his voice low. I was too focused on the patient to pay him much mind. "It's just the bridge, Dale. Gives everyone the creeps." But he was right. I did feel it. A heavy, oppressive sense of sorrow. A coldness that had nothing to do with the night air. It felt like the entire ravine was steeped in a profound, ancient grief. We finally got the driver free, but it was too late. He was gone. As we were working on the grim task of recovery, Dale suddenly stiffened, his eyes wide, his gaze fixed on the trestle above. "Sweet Mother of God," he whispered. I followed his gaze, and I saw him. Silhouetted against the faint, stardusted sky was a figure, a tall, impossibly thin man, standing at the center of the bridge. He was perfectly still, a stark black cutout against the night. He wasn't a shadow. He was a void, a place where the stars were. As we watched, horrified, he took a single slow step forward and vanished over the edge. We didn't hear a scream. We didn't hear a body hit the ground. He just jumped, a silent, gut-wrenching reenactment of a suicide from a century ago. A wave of nausea and vertigo washed over me. Did you see that I stammered?" Dale just nodded, his face ashen. "Every time," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Every damn time we have a fatal one on this road, he shows up. He's a harbinger, an omen." I tried to rationalize it, a trick of the light. a shared hallucination brought on by the stress of the scene. But the image was burned into my mind. The feeling of that profound, crushing despair was still clinging to the air. A few years later, I was on a call for a different kind of tragedy. An elderly man, a retired miner, had passed away in his sleep at his small home, not far from the trestle. It was my job to make the official pronouncement. The house was filled with his grieving family. As I was filling out the paperwork in the quiet living room, I noticed an old framed photograph on the mantel. It was a group of miners from the 1940s, their faces smudged with coal dust, their expressions grim, and in the back row stood a man who made my blood run cold. He was taller than the others, painfully thin, with a long, gaunt face and eyes that seemed to hold all the sorrow of the world. It was him. It was the face of the Shadow Man. I asked the man's granddaughter about the photograph. "Oh, that's my great-uncle Elias," she said, her voice soft with inherited sadness. "He worked the mines, but his heart was never in it. He saw too much," she said, "too many accidents, too much poverty. He developed what they used to call miner's melancholy. One night, he just walked out of the house and never came back. They found his coat folded neatly at the edge of the blackwood trestle the next morning. They never found him. I stared at the photograph, at the face of the man whose silent, desperate fall I had witnessed years ago. The legend was all wrong. The Shadow Man wasn't the ghost of some anonymous brakeman or a random miner. He was Elias, a man so broken by the grief and despair of his time that his own sorrow had become a permanent, living scar on the landscape. He wasn't a malevolent spirit. He wasn't a harbinger of doom. He was a manifestation of collective grief, a lingering echo of the immense human cost that had built this place. He showed up at accidents, not to foretell death, but because the presence of fresh tragedy resonated with his own eternal, looping despair. He was a stark, silent reminder of the mental health challenges, the crushing poverty, and the profound sadness that this land had soaked up like a sponge. And his silent fall wasn't a curse. It was a memorial, a quiet, heartbreaking monument to all the forgotten souls who had been swallowed by the shadow of the mines. Story 3. The Weeping Woman of the Coal Dust in the Hollows of West Virginia. There are stories that are told not around campfires, but in hushed tones in the kitchens of old women. Stories that are part of the very air you breathe. The story of the Weeping Woman of Blackwater Mine is one of those. They say she's the ghost of a miner's wife named Sarah, whose husband and 2 young sons were killed in a methane blast in 1912. They say she waited at the sealed mine entrance for 3 days and 3 nights, calling their names until her voice was gone and her mind was broken. And they say that on nights when the fog rolls in thick, you can still hear her, a faint, desperate weeping that seems to come from the earth itself, a sound that will chill you to the very marrow of your bones. I grew up in the shadow of the old Blackwater mine, and the story was my boogeyman. As a child, I was terrified of the fog, convinced that every swirling wisp was Sarah, come to mistake me for one of her lost boys. As I got older, I dismissed it as a sad but harmless piece of local folklore, a way to personify the grief of a community that had seen more than its share of tragedy. It wasn't until I became a historical preservationist, tasked with documenting the very ruins of our town's past, that I learned the horrifying truth. My project was to photograph and map the remains of the Blackwater mining operation, the crumbling tipple, the collapsed company store, and the sealed mine entrance itself. The entrance was a place of profound sadness, a crude stone archway filled in with concrete, a permanent tombstone for the men who had died inside. A small, weathered plaque listed their name, among them Thomas, Samuel, and Jacob Millers, Sarah's husband and sons. One evening, I stayed late, hoping to capture the ruins in the eerie light of the setting sun. As dusk began to bleed into night, a thick, cold fog rolled down from the mountains, swallowing the hollow in a blanket of grey. The world grew silent, the air heavy and damp, and then I heard it, a faint, heartbroken sobbing. It was a woman's voice, raw with a grief so profound it felt like a physical weight. It seemed to come from all around me, a disembodied sorrow carried on the fog. My heart hammered against my ribs. Sarah, the weeping woman. My childhood fear came rushing back, cold and sharp. I fumbled for my camera, my hands shaking, not to take a picture, but to use its bright, modern flash as a weapon against the darkness. I started backing away towards the old access road, my eyes darting into the swirling fog, expecting to see an apparition at any moment. The weeping grew louder, more desperate. It was closer now, coming from the direction of the sealed mine entrance. A flicker of movement in the fog. I froze. A figure was beginning to resolve itself in the gloom, standing directly in front of the concrete seal. It was a woman, her form hazy and indistinct, her head bowed as if in prayer or despair. I could see no features, just the silhouette of a woman in a simple, old-fashioned dress. I should have run, but a strange, professional curiosity mixed with a deep, empathetic sadness held me in place. This was a historical event, playing out in front of my eyes. This was the legend made real. The figure raised a hand and pressed it against the cold, damp concrete of the seal. The weeping intensified, a sound of pure, soul-shattering agony. And then something impossible happened. The concrete began to change. Where her hand touched it, the solid grey surface seemed to soften, to become porous. It turned dark, almost black, and began to crumble away, not like stone, but like dry, compacted soil. A fine, black dust began to trickle from the spot, a dust that looked unnervingly like coal dust. Her weeping grew into a full-blown, desperate wail, and the concrete seal began to disintegrate, a growing black hole of dust and decay spreading from her touch. I finally understood. The legend had it all wrong. Sarah wasn't a harmless, sorrowful echo of the past. She wasn't just a sad ghost, weeping for her lost family. She was a force, an entity of pure, concentrated grief, so powerful that it could physically erode the barrier between the world of the living and the tomb of the dead. She wasn't just mourning her family, she was trying to get them out. For over 100 years, her sorrow had been slowly, patiently, grinding away at the stone, trying to open the mine to bring her boys home. My terror was absolute. If she succeeded, what would come out of that mine with them? What would a century of darkness and trapped despair do to the spirits of those men? The air grew thick with the smell of coal dust and something else, a deep, earthy scent of decay. The hole in the seal was the size of a dinner plate now, a gaping maw of blackness from which a chilling, unnatural draught was beginning to flow. I turned and fled, not looking back, the sound of the weeping woman's triumphant, horrifying wail chasing me through the fog. I didn't stop until I reached the town, bursting into the local tavern, my clothes damp, my face a mask of terror. The old men at the bar just looked at me, and in their eyes I saw not surprise, but a deep, weary resignation. They knew, they had all heard the stories, they had all felt the sorrow, but no one had ever been there to see what her weeping could actually do. I never went back to the black water mine. I quit my job the next day. But sometimes, on foggy nights, I swear I can still hear her, even miles away, her faint, desperate cry. And I know that one day she will succeed. One day her grief will be strong enough, and the thing that has been patiently answering her calls from the other side of the stone will finally be free. Story 4. The Ghost Lights of Black Mountain. The phenomenon of the Black Mountain. Ghost Lights is a cornerstone of our local lore, a story that bridges the gap between the natural and the supernatural. For generations, people have reported seeing them. Strange, basketball-sized orbs of light that float and dance in the woods near the summit. The site of a long-abandoned and notoriously deadly strip mine. Skeptics say it's swamp gas, or the headlights of cars from the distant highway, refracted by atmospheric conditions. But those who have seen them up close, those who have been chosen by them, know the truth. They aren't just lights, they are scouts, and they are looking for something. My brother, Kevin, and I were amateur paranormal investigators, which is a fancy way of saying we were two bored kids with a cheap EMF meter and a lot of free time. The Black Mountain Lights were our holy grail. We spent an entire summer hiking up that mountain, night after night, hoping to catch a glimpse of them. For weeks, we saw nothing. We were about to give up, to write the whole thing off as a hoax, when it finally happened. It was a moonless, oppressively humid night. We had set up our gear in a small clearing that overlooked the old, terraced scars of the strip mine. Around 2 a.m., Kevin grabbed my arm, his voice a choked whisper. Look. I followed his gaze. Far below us, near the dark, gaping maw of a collapsed mine shaft, a single, pale blue light had appeared. It hovered for a moment, then began to drift slowly up the side of the mountain towards us. It moved with a strange, deliberate grace, unlike any natural phenomenon. It wasn't flickering. It was a solid, self-contained sphere of cold blue light. As it drew closer, we could see that it was utterly silent. It made no sound, and the woods around it seemed to fall silent as well. The EMF meter in my hand, which had been dormant all night, suddenly shrieked to life, its needle buried in the red. The light stopped about 50 yards from our clearing, hovering just above the ground. It just floated there, pulsing with a slow, rhythmic light, like a deep, silent breath. It felt inquisitive, like it was studying us. We were terrified, but also exhilarated. We were witnessing it. We were proving it was real. Then a second light appeared beside the first, this one a soft, sickly yellow. Then a third, a deep blood red. Within a minute, there were dozens of them, a silent, floating constellation of multicolored orbs, all hovering at the edge of the woods, all silently watching us. We were no longer investigators. We were the exhibit. The lights began to move, not towards us, but in a coordinated, intricate pattern, like a swarm of silent, luminous bees. They swirled and danced, weaving in and out of each other in a display that was both beautiful and deeply, fundamentally alien. It was a form of communication, a language of light and movement that we couldn't possibly comprehend. Kevin, in a moment of sheer, idiotic bravery, took a step forward, raising his camera. "I'm going to get a picture," he whispered. The moment he stepped out of the clearing, the dance stopped. Every single light froze, and then, as one, they all turned to face him. The air grew cold, heavy. The collective attention of these silent, ancient things was a physical force, a pressure that made my ears pop. The blue light, the one that had appeared first, detached itself from the swarm and began to drift slowly towards my brother. "Kevin, get back," I hissed, my voice tight with panic. But he was mesmerized, his camera forgotten. He just stood there, watching the approaching light. The blue orb stopped a few feet in front of him, bathing him in its cold, ethereal glow. It hovered there for a long moment. I saw Kevin's face go slack, his eyes wide and unfocused, as if he were listening to something we couldn't hear. Then the blue light pulsed once, brightly, and shot back to rejoin the swarm. And as one, the entire constellation of lights simply winked out, plunging the mountainside back into an absolute, profound darkness. "Kevin," I called out, my voice trembling. He didn't answer. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hands shaking, and aimed the beam at where he had been standing. He was still there, but he was different. He was standing perfectly still, his head bowed, his arms hanging limply at his sides. "Kev, are you okay?" I asked, walking towards him. He slowly lifted his head, and in the beam of my flashlight, I saw his eyes. They were wide, and they were glowing with a faint, residual blue light. He looked at me, but he didn't seem to see me. He looked through me. He opened his mouth to speak, but the voice that came out was not his. It was a chorus of voices, dozens of them, men and women, young and old, all speaking in a flat, emotionless unison. "The vessel is acceptable," the voices said. "The search is over." Bang. And then he collapsed. I spent the rest of the night dragging my unconscious brother down the mountain. He woke up the next morning in his bed with no memory of the lights, of the voices. of anything that had happened after he'd stepped out of the clearing. He was just Kevin again. But he isn't. Not really. I know the truth. The ghost lights of Black Mountain aren't the spirits of dead miners. They are the miners, or rather, they are what's left of them. Their consciousnesses trapped, their souls converted into these silent, searching orbs of light. And they aren't just haunting the mountain, they are searching it. For decades, they have been patiently, silently searching for the perfect vessel, a healthy, living body that could house them all, a body strong enough to finally let them walk off that mountain and go home. And that night, they found my brother. They looked inside him, they judged him, and they chose him. He doesn't remember, but I do. I see it sometimes, in the dead of night, when he thinks I'm not looking, a faint blue glow in his eyes. And I know that the search is over, and that my brother is now just a vessel, a quiet walking tomb for the 100 lonely, desperate souls of Black Mountain, who are all just waiting for the right moment to wake up. Story 5. The Toll of the Tommyknockers, the old-timers in the cold town of Redemption. Kentucky had a saying, you pay the company your wage, and you pay the mountain its toll. The company wage was barely enough to live on. The mountain's toll was much, much higher. The toll was collected by the Tommyknockers, the spirits of the deep earth, the little men who knocked on the walls of the coal seams. Most miners believed they were benevolent, their knocking a warning of a coming collapse, a friendly tap to tell you to get out. My great-grandfather, Jedediah, knew better. He knew the knocking wasn't a warning, it was a bill. Jedediah was a foreman in the Redemption mine, a hard man in a hard business. He was also a man who believed in the old ways, in the superstitions that kept a man alive when black damp and rockfalls were a constant threat. He told a story that was passed down through my family, a story he swore on his own mother's grave was the God's honest truth. It happened during the winter of 47. The mine was on a bad streak. The coal seemed thinning out, the company breathing down their necks for more tonnage. The men were tired, overworked, and taking risks they shouldn't have. Jedediah had a new crew in his section, a group of young, desperate men who were too green to know the difference between the groan of settling rock and the mountain S last breath. One afternoon, the knocking started. It wasn't the usual random creaks of the deep earth. It was a rhythmic, deliberate tap, 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 coming from a new, unexplored seam at the far end of the tunnel. It was the sound the old miners all knew. The Tommyknockers were at work. Jedediah's blood ran cold. He knew what the sound meant. The mountain was about to shift. He ordered his crew to get out, to evacuate the section immediately. But one of the new boys, a cocky kid named Billy, scoffed. "It's just the rock settling, old man," he said. "We're close to a new vein here. I can feel it." He was driven by the promise of a bonus, by the need to feed his young family. He and 2 other greenhorns refused to leave. Jedediah argued with them, pleaded with them, but they wouldn't listen. Their greed was louder than his warning. With a heavy heart, Jedediah led the rest of his crew out of the mine. He told them what was happening, and the older miners just nodded, their faces grim. They knew the rules. You don't ignore the knock. As they reached the surface, a deep, thunderous roar echoed from the belly of the mountain. The ground shuddered. A huge cloud of black dust billowed from the mine entrance. A massive collapse. The section where Billy and the other 2 men had been working was gone, buried under thousands of tons of rock. The rescue operation was a grim formality. They knew there was no hope, but as the foreman, it was Jedediah's duty to lead the recovery team. They spent 2 days digging through the rubble, the air thick with the metallic scent of death. They finally broke through into a small, uncollapsed pocket, and they found the bodies. But what they saw in that dark, dusty cavern was a scene of such profound, unnatural horror that it broke every man who witnessed it. The 3 miners were dead, crushed by the rockfall. But they hadn't just been killed, they had been baged. They were seated in a circle on the floor of the cavern, their bodies propped up against the rock wall. In the center of the circle was a small, neat pile of gleaming, high-grade anthracite coal, the kind of coal they had been so desperate to find. And in each of the dead miners' hands was a single, perfect, impossibly large gold nugget. Jedediah stared, his mind refusing to process the scene. This wasn't a collapse. This was a transaction. Billy and his men had found their vein, and the Tommyknockers had found theirs. The knocking hadn't been a warning of a collapse. It had been an offer. The mountain had offered them its greatest treasures, its richest coal, its purest gold. But the mountain always collected its toll, and the toll was not paid in money, or in sweat, or even in coal. The toll was paid in life. But the horror wasn't over. As Jedediah stood there, he heard a sound that made his soul turn to ice. Tap, tap, tap. Tappet was coming from the rock wall behind the bodies. But it wasn't just a sound anymore. As he watched, 3 small, childlike handprints, glowing with a faint, phosphorescent light, appeared on the surface of the rock. They were the hands of the Tommyknockers. They had come to admire their payment. Then a new sound, a wet, tearing noise. The bodies of the 3 dead miners began to change. Their skin grew pale and translucent, their limbs thinning, their bodies shrinking. They were being consumed, not by decay, but by the mountain itself. Their life force being drawn into the rock, a final, grim payment to the spirits of the deep. Jedediah and his men fled the mine and never spoke of what they saw. They sealed the section with concrete and dynamite, burying the truth under a mountain of rock and silence. My great-grandfather was never the same after that day. He finished his career, but the joy was gone from his life, replaced by a quiet, haunted fear. He knew the truth that the other miners only suspected. The Tommyknockers weren't guardians. They were gatekeepers. They were the accountants of the deep earth. And they offered a simple, terrible bargain to any miner greedy enough or desperate enough to listen to their knocking. We will give you the riches of the earth, their tapping says. But in return, you must become the riches of the earth. You pay the company your wage. but you pay the mountain and its little knocking collectors with your soul. They say if you hear her cries at night, you're already too late. A voice like mourning and madness, drifting over the water. Some claim it's only a tale parents tell to keep children in bed. But I know better, because I've heard her, I've seen her. And once you do, there is no forgetting La Llorona. Welcome, dwellers of the dark, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. Tonight, let me take you back to memories you wish could be erased. Story 1, La Llorona, the wailing woman of the river. I grew up in a small town in central Mexico, where the river cuts through the valley like a dark vein. Everyone knew the old stories, whispered by grandparents after the sun went down. They said the river was cursed, haunted by the woman who drowned her children and was doomed to search for them until the end of time. I never believed it. Not really. Folklore was for the old, I thought. Warnings dressed up in ghost stories. But belief doesn't matter when something is real. It happened when I was 13. It was the summer when nights were hot and restless, when the air was so heavy you could hardly breathe. My cousin Diego and I used to sneak out late, sit near the river's edge, and fish under the moonlight. That night, the water was black glass, reflecting a sickle-shaped moon. The cicadas had gone silent. Even the frogs were quiet. Strange night, Diego muttered, baiting his hook. Too still, I nodded, but said nothing. The silence was unsettling, pressing against my ears like cotton. Then, far down the river, I heard it. A sound so faint at first, I thought it was just the wind. A woman crying. It wasn't ordinary weeping. It was hollow, drawn out. A sound of grief so deep it seemed to shake the air. The hairs on my arms stood up. Diego froze beside me, his face pale in the moonlight. "You hear that?" he whispered. The crying grew louder, drifting closer, echoing along the water as though carried by the current. My chest tightened. "Must be someone hurt," I said, trying to convince myself. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. We stood. The sobs were clearer now, words breaking through the grief. Mis hijos, where are my children?" Diego's eyes widened. No, it can't be. Before he could finish, we heard splashing aprever. Not the ripple of fish or the lazy lap of water, but deliberate steps, as though something was walking in the shallow edge of the current. "Let's go," Diego hissed, grabbing my arm. We turned, but the path behind us seemed darker than before, swallowed in shadow. My legs wouldn't move fast enough. Then I made the mistake of looking back. She was there, a figure in white, standing knee-deep in the river. Her gown clung to her body, heavy and soaked, dripping dark water that rippled out from her. Her hair was black and stringy, plastered across her face, and her face, I can barely describe it. Pale, hollow-eyed, her skin stretched too tight, as if death had already claimed her. She lifted her head, and though her eyes were pits of emptiness, I felt them pierce into mine. Her voice cracked the night. "Where are my children?" I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The sound sliced through me like a blade. Diego yanked my arm. Run. We bolted into the trees, branches whipping our faces, the ground uneven and cruel. But even as we ran, her cries followed, louder, closer. Each wail rattled inside my skull, begging, demanding. Somewhere behind me, I heard Diego stumble. He screamed my name, but the sound was drowned out by her shriek, a cry so sharp I thought my ears would bleed. I turned back just for a second, and what I saw has haunted me ever since. La Llorona was no longer by the river. She was on the bank, her wet gown dragging through the dirt. Her arms stretched out toward Diego. Her mouth opened wider than humanly possible, a cavern of darkness, and she let out a scream that shattered the silence. I wanted to go back. I wanted to help him, but fear rooted me to the spot. Then instinct or cowardice took over, and I ran. I ran until my chest burned, until the world tilted and spun, until I collapsed on the road near my grandmother's house. When I awoke, the sun was rising. My family found me trembling and incoherent. Search parties went out for Diego, combing the riverbanks. They never found him. Not a body, not a trace. Only his fishing pole, snapped in two, left on the shore like a warning. For weeks I told myself it had been a dream, shock, imagination twisted by old stories. But then the nights came, and with them the sound, always distant, always near water, the hollow cry of a woman searching. Sometimes I hear her when I wash my face at night, the water running from the faucet carrying her whisper. Sometimes I hear her when the rain beats heavy on the roof, her sobs hidden in the storm. And sometimes I dream of Diego standing in the river, his eyes black and empty, his lips moving in silent screams. They say La Llorona takes children, that she mistakes them for her own lost sons, dragging them beneath the water to join her. But I wonder if that's only part of the truth. I wonder if she takes whoever is foolish enough to hear her cries, whoever dares to look back when the night goes quiet. It has been 15 years since that night. I moved far from that river, far from Mexico itself. But distance doesn't matter. Water is everywhere, and so is she. I still wake in the dark, my ears straining, waiting for that mournful voice to return. And when it does, because it always does, I remember the last thing I saw before I turned and fled. Her pale hand reaching for Diego, her wet gown dragging through the dirt, and her face twisted with endless grief. La Llorona does not stop. She does not forgive. She only wanders and weeps and takes. And if you ever hear her voice on the wind, crying for her children, whatever you do not answer. Some legends warn you for your own good. Others exist because something ancient still walks among us in the northern woods. There is one name whispered in the dead of winter, name that carries with it the promise of madness and hunger. They call it the Wendigo. Story 2, the Wendigo, hunger in the pines. I grew up in northern Minnesota, where the winters are brutal, and the woods seem endless. My family owned a small cabin, tucked away miles from the nearest town. It was a place meant for hunting trips and quiet retreats. But to me, it was always unsettling. The trees loomed too close, their branches clawing the sky. And in winter, the silence was unbearable, broken only by the crunch of snow beneath your boots. The locals told stories around campfires, their breath fogging in the frozen air. They spoke of a creature born from starvation, a spirit of greed that possessed those desperate enough to eat human flesh. It gave them endless hunger, twisting their bodies into something monstrous. They called it the Wendigo. I laughed it off as folklore until the winter of my 17th year. That season, snow came early and heavy. My father had gone to work out of state, leaving me and my uncle to tend the cabin. Supplies were low, and hunting had been poor. By late January, the cold was merciless, temperatures plunging below zero, and the woods grew quiet to quiet. One night, I woke to a sound outside the cabin. At first, I thought it was the wind howling through the trees, but then came the scratching, long, deliberate, against the wood siding. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, listening. My uncle was snoring in the other room. I told myself it was just branches swaying, yet the sound was rhythmic, purposeful. Then, through the frosted window, I saw its tracks in the snow. Not deer, not wolf, bare human footprints, but elongated, wrong, as though the toes ended in claws. The next morning, my uncle found them too. He frowned, muttered a prayer under his breath, and refused to speak about it. When I pressed, he only said, "Don't follow them. Don't even look too long." But the tracks didn't vanish. Every morning, they were there, circling the cabin, pressed deep into the snow, as if something massive had stalked us through the night. On the third night, I woke again, this time not to scratching, but to a voice. It called my name, Daniel. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't my uncle's voice. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was thin and stretched, like a person mimicking human speech for the first time. I lay frozen in my bed, staring at the window. And then I saw it, a face pressed against the glass. The skin was ash-gray, pulled tight over sharp bones. Its eyes glowed with a sickly yellow light, sunken deep into its skull. Its mouth hung open, rows of jagged teeth, too many to count. The face didn't fog the glass with breath. It just stared. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. Then it smiled. The next thing I remember is my uncle shaking me awake. It was morning. The window showed no face, but outside, fresh tracks led away from the cabin into the woods. That day, my uncle told me the truth. When he was a boy, he had seen it too. The Wendigo, he said. It wandered in the deep woods during winters, drawn to hunger and isolation. Once it found you, it would whisper your name, mimicking voices of those you loved, trying to lure you out. And if you listened too long, if you followed the sound, you'd never come back. I tried to laugh it off, but the terror in his eyes silenced me. That night, the voices returned. Not just mine, my mother's, my father's, even Diego, my cousin who had vanished years before in Mexico, all calling me, begging me to open the door. I pressed my hands over my ears, but the voices grew louder, clearer, as though they were inside the cabin itself. My uncle stoked the fire until the chimney roared. "Don't answer," he whispered, "no matter what you hear." But then came the smell, a rancid stench, like rotting meat and frozen blood, seeping through the cracks in the walls. I gagged, tears streaming down my face. My uncle clutched his rifle, his knuckles white. The scratching started again, louder this time, like claws dragging across the wood. Then silence. We sat in the dark, waiting. The fire popped. Snow groaned on the roof. For a moment, I thought it was gone. Then came the scream. It wasn't human. It wasn't animals. It was both and neither. A sound that shattered every nerve in my body. It echoed through the forest, long and shrill, and when it finally stopped, the silence was worse. We survived that night and the next, but the Wendigo didn't stop. Every evening, it returned, circling, calling, scratching. My uncle aged years in those weeks, his eyes hollow from lack of sleep. We never dared step outside after dark. On the 7th night, I woke to find the cabin door open. Snow had blown inside. My uncle was gone. I followed the trail of his footprints, heart hammering, until I saw the second set beside them longer, distorted, dragging deep furrows into the snow. They led into the forest, vanishing into the trees. I screamed his name, but the woods only answered with another, my own. I never saw my uncle again. When spring came and the thaw began, they found the cabin abandoned. The locals shook their heads when I told them what happened. Some pitied me, others avoided me, but the old ones, they only warned me. Once you've seen the Wendigo, it never lets you go. And they were right. Even now, years later, in the comfort of my home far from those woods, I still hear it. In the middle of the night, beneath the hum of the heater, I hear my uncle's voice calling me from the forest. Sometimes I almost answer, but I know better, because the Wendigo never stops. It waits, it hungers, and it knows my name. Story 3. The Sukoyant, the fire that hunts at night. Every village has its whispers, its stories meant to keep children indoors after dark. But in the Caribbean, there's one tale that's different. They say an old woman, wrinkled and frail by day, becomes something else entirely by night. A creature of flame and hunger. When I was 19, I spent a summer in a small village in Trinidad with my grandmother. Life there was simple, quiet, but it pulsed with traditions and superstitions that felt older than the land itself. My grandmother was strict about one thing: never stay outside after midnight. She would bolt the shutters and sprinkle salt at the thresholds, muttering prayers under her breath. When I asked her why, she only said, "The Sukoyant walks at night, and if she finds you, child, you'll never wake again." I laughed at the warning. An old vampire story, I thought, but she didn't laugh back. Her eyes stayed fixed on the window, scanning the dark as though she half expected to see it. One night, curiosity got the better of me. I stayed up, lying in the hammock on the veranda, determined to see what my grandmother feared. The village was silent, the air thick with the scent of frangipani and damp earth. Even the dogs had gone quiet. Then I saw it, a dim glow in the distance, moving slowly between the trees. At first, I thought it was a lantern, but it flickered wrong, like a fire, untethered, floating. The glow drew closer, and I saw it wasn't a lantern at all. It was a ball of flame, weaving low to the ground, pulsing like a heartbeat. My breath caught. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, but I couldn't look away. The fire drifted nearer until it stopped at the edge of the yard, and then it shifted. From within the flames, I saw the shape of a head, skinless, glowing eyes like hot coals. The thing hovered, searching, as though sniffing the air. I realized with horror what it was. The squint eye ducked low in the hammock, praying it wouldn't see me. My heart pounded so loud I was sure it could hear. The ball of flame floated to the house next door, where an old man lived alone. It pressed against his shuttered window. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, to my shock, the fire seemed to seep through the cracks. Inside, the man stirred. I heard him groan, restless in his sleep. The glow pulsed brighter, and he whimpered as though in pain. I understood then what the old people had meant. The sequoiant didn't just burn. It fed on blood, on life. I wanted to scream, to wake the whole village, but fear sealed my throat. I watched helplessly as the glow slowly withdrew, floating back into the night. The next morning, word spread quickly. The old man had been found weak, pale, with strange marks on his skin, tiny burns, almost like bites. He wouldn't last the week. I tried to tell my grandmother what I'd seen, but she silenced me with a glare. Don't speak of it, not in the day she'll hear. But my silence didn't matter, because the sequoiant had seen me. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard it, a scratching at the shutters, soft at first, then sharper, claws dragging across wood. I pulled the sheet over my head, trembling. Then came the whisper, "Child." It was the voice of my late mother, sweet, familiar, calling me by the nickname only she had used. Tears stung my eyes. For one terrible moment, I wanted to open the window. But I remembered my grandmother's words. Don't answer, don't listen. The scratching stopped. Silence pressed heavy in the room. I thought it was over until the light came. A faint, flickering glow through the cracks, like fire licking the shutters. I pressed myself flat against the wall, praying it couldn't enter. The smell of smoke filled the air, acrid and suffocating. And then I heard the hiss of something pulling away. The glow vanished. For 3 nights it returned, always scratching, always whispering, always glowing at the edges of the room. My grandmother burned incense and spread salt in thick lines across the windowsill. "She wants you," she whispered, her hands shaking. "Once she chooses, she doesn't stop." On the 4th night, I opened my eyes to the glow seeping through the cracks again, brighter than ever. The whisper grew louder. My mother's voice, begging, pleading. Something inside me snapped. I leaped from bed, flung open the shutters, and there she was, not a ball of flame, but her true form. An old woman, skin blackened and cracked like burning wood, eyes burning red, her mouth stretched too wide. Her body shimmered with heat, glowing from within. Smoke poured from her, filling the air with the stench of scorched flesh. She smiled at me. I froze, unable to move. Her arms lifted, fingers curling like talons. The fire around her pulsed, ready to engulf me. Then my grandmother burst in, scattering salt across the floor, shouting prayers in a voice louder than I'd ever heard. The Sukoyant shrieked, a sound like firewood snapping in a furnace, and recoiled. She dissolved into flame, hissing through the shutters, vanishing into the night. I collapsed, sobbing, my skin burning from the heat she left behind. The next day, my grandmother packed our bags. We left the village that evening. She never spoke of it again. But I still dream of Hertha Sukoyant, the way her eyes burned into mine, the way she smiled, as though she already owned me. And sometimes, when the night is still and the air is thick, I see a flicker of fire in the corner of my room, too low to be a candle, too alive to be a trick of light. When that happens, I remember her voice, my mother's voice, whispering through the shutters, and I know she's still searching. Story 4. Baba Yaga, the Witch of the Woods. Some witches belong to fairy tales, but in the vast forests of Russia, there is one who is no bedtime story. They say she lives in a hut that walks on chicken legs, surrounded by bones and shadows. They say her hunger is endless, her cruelty legendary. Her name is Baba Yaga. I was traveling through Russia as a student years ago, chasing folklore like it was history written in the trees. I wanted to see the old villages, to feel the stories that had raised generations. My friends warned me, the forests are endless, easy to get lost in. But I was stubborn, certain I could handle it. Near one small town, they told me not to wander after dark. The villagers spoke of Baba Yaganot with the wink of fairy tales, but with the solemn weight of something too real. If you smell smoke where there should be none, one old woman told me, turn back, because once she finds you, she will not let you go. I laughed, though uneasily. A hut on chicken legs. Surely only a fable. But the forest there was different. Ancient, the trees pressed together like conspirators, their branches twisted into shapes that resembled reaching hands. The ground was damp, the air heavy with the scent of earth and rot. One evening, I wandered deeper than I meant to. The sun fell fast behind the trees, and the path dissolved into shadow. My compass spun uselessly, the needle trembling. That was when I smelled it. Smoke, thin at first, then thicker, laced with the sharp tang of burning herbs. It shouldn't have been there. No homes, no villages for miles. Yet it drifted through the branches, pulling me forward, and then I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. A cabin deep in the clearing, but it wasn't still. It moved, The entire hut shifted, rising on two enormous chicken legs, yellow and scaled, scratching at the earth. The walls creaked and groaned, bones hanging from the eaves like grisly wind chimes. A fence surrounded it, built not of wood but of human bones, each post crowned with a skull. My breath caught. This was no fairy tale. The door swung open, and she stepped out. Baba Yaga. Her body was bent and crooked, her skin sagging like melted wax. Her nose was long, hooked, sharp as a blade. Her eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and her mouth curled in a smile that revealed too many teeth. "Well," she croaked, her voice like dry leaves, "what little bird has wandered into my woods?" I couldn't speak. My legs shook. She sniffed the air, her nostrils flaring. "You smell of fear. How delicious." I turned to run, but the forest betrayed me. The trees seemed to close in, roots curling across my path. I stumbled, fell, and when I looked up, she was already closer. Her crooked hands reached out, fingers long and sharp as claws. "Stay," she hissed. "I haven't had a guest in so long." The ground trembled as her hut shifted behind her, those monstrous legs scratching the dirt, restless. The skulls on the fence rattled, their hollow eyes staring. I scrambled backward, desperate. Please, I mean no harm. Her laugh was sharp, cruel. None ever do, but all feed the same. She lifted a hand, and I felt it a pull, invisible, dragging at my chest, as though my very breath were being stolen. My vision blurred. The air grew heavy. I thought of the stories, of the warnings, salt, fire, words of protection. But I had nothing but the will to survive. Summoning every shred of strength, I tore free from the invisible grip and stumbled into the trees. Branches clawed my face, tore at my clothes, but I ran, blind with terror. Behind me, her voice echoed through the forest. "You cannot escape me, little bird. I will find you. I always find you." The woods twisted paths, folding in on themselves. The smoke grew thicker, clinging to me, choking me. I fell once, twice, my body screaming with exhaustion. And then, just as her shadow loomed close again, there was light, a lantern. An old man stood at the edge of the path, holding it high. His eyes widened when he saw me. Without a word, he grabbed my arm and dragged me forward. "Don't look back," he hissed. I obeyed. The forest roared with her laughter, the trees shaking as if alive. But step by step, the smoke thinned, the air cleared, and then silence. When we finally stopped, I collapsed at the edge of the village, gasping for breath. The old man crossed himself and spat on the ground. "You went too far," he said. "You saw her, didn't you?" I nodded weakly. He shook his head. "You're lucky. Most don't come back." I never returned to those woods. But even now, years later, I dream of Hertha Hut shifting on chicken legs, the skulls grinning in the firelight, and her voice whispering in the dark. "I will find you, because Baba Yaga doesn't vanish with the sunrise. She waits, she remembers, and one day she may come looking for the bird that slipped from her claws." Story 5. The Dullahan, the Headless Rider. They say when you hear the thunder of hooves on an empty road, it's already too late. A rider comes in the night knot with a head upon his shoulders, but carrying it in his hands. His name is whispered in Ireland like a curse. The Dullahan I'd been traveling through the Irish countryside during a summer holiday, staying in a cottage outside a small town. The place was quiet, with rolling hills and winding roads that seemed to stretch forever. It was beautiful by day-green pastures, stone walls, skies vast and clear. But by night, the land felt different, empty, watching. The locals were friendly, but there was one story they told with hushed voices, as though afraid the wind itself might carry their words to the wrong ears. A rider who came after dark, galloping on a great black horse. No head upon his shoulders, only a face grinning from the skull he carried under his arm. Wherever he stopped, death followed. I laughed it off at first, thinking it a cousin of ghost tales I'd heard elsewhere. But one evening, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to walk the country road after sunset, alone. The sky was already fading when I set out. The horizon washed in grey. The road stretched ahead, winding between tall hedgerows. The air grew colder than it had been all day, my breath fogging in front of me. Crickets, birds, everything fell silent. Only the crunch of my boots filled the air. Then, faint at first, I heard its hooves, distant, echoing, but drawing nearer. I froze. My heart stuttered. There should have been no riders, no farms nearby, no traffic on that road. Yet the sound grew louder, steady, relentless. I wanted to turn back, to run, but something in the air held me still, as though the night itself demanded I witness what was coming. Out of the mist it appeared, a great black horse, its eyes glowing faintly like coals, steam billowing from its nostrils. Upon its back sat a rider draped in dark leathers, broad and looming, and in his hand, O God, in his hand he carried his own head. The face was ghastly pale, flesh mottled like rotting fruit, the mouth twisted in a grin that stretched too wide. The eyes rolled and blinked independently, scanning the road, the hedges, the air-ass. Though searching, my blood ran cold. This was no story. This was real. The horse thundered past, hooves striking sparks against the stones, and for a moment I thought I'd gone unseen. But then the rider's head turned in his hand. Slowly, its eyes locked on mine. A grin split wider across its face. The rider slowed his horse. I backed away, breath sharp, but the air thickened like syrup. My legs felt heavy, each step harder than the last. The horse snorted, fog spilling like smoke, and the rider raised his head high. And then he spoke, not with the lips of the head, but with a voice that seemed to come from the earth itself, low and booming. Your time is not yet, but soon. The grin widened, teeth shining in the dim light. Before I could scream, the horse reared, hooves slamming down inches from me. Wind tore past as the rider galloped onward, vanishing into the mist as suddenly as he had come. The road was silent again. I collapsed to my knees, trembling, the echo of his voice etched into my bones. For minutes, maybe hours, I stayed there until the mist thinned and the night sounds returned. The villagers didn't laugh when I told them. They didn't question. They only nodded gravely. "You're marked now," one said. "He's seen you. The Dullahan doesn't forget. He'll come again one night when it's your turn." It's been years since that night. I left Ireland behind, but the sound of hooves still haunts me. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake to the echo of them outside my window. And I wonder if tonight is the night the Dullahan comes to finish what he began. Story 6. Kuchi Sekona, the slit-mouthed woman. They say she hides behind a mask, waiting in the shadows of quiet streets. She'll ask you a question, and no matter how you answer, you're already doomed. They call her Kuchi Sekona, the slit-mouthed woman. I was studying abroad in Kyoto, fascinated by the blending of ancient temples and neon streets. By day, the city bustled with life, but by night, whole neighborhoods seemed too empty, the alleys stretching long and quiet. That was when the stories surfaced half-whispered warnings about Kuchi Sekona. She was once a woman, they said, beautiful, until jealousy or rage led her husband to slice her mouth wide open from ear to ear. Now she wanders with a mask to hide her deformity, asking strangers, "Am I pretty?" Answer yes, and she removes her mask, revealing the gaping wound, before cutting you to match her smile. Answer no, and she kills you on the spot. There's no winning, only running. I didn't believe it, until one night I'd stayed late at the library, missing the last train. The streets were nearly empty, the shops shuttered, the glow of vending machines humming in the silence. I walked fast, the click of my shoes loud in the stillness. That's when I heard it. Konbanwa, a woman's voice, soft, lilting. I turned. She stood a few yards behind me, half hidden in shadow. Tall, slender, long dark hair spilling over her shoulder, a beige trench coat, and a white mask covering her mouth. Her eyes met mine. They were sharp, glinting under the street lamp. "Am I pretty?" she asked. My stomach turned to ice. The voice, the mask, the setting, it was her. It had to be. I tried to laugh it off, stammering, "Why, yes, you are." She tilted her head, slowly. Then her hand lifted, fingers pale and delicate, and she tugged the mask down. Her smile split her face open, from ear to ear, a gaping wound, raw and jagged, teeth glistening in the dim light. "Even like this?" she asked. I stumbled backward, choking on fear. Her grin widened, blood staining her teeth. She pulled a pair of long scissors from her coat, the blades glinting as they snapped open and shut. My mind raced with the tales I'd heard. Some said you could distract her with coins, candy, riddles, anything to buy time. My hands fumbled in my bag, shaking. I grabbed a pack of hard candies and hurled them to the ground. Her eyes flicked to them, just for a second. I ran, the streets blurred. My breath burned in my chest. Behind me, I heard the sharp click of her scissors, closer and closer, echoing off the buildings. Her footsteps didn't sound like running. They sounded like sliding, gliding, faster than humanly possible. I darted into an alley, heart pounding. The silence returned. I pressed against the wall, praying she'd pass me by. And then her whisper, right beside my ear. "Am I pretty?" I screamed, shoving away from the wall. But the alley was empty. No woman, no sound. I didn't stop running until I reached my dorm, slamming the door shut behind me. I stayed awake all night, every shadow twisting into her shape. The next morning, my friends stared at me when I told them. One girl paled, whispering, "You're lucky. If she's marked you, she'll come again. She doesn't forget." It's been years since then, but I still see masks differently. On trains, in shops, on strangers passing in the night. Because sometimes their eyes linger too long, and I wonder if behind that mask there's a smile waiting for me. And one day, when she finally asks me again, I may not be fast enough to escape. Story 7. The Wendigo. The hunger that never ends. Story 7. The Wendigo. The hunger that never ends. In the dead of winter, the forest holds secrets it does not forgive. Some say there's a creature born of starvation, greed, and unspeakable hunger. It stalks the frozen woods, gaunt and endless in its craving. They call it the Wendigo. It happened in northern Minnesota, where winter devours the land for months at a time. Snow piled deep as my chest, trees groaning beneath the weight of ice. I had gone out alone, a foolish mistake, to hunt deer near the reservation lands. The elders there had warned me not to wander too far. "These woods are old," one told me, her voice heavy with warning. "Old enough to remember things you'd rather forget. If you hear something calling your name, if you smell decay on the wind, turn back." I nodded politely, but dismissed it. I had hunted before. I thought I knew the dangers, but nothing could have prepared me for what waited that night. By late afternoon, clouds rolled in, smothering the sun. The forest dimmed, the air sharp with cold that cut to the bone. My breath plumed white as I trudged deeper, hoping for a shot before nightfall. That was when I found the tracks. Not deer, not wolf, larger, stranger. The prints were long, clawed, sunk deep into the snow. I crouched, frowning. Whatever had made them was walking on two legs. The silence was suffocating. No birds, no wind, only the soft crunch of my boots. And then I heard it, a voice, faint, broken, drifting between the trees. "Help me." I froze. The words were ragged, desperate, human. They came from deeper in the woods. I should have turned back. Every instinct screamed at me, but I couldn't ignore someone in trouble. I followed. The voice grew louder, closer, yet the forest seemed endless, the trees pressing in like prison bars. My chest ached with the cold, my heart thudding harder with every step. Then came the smell, rot, sweet, rancid, stomach-churning, like meat left too long in the sun. It seeped into my clothes, into my lungs, and that was when I saw it. A figure hunched in the clearing. At first I thought it was a starving man, skin stretched tight over bones. But as it turned, my blood froze. But its limbs were too long, its joints twisted wrong, skin gray, clinging like paper to its skeletal frame, and its face sunken eyes glowing faintly, lips pulled back to reveal jagged teeth. The Wendigo, its head cocked unnaturally, and then it spoke, not with its mouth, but with a mimicry of the voice I had followed. Help me. The sound scraped like broken glass. I staggered back, the rifle shaking in my hands. It moved faster than I thought possible, lurching forward on those spindly limbs. Mouth opening to wide, I fired. The crack of the rifle shattered the silence, but the shot barely slowed it. The thing screamed a sound like the wind tearing through a graveyard, and lunged. I ran. The snow betrayed me, heavy and deep, each step a battle. Behind me, the Wendigo crashed through the trees, its hunger palpable, pressing against my back like a hand. I could hear its breathing, ragged, wet animal, and worse, beneath it, the faint whisper of my own voice. It was mimicking me now. Don't run, it hissed in my exact tone, a grotesque echo. Branches tore at my face. My lungs burned. I didn't dare look back. Somehow, I found the trail again, the faint line of my earlier tracks. My cabin was less than a mile away, but it felt like eternity. The Wendigo's whispers followed me, circling, closing in. At last, the cabin door loomed through the trees. I burst inside, slamming it shut, bolting it tight. My body shook with exhaustion, fear swallowing me whole. Outside, silence, then scratching, slow, deliberate along the wooden walls. A whisper through the cracks, let me in. I sat by the door all night, rifle aimed, praying for dawn. The scratching went on for hours, circling, pausing, then starting again. When daylight finally bled through the window, it stopped. The forest outside looked untouched, innocent, but the tracks, those long, clawed prints, circled the cabin like a warning. I left Minnesota soon after, but winter nights still bring me back to that cabin, to the smell of rot, the sound of my own voice twisted into something monstrous. Because the Wendigo is never sated. It waits in the frozen woods, craving, hungering, and one day it may call my name again. Story 8. The Tick-Balling, the Horseman of the Forest. In the deep forests of the Philippines, travelers vanish without a trace. They say the trees move at night, paths twist upon themselves, and creatures wait just beyond the edge of sight. One of the most feared is the Tikbalanga tall, unnaturally thin humanoid with the head and hooves of a horse, tricking travelers into madness and fear. I was 19 when I took a trip to the rural mountains of Luzon. I loved hiking, exploring dense forests and abandoned trails. The locals were kind but wary. They warned me about the Tikbalang, a guardian of the forest, who could lead wanderers astray for hours or forever. I smiled politely, thinking it a superstition. The forest was lush and wild, thick with humidity, shadows clinging to the trunks of enormous trees. Birds called, Insects buzzed, and vines hung like curtains. By late afternoon, the canopy swallowed the sun, leaving a green twilight that was disorienting. I didn't notice the first warning. I passed a narrow path and thought I remembered its twists incorrectly. When I tried to retrace my steps, the trail had subtly shifted. I paused. Mist clung low to the ground, curling round my boots. Hours passed. I kept walking, but nothing looked familiar. Trees repeated, roots tangled unnaturally. My compass spun as if confused. Panic began to rise, and then I saw it. A figure at the edge of the path, tall, impossibly thin, with a horse's head that glinted faintly in the dying light. Its hooves clicked softly on the forest floor, its eyes black, endless, void-like watched me. I froze. My backpack slipped from my shoulders. It tilted its head, studying me. And then, almost casually, it stepped aside, as if inviting me to follow. By. I wanted to run, but fear held me motionless. Somehow my legs obeyed the pull, and I found myself walking behind it. The forest shifted, paths twisted, trees leaned in, roots tangling, creating dead ends where there had been none moments before. My pulse thundered. Tikbalung, I whispered to myself. This is the Tikbalung. It stopped suddenly. I nearly collided with its legs. Then it leaned down, its horse face so close I could see the wet glint of its teeth. You are lost, it said. Its voice was low, guttural, a blend of animal and man, and you will remain so. I stumbled backward. I want to leave. Please, leave me be. It laughed, a sound that rumbled through my chest. Not human, not horse, but horrifyingly both. You will not leave, it said. The forest keeps its own. The wind shifted. I tried to find the way back, but every step I took led me in circles. The Tikbalung's figure loomed in every clearing, just out of reach. Sometimes I thought I had escaped, only to find it standing silently behind me, its hooves clicking in perfect rhythm with my heartbeat. Fear gnawed at me. I tried prayers, offerings, salt, anything I'd read in local lore. The Tikbalung only tilted its head, amused. Hours or maybe minutes later, darkness fell completely. Mist rose from the undergrowth, curling around my feet like icy fingers. I could hear whispers of the trees, voices pretending to be distant travelers, guiding me wrong at every turn. And then it lunged, not attacking, but suddenly standing directly in front of me, impossibly tall. Its eyes bore into mine. My breath left me. Why do you wander, human? It asked. I was hiking. I lost my way. I cried. It shook its head, a sound like branches snapping. The forest does not forgive the careless. You will remain until you learn. I backed away, shaking, but tripped over a root. I fell into a hollow, scraping my arms, my knees. The Tikbalung's hooves clacked closer. I curled up, expecting death or worse. But then, from nowhere, a soft whistle broke the tension. Birds stirred. The wind shifted. The Tikbalung paused, sniffing the air. ears flicking. It turned its head toward the sound, then almost lazily retreated, melting back into the shadows. I didn't stop to watch. I scrambled to my feet and ran blindly, guided by instinct more than sight. Hours later, or maybe only minutes, Sai stumbled into the village lights, exhausted, scratched, bleeding. The villagers listened silently as I recounted the story. Their expressions were solemn. One elder, a small woman with lined skin and piercing eyes, shook her head. "You were lucky," she said. "Most do not escape the Tikbaling's maze. It will not follow you beyond the forest, but it waits. Always. It remembers, even now, years later. I never hike alone. I avoid forests at dusk, and sometimes, when the wind rustles the trees outside my window, I hear the soft click of hooves in my mind. The Tikbaling is patient, endless, a reminder that the forest has rules end. It punishes the careless, and I know that one day, if I stray too far again, it will be waiting. Welcome, Guardians of the Night, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. The veil between worlds is at its thinnest on Halloween. We carve pumpkins, we wear masks, we ask for treats, believing them to be innocent traditions. But these rituals are ancient, born from a time when the night held real power and demanded respect. They are echoes of old pacts and forgotten warnings. Tonight we explore 5 deadly curses born from these traditions. 5 harrowing tales of what happens when the spirit of Halloween is invoked not with laughter, but with true, terrifying belief. Our first story begins with a tradition as old as the holiday itself. The carving of the jack-o'-lantern. Story 1. The Gourd's Grin. The first rule my grandfather taught me about Halloween had nothing to do with strangers or candy. It was about the pumpkins. Never carve a face with true feeling, Ethan, he'd say, his voice low and serious as he scraped the stringy guts from a hollowed gourd. Not true joy, not true anger. A pumpkin is an empty head. You give it a face. You're just making a lamp. But you give it a soul. You're making a vessel. And you never know what's waiting for an empty home. For years I followed his rules. My jack-o'-lanterns were goofy, generic, lifeless. They were decorations, nothing more. But my grandfather's were masterpieces of hollow emotion, intricate but empty. He passed away last September, leaving a void in our family and a silence on our porch every October. This year I decided to honor him. I would carve a pumpkin with a soul, his soul. I bought the largest, most perfect pumpkin I could find. As I carved, I didn't just remember my grandfather. I channeled him. I poured all my grief, my love, my cherished memories of his booming laughter and the crinkles around his eyes when he smiled into the blade of my knife. I carved his face, his exact smile, into the flesh of the gourd. When I finished, it was uncanny. It wasn't just a carving. It was him. It was a perfect, joyful grin, infused with all the love I held for the man. I had broken his one and only rule. I placed it on the porch and lit the candle inside. The flame didn't just flicker, it danced. The jack-o'-lantern seemed to breathe, the light pulsing with a soft, warm rhythm. A sense of peace washed over me. I felt like he was there, smiling at me from the pumpkin's shell. It was comforting. For a while, the first oddity was the laughter. A few nights before Halloween, I was in the kitchen and heard a faint, familiar chuckle from the living room. It was my grandfather's laugh. I rushed in, my heart leaping with a foolish hope. The room was empty. The only thing visible through the front window was the jack-o'-lantern on the porch, its grin seeming to widen in the darkness. The next day, I noticed my own reflection looked strange. When I smiled, it felt tight, forced. The muscles in my cheeks ached, as if they were being pulled by invisible strings. I dismissed it as stress, as grief playing tricks on my body. But the phenomena in the house grew more pronounced. The cold spot that had lingered in my grandfather's favorite armchair moved. It was now always on the porch, centered around the pumpkin. I'd find the front door unlocked in the mornings, though I was certain I'd bolted it, and the laughter became more frequent, a constant, faint echo that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the house. It was no longer comforting. It felt mocking. The night before Halloween, I couldn't sleep. The laughter was louder now, a robust, joyful sound that filled the silent house. It was coming from downstairs. I crept to the top of the stairs and peered down. The front door was wide open, a cold autumn wind sweeping leaves into the foyer. And on the porch, the jack-o'-lantern was glowing with a brilliant internal light. No candle needed. Its grin was wider now, stretched into a manic, impossible shape. I slammed the door, my heart hammering. I told myself I was losing my mind. I would smash the pumpkin in the morning, end this waking nightmare. I went into the bathroom to splash water on my face and looked in the mirror. I screamed. The man staring back was me, but his mouth was pulled into a fixed, unwavering, bone-white grin. It was the exact smile from the pumpkin, a perfect replica of my grandfather's joy plastered onto my face. I couldn't move my lips. I couldn't frown. I couldn't speak. My facial muscles were locked in this grotesque rictus of happiness. Tears streamed down my face, but the smile remained, a horrifying mask of delight on a face contorted in terror. That's when I finally understood the curse. I had created a vessel, and my grandfather's spirit, or some echo of it, had come. But a spirit can't hold onto an emotion without an anchor. The pumpkin was the face, but it needed a source, a living battery to sustain the joy I had carved into it. It had tethered itself to me. It was feeding on my joy, my memories, my very essence, and projecting it onto the gourd. And in its place, it left me this permanent, painted-on smile. It's Halloween night now. I'm sitting in the dark, watching the trick-or-treaters. They point and laugh at my porch. They love the terrifyingly happy man with the weeping eyes and the brilliantly glowing pumpkin that shares his uncanny grin. They think it's the best decoration they've ever seen. They don't know that the pumpkin's glow is the last of my warmth, the last of my soul, being burned away like a candle wick. My grandfather warned me not to give a pumpkin a soul. He just never told me it would be my own. And soon I'll be as hollow as the gourd on my porch, with nothing left but a carved, empty grin. Story 3. The Sugarman's Toll. In my old neighborhood, there was a house that only appeared on Halloween. It wasn't there on October 30th, and it was gone by the morning of November 1st. It was a small, neat bungalow, always painted a different, faded pastel color, squeezed impossibly between the Miller and Johnson houses. The other kids were terrified of it, but my friends and I, full of the reckless bravery of 10-year-olds, saw it as a challenge. The legend was known as the Sugarman's Toll. The rules were simple. The man who lived there, a tall, thin figure who never spoke, would offer trick-or-treaters a choice from 2 identical crystal bowls. One was filled with brightly wrapped, exquisite-looking candies, the treat. The other was empty, the trick. If you chose the empty bowl, the man would perform a harmless but terrifying jump-scare. Mask would drop, a loud noise would sound, and you'd run away, laughing and screaming. But if you chose the candy, no one was quite sure what happened. The kids who took the candy never talked about it. They just seemed quieter afterwards. That Halloween, my friends Mark, Sarah, and I decided to take the challenge. We marched up the phantom walkway to the silent, pastel yellow house. The door creaked open before we could knock, revealing the Sugarman. He was just as the legend described, impossibly tall and thin, dressed in a simple black suit, his face obscured by shadows. He didn't speak, he just held out the 2 crystal bowls. Mark, always the show-off, chose first. He plunged his hand into the right bowl and came up empty. Suddenly, a horrific, snarling wolf mask dropped from the ceiling on a string, and a deafening roar echoed from the house. Mark screamed and bolted, a badge of honor he'd wear for weeks. Sarah went next, choosing the left bowl, empty. A skeletal hand shot out from a hidden panel in the door, making her shriek and run. Then it was my turn. I hesitated. My hand hovered over the empty left bowl, the safe choice. But the candy in the right bowl, it was mesmerizing. It looked like spun sugar and crystallized moonlight, glowing with a soft internal light. My craving for it was sudden and overwhelming, a physical ache in my gut. I reached in and took a single, shimmering piece of rock candy. The Sugarman did nothing. He just retracted the bowls and slowly, silently closed the door. As I walked away, I unwrapped the candy. It didn't taste like sugar. It tasted like happiness, like the feeling of a perfect summer day, of a bedtime story from my mother, of pure, unadulterated joy. It was the most wonderful thing I had ever tasted. When I got home and dumped out my candy haul, my mum asked me where I got the beautiful rock candy. I told her about the strange house. Her face went pale. She told me to throw it away, that it was probably a trick, maybe filled with drugs. But I couldn't. I kept it hidden in a small box in my room. The next morning, the house was gone, and I felt amazing. I was faster, smarter, luckier. I aced a math test I hadn't studied for. I found a $20 bill on the sidewalk. For a year, my life was perfect. I was the happiest kid in the world. But the sweetness began to fade. The next Halloween, I felt a strange, nagging emptiness. My luck ran out. The joy I felt was muted, like a faded photograph. I needed another taste. But the house didn't appear that year or the next. Over the years, the emptiness grew. It was a slow, creeping decay. My emotions became dull. My passions waned. It felt like the color was draining from my world, leaving everything in shades of gray. I was a hollow shell, haunted by the memory of that one perfect taste of joy. I understood now. The candy wasn't the treat. It was the toll. The sugar man didn't give you candy. He took a piece of your soul, your capacity for happiness, and left you with a fleeting, perfect memory as payment. The trick was the real treater moment of fear, but your soul remained your own. It's been 20 years since that night. I'm a man now, living a quiet, empty life. The world is a flavorless place, but tonight is Halloween. And as I was washing my dishes, looking out my kitchen window, I saw it. Squeezed between my two neighbors' houses, a small, faded, pastel blue bungalow has appeared. A sudden, overwhelming craving has seized me, but it's not for candy. It's a craving for a purpose, for an end to this gray existence. My front door creaks open. I didn't open it. I walk outside, a strange new sense of duty guiding my steps. The house is waiting for me. I walk inside. It's empty, save for a simple black suit laid out on a table, and two crystal bowls. One is empty. The other is filled with shimmering, glorious candy that tastes like joy. A new generation of children is making their way down my street now. I can hear their laughter. My suit is a perfect fit, though it makes me feel so very thin. The shadows in this house are so deep, I don't think they'll be able to see my face. I don't need to speak. I just need to hold out the bowls. The sugar man's toll must be paid. And the curse, I now realize, isn't just to have your sweetness taken. It's to become the one who has to take it from others forever. Story 2. The Last Worn Mask. There's a reason you should be wary of second-hand costumes. A costume holds more than just the scent of its previous owner. It holds an echo, a lingering piece of who they were. I found that out the hard way, after buying a vintage clown costume from a dusty, forgotten corner of a thrift store. It was perfect for the annual Halloween party I was attending. The costume was old, the fabric a faded silk, and the mask was a work of Arta porcelain, smiling clown face with a single painted tear beneath one eye. The shopkeeper, a gaunt old man, gave me a strange look. That one belonged to a fellow named Silas. He'd rasped, died in it, they say. Heart attack during a performance. Some say he loved the laugh so much he never left. I just laughed it off, paid the $10, and went on my way. The night of the party, I put it on. The fit was uncanny, like it was made for me. As soon as I put on the mask, a strange energy surged through me. I felt lighter, funnier. I, a normally reserved accountant, became the life of the party. I was telling jokes I didn't know I knew, performing magic tricks with a deck of cards I don't remember bringing, and my laughter was a booming, unfamiliar sound that filled the room. Everyone loved it. They said I was a natural. When I got home, I took off the costume, but felt a strange reluctance to remove the mask. My face felt cold and foreign without it. The next morning, I found myself humming an old tinny-sounding circus tune while I made my coffee. I'd never heard it before, but the melody was as familiar to me as my own name. The changes were subtle at first. I started telling terrible, groan-inducing puns at work. My friends noticed my posture had changed, my walk becoming more of a theatrical shuffle. I brushed it off as me just getting into the Halloween spirit. But the spirit was lingering. A week later, I woke up in the middle of the night to the smell of grease paint and popcorn. The clown mask was sitting on my dresser, and in the dim moonlight, it looked like it was watching me. I felt an overwhelming urge to put it on. I fought it, a cold dread washing over me. This wasn't just a costume, it was something else. The true horror began when I looked in the mirror. I tried to force a serious expression, but my lips kept twitching upwards into a smile. I'd catch myself practicing a bow in my reflection, or seeing my hand make the shape of a flower for a trick I didn't know how to do. Silas, the dead clown, wasn't just an echo in the costume. He was an imprint, and he was bleeding into me. I decided I had to get rid of it. I packed the costume and the mask into a trash bag and drove it to a dumpster on the other side of town. The moment I let go of the bag, I felt a profound sense of loss, like I had just abandoned a part of myself. I drove home, relieved, but strangely empty. That night, I woke up to a sound downstairs, a soft, shuffling sound, followed by a high-pitched, giggling laugh. My blood ran cold. I crept out of bed and looked down the stairs. Standing in my living room, bathed in moonlight from the window, was the clown costume. It was standing upright on its own, the porcelain mask tilted towards the stairs, towards me. It wasn't Silas anymore. It was an empty vessel, a skin waiting to be filled, and it wanted its wearer back. It beckoned to me with a single, white-gloved finger. I was paralyzed with fear, but my feet began to move against my will. My body was betraying me, walking down the stairs towards the waiting costume. It wasn't just an imprint anymore. It was a magnet, pulling the pieces of itself that had lodged in my soul back home. I don't remember what happened next. I woke up the next morning in my bed, feeling wonderful. The world seemed brighter, funnier. I looked in the mirror and smiled. It was a wide, joyful, perfect smile. I noticed a faint trace of white under my fingernails, like old face paint. I went downstairs. The costume was gone, but I wasn't worried. I felt complete. I went to work, and my colleagues were amazed. I was a new man, full of life and laughter. The old, boring accountant was gone. It's been a year now, Halloween is here again. I'm telling you this story as a warning. Be careful what you wear, because that echo, that imprint, it's a patient thing. It seeps into you, bit by bit, until there's more of it than there is of you. It's a subtle, gentle possession. You don't even realize you've been replaced until it's too late. The old shopkeeper was right. Silas did love the love so much he never left. He just needed a new costume to wear, and this one fits me perfectly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a performance to prepare for. The show, after all, must go on. Story 4. The Scryer's Reflection. The tradition of bobbing for apples is ancient, far older than Halloween itself. The Celts believed water was a gateway to the other world, and that on Samhain you could scry your future in its dark, reflective surface. I learned the truth of that legend at a Halloween party during my freshman year of college. The party was in a huge old house off campus, and the hosts, a group of art students, had gone all out. In the backyard, under a massive, gnarled oak tree, sat a large, galvanized steel tub filled with water and floating apples. Everyone was laughing, drunkenly trying and failing to snatch an apple with their teeth. I decided to give it a try. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and plunged my head into the icy water. The sound of the party vanished, replaced by a dull, aquatic roar. I opened my eyes. For a split second, I saw my own reflection on the dark, shimmering surface. But it wasn't me. The face staring back was mine, yes, but its skin was a pale, bluish gray. Its lips were purple, and its eyes were wide and vacant. My long, dark hair was tangled with what looked like pondweed and mud, and a thin trickle of dark water ran from the corner of its mouth. It was me, but I was drowned. The reflection wasn't just a prediction. It was a snapshot of a corpse. I recoiled with a scream, water flying everywhere, an apple still clenched in my teeth. My friends laughed, thinking my scream was part of the fun. I tried to tell them what I saw, but they just told me I'd had too much to drink. I couldn't shake the image. For weeks, I had nightmares of being underwater, of my lungs filling with cold, dark water. I developed a fear of deep water, avoiding swimming pools, and even finding it hard to take a bath. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a morbid trick of the light and the alcohol. Then the sightings began. It was a month after the party. I was walking past a storefront, and for a fleeting second, I saw her in the reflection of the glass my drowned doppelganger, standing in the crowd behind me, her dead eyes fixed on mine. I spun around. There was no one there. It happened again a few weeks later, a puddle on the sidewalk after a rainstorm. I glanced down and saw her face looking up at me, her expression one of cold, patient hunger. I started avoiding reflective surfaces, turning my rear-view mirror away when I drove, covering the mirror in my bedroom. But it was no use. She found her way into the dark screen of my phone, the polished chrome of a coffee pot, the blackness of my own pupils when I looked too closely in the mirror. She was no longer just a premonition. She was an entity, an echo of a death that hadn't happened yet. And she was actively haunting me, stalking me from the other side of the glass. She was getting closer. At first, she was always in the background of reflections, distant and blurry. But now, she was in the foreground, standing just over my shoulder, her cold, dead presence, a constant weight on my soul. I started to understand the true nature of the curse. Scrying your death wasn't just seeing the future. It was creating a connection. By seeing her, I had made her aware of me. She was my death, and she was impatient. She was no longer content to wait for fate. She wanted to make it happen. My friends and family thought I was losing my mind. They saw my paranoia, my fear of mirrors. I was prescribed medication, sent to therapy. But how do you explain to a psychiatrist that your own death is actively trying to murder you? It's been 10 years. 10 years of living as a prisoner, terrified of my own reflection. I've managed to avoid her, to keep her at bay. I live a careful, secluded life. But tonight is Halloween, the 10-year anniversary of the night I looked into the water, and I feel a terrible sense of finality in the air. I decided to face it, to end it. I filled my bathtub with water, just as it was starting to get dark. I turned off the lights, the room lit only by the faint orange glow of a street lamp outside. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stepped into the tub. I sat down, the water cool against my skin. I took a deep breath and leaned forward, looking at my reflection in the still black water. For a moment, it was just me, older, tired, but me. A flicker of hope ignited in my chest. Maybe it was over. Maybe the curse had faded. Then, behind my reflection, a pair of pale, waterlogged hands rose from the depths. They clamped onto my reflection's shoulders, the drowned version of me, her face even more decayed than I remembered, emerged behind my own image. She leaned forward until her dead, grey cheek was pressed against my reflections. She looked directly at me, a slow, triumphant smile spreading across her purple lips. This time, she wasn't just a reflection. Her hands, cold and solid, broke the surface of the real water. They grabbed my shoulders with an impossible, skeletal strength. I screamed as she pulled me down, my head plunging beneath the surface. The last thing I saw before the darkness took me was her face. No longer a reflection, but a real, tangible thing. Her vacant eyes staring into mine as she claimed the life she had been promised a decade ago. The water in the tub was, after all, a gateway. She just needed me to open it for her one last time. Story 5. The Tithe of the Twisted Path. Every small town has its prized tradition. In Oak Haven, it's the Black Creek Corn Maze. Every Halloween, the farmer, old Mr. Abernathy, designs a new, impossibly complex labyrinth that draws people from 3 counties over. The local legend, the one the adults whisper when they think the kids aren't listening, is that the maze is alive. They say it demands a price for the town's prosperity, that the rich soil and bountiful harvests are paid for by a single soul, the tithe which the maze chooses and consumes once every Halloween. We always thought it was just a spooky story to make the maze more exciting. Last year, my best friend, Liam, and I went on Halloween night, determined to be the first to solve the maze. We went in just as the sun was setting, the sky a brilliant, bloody orange. The corn stalks were over 10 feet tall, creating a dense, claustrophobic world of green and gold. For the first hour, it was fun. We were making good time, following the map Abernathy gave out at the entrance. But as darkness fell, the maze began to feel different. The paths seemed to shift when we weren't looking. We'd double back, only to find the way we came was now a dead end, a solid wall of corn. The air grew still and silent, the sounds of the distant harvest festival fading away completely. The only sound was the rustle of the dry corn leaves, a sound that began to sound less like the wind and more like whispering. Panic started to set in. Our map was useless. Every turn we took seemed to lead us deeper into the heart of the maze. Liam, always the brave one, tried to keep our spirits up, telling jokes and pretending it was all part of the fun. But I could see the fear in his eyes. That's when we realized we weren't alone. We'd hear a heavy, shuffling footstep in the row of corn just parallel to us, always keeping pace. When we stopped, it stopped. When we ran, it ran. We'd call out, "Who's there?" And the only reply would be a low, guttural rustle, like something immense was turning over in its sleep. The maze was no longer just a puzzle of paths. It was a living, breathing entity, and it was playing with us. The walls of corn seemed to press in on us. The whispering grew into what sounded like hungry, mocking voices. We saw shapes in the shadows, tall, stooped figures that seemed to be made of corn husks and dried vines, watching us from between the stalks. We were lost, exhausted, and terrified. We huddled together at a crossroads of 4 identical paths, not knowing which way to turn. Liam pulled out his phone. The screen's weak light, a small beacon in the oppressive dark. No signal, of course. As he was putting it away, a sound came from the path directly in front of us. A soft, melodic humming, like a child singing a lullaby. It was strangely beautiful and utterly terrifying. From the darkness, a small glowing orb, like a will-o'-the-wisp, floated into view, hovering at the entrance to the path. It pulsed with a gentle, inviting light. "It's a way out," Liam whispered, a desperate hope in his voice. "It has to be." I felt a primal dread. "No, Liam, don't. It's a trick." But he was already moving, drawn to the light like a moth to a flame. "I'm not dying in here," he said, and he ran down the path, chasing the light. I screamed his name and ran after him. The path twisted and turned, and I struggled to keep up. I could hear his footsteps just ahead, and a faint, beautiful humming. I rounded a sharp corner and stopped dead. The path ended in a small, circular clearing. In the center stood a massive, vaguely humanoid figure made of woven corn stalks, dirt, and roots. It had no face, but it was the source of the humming. Liam was standing before it, transfixed, the small orb of light hovering over his head like a halo. He didn't even have time to scream. The ground beneath his feet turned soft like quicksand. The corn husk arms of the creature reached out, not to grab him, but to gently guide him as he sank into the earth. The soil swallowed him whole, and the ground sealed over him as if he had never been there. The humming stopped. The light went out. I was alone in the absolute dark, and then I heard a new sound. It was the maze itself, letting out a deep, contented sigh. A clear, straight path lit up before me, illuminated by a sudden, brilliant harvest moon. It was letting me go. I ran until I burst out of the maze entrance and collapsed into the noise and light of the harvest festival. Mr. Abernathy was the first to reach me. He helped me up, his old eyes filled not with shock, but with a deep, sorrowful pity. The corn always demands its price. Son, he said, his hand on my shoulder. I looked around at the faces of my neighbors, the people I had known my whole life. They were all looking at me with that same expression. Pity for my loss, but relief that it wasn't them. They knew. They all knew. The prosperity of Oakhaven, the prize-winning crops, the peaceful way of life, it was all fertilized with a sacrifice. Liam wasn't a victim of a monster. He was the tide, and I was the one who was allowed to escape, to serve as a living, breathing warning. A warning that some traditions are kept for a reason, and that in the heart of the twisted path, there is always a price to be paid. Welcome, dwellers of the dark, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. Every culture has its warnings, its ancient rules for keeping the shadows at bay. These are not mere superstitions. They are cautionary tales, written in the blood and tears of those who failed to listen. In Japan, they say you should never whistle after dark. The sound is an invitation, a melody that summons things that slither and crawl from the damp, dark places of the world. The story you are about to hear is from a man who learned this lesson not from a book, but in the suffocating silence between the notes. Story 1. The Serpentine Call. It was my 3rd month teaching English in the small, mountain-hemmed village of Osago, and I had developed a habit. Every night, after a few drinks with the locals at the town's only izakaya, I would walk the half-mile back to my small, traditional house on the edge of the forest. The path was unlit, bordered by thick bamboo and whispering pines, and I would fill the oppressive silence by whistling. It was always the same tune, a simple, looping melody from an old folk song my mother used to hum. It was a piece of home in a foreign land. An old woman named Mrs. Tanaka, who lived next door, warned me against it. "You must not whistle at night, Sensei," she had said, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. "It is a summons. The sound calls the heavy, the snake spirits. They will hear you, and they will come." I had smiled politely and assured her I would be careful. but I dismissed it as charming folklore. I was a man of logic, of the modern world. I didn't believe in snake spirits. A week later, I saw the first sign. After my nightly walk, I woke to find a strange trail in the soft, damp earth beneath my bedroom window. It was a single serpentine track, as wide as my forearm, as if something impossibly heavy and legless had dragged itself through the dirt. A python, perhaps. I knew they weren't native to this region, but it was the only logical explanation. I shrugged it off and went about my day. That night, I whistled my tune, as I always did. The next morning, there were 2 trails. They were closer to the house, looping around the old stone foundation. The unease began to curdle in my stomach. The following night, I made a conscious effort not to whistle, my mind replaying Mrs. Tanaka's warning. The walk home was unnerving, the silence amplifying every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth. I felt watched, and for the first time, I was afraid. I made it home without incident, and, to my relief, there were no new tracks in the morning. The relief made me bold. It had been a coincidence, nothing more. A week of silence passed, and the fear began to feel foolish. One Friday night, feeling particularly confident after a celebratory evening with my fellow teachers, I forgot myself. The familiar tune escaped my lips, a cheerful, defiant whistle against the darkness. It felt good, like reclaiming a piece of myself from superstition. I regretted it instantly. The air grew cold, and the ambient sounds of the forest ceased. An absolute, profound silence descended, broken only by my now faltering whistle. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. From the dense bamboo grove to my left, I heard a sound, a slow, wet, slithering sound. It was immense. It was the sound of a giant snake, bigger than any I could imagine, moving just beyond the veil of darkness. I didn't walk home. I ran. I burst into my house, slamming and bolting the flimsy wooden door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my living room, listening. The slithering sound continued for what felt like hours, a relentless, circling patrol around my small home. The next morning, the ground outside was a mess of wide, muddy tracks. They weren't just circling, they were probing. There were deep gouges in the wooden walls, scrapes on the window frames. It had been testing my home, searching for a way in. That evening, a frantic Mrs. Tanaka was at my door. "I heard it last night, Sensei," she whispered, her eyes wide with terror. "It has come. You did not just summon a spirit. You whistled a courting song. The Neurona, the snake woman, she thinks you are calling for her. You must not make another sound." I didn't need any more convincing. I spent the day barricading my windows with furniture and nailing the doors shut. As night fell, a typhoon rolled in, the wind howling and rain lashing against the house. In the suffocating darkness, I sat in absolute silence, a kitchen knife clutched in my trembling hand. I would not make a sound. I would not give it a reason to stay. Around midnight, through the roar of the storm, I heard it, a whistle. It was my tune, a perfect, melodic rendition, coming from right outside my front door. It was a playful, inviting sound, a stark contrast to the terror that had seized my heart. It was her. She was whistling for me. My blood turned to ice. She had learned my song. She was calling to me. Then, a voice, soft and sibilant, like scales sliding over silk, whispered from the other side of the door. "Sensei, won't you come out? It's so lonely in the rain. Whistle for me again." The doorknob, old and brass, began to turn, slowly, deliberately. I scrambled back, a choked sob escaping my lips. The wood around the lock splintered with a wet crack. She was impossibly strong. In a blind panic, I ran to the back of the house, to the small, grimy window in the washroom. I ripped it open and scrambled out into the mud and the driving rain. I didn't look back. I just ran blindly through the forest, the wind tearing at my clothes, and the sound of that monstrous slithering seeming to come from all directions at once. I fled Asago that night and never returned. I broke my contract, paid the fines, and was on a plane back to the United States within a week. I told everyone I had a family emergency. How could I explain I was being hunted by a creature from folklore? For 10 years, I lived with the memory, a cold shard of terror lodged in my soul. I never whistled again. I avoided forests, quiet nights, and the sound of rain. I built a new life in a sterile suburban subdivision, surrounded by concrete and streetlights, 1,000 miles from any real wilderness. I thought I was safe. Then, last night, I was taking out the trash. The air was still, the sky clear, and from somewhere in the darkness, from the small, manicured park at the end of my cul-de-sac, I heard it, a faint, melodic whistle. It was my tune, my mother's song. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. It couldn't be. It was impossible. It had to be a coincidence, a trick of the wind. But this morning, when I went to get the newspaper, I saw it. There, in the dew-covered grass of my perfectly manicured front lawn, was a single, muddy, serpentine trail, as wide as my forearm. It ended at the edge of my driveway, pointing directly at my bedroom window. It wasn't a spirit I called. It was a predator, and it is a patient hunter. It has crossed an ocean, and it has found my new home, and I know, with a certainty that has stopped my heart, that tonight, when the sun goes down, she will be out there, waiting in the dark, and she will whistle for me. Story 2. The honest woman in the world of law enforcement. You hear a lot of stories. Cops are a superstitious bunch, and every precinct has its ghosts. But when I was assigned to a joint task force in Tokyo, my Japanese partner, Detective Tanaka, told me a story that was different. It wasn't about a ghost. It was about a gatekeeper. He told me of the Kuchi Sakana, the split-mouth woman, a spirit in a surgical mask who asks her victims a question. Am I pretty? Answer wrong, and she kills you. Answer right, and she reveals her mutilated face and asks again, sealing your doom. I dismissed it as a bogeyman story, a local legend to scare kids. I was a detective from Chicago. I dealt in facts, not folklore. Our case was a string of bizarre disappearances in the sprawling, neon-lit district of Shinjuku. 4 men had vanished in as many weeks, all last seen walking alone late at night. There were no witnesses, no ransom notes, no bodies. They had simply been erased. The only link was a piece of garbled CCTV footage from the first disappearance, showing the victim, a businessman named Kenji Tanaka, speaking to a woman in a trench coat and a surgical mask moments before he vanished down an alleyway. "It is her," Tanaka had said, his face grim. "She has returned. It's a woman in a mask," I countered, annoyed. "In a city of millions, during flu season. It means nothing." I focused on the victims, digging into their lives, looking for a rational connection. Kenji Tanaka was a notorious philanderer. The second victim, a club owner, was deep in debt to the Yakuza. The third, a freelance journalist, was known for blackmailing politicians. The fourth, a stockbroker, was under investigation for insider trading. They were all liars, deceivers, men who wore masks of their own. That's when I stumbled upon an obscure academic paper about the origins of the Kuchisakana myth. It detailed a lesser-known version of the legend, far older than the popular telling. In this version, the woman wasn't a simple monster. She was a vengeful spirit, yes, but her rage was directed at the dishonest. Her question wasn't a trap. It was a test. Her horrific injury, inflicted by a deceitful husband, had given her a supernatural ability to smell the stench of a lie. She didn't care if you found her pretty or not. She only cared if your answer was true. Suddenly, the case clicked into place. She wasn't a random force of evil. She was a judge, and the back alleys of Shinjuku were her courtroom. The victims hadn't just met a monster. They had faced a reckoning. My partner Tanaka was horrified by my theory. "You cannot test a demon, detective," he warned. "You are playing with a fire you cannot comprehend." But I had a fire of my own. No one knew it, but I wasn't just in Tokyo as a consultant. I was on unofficial leave, one step away from being fired. I had lied under oath years ago, falsifying a witness statement to protect my then partner, a man I considered a brother who had planted evidence to secure a conviction. He got a medal. I got a career built on a lie, a secret that had been eating me alive for a decade. According to my own theory, I was exactly the kind of person the Kuchisakana would be looking for. So I became the bait. That night, I walked the same path Kenji Tanaka had, through the crowded, glittering streets of Shinjuku and into the quieter, darker alleyways beyond. I walked for hours, the neon glow giving way to the dim amber of old streetlights. Every woman in a mask made my heart leap into my throat. Just as I was about to give up, she appeared. She stepped out of the shadows of a narrow side street, a slender figure in a beige trench coat. Her surgical mask was a stark white against the gloom. My breath caught. The air grew cold. "Konbanwa," she said, her voice soft, muffled by the mask. "Good evening." I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. She tilted her head, her dark eyes locking onto mine. And then she asked the question, the words hanging in the air like a death sentence. Watashi kaire. Am I pretty? My mind raced. The legend said to give a non-committal answer, to say she was average, to distract her. But my theory, what if I was wrong? What if this was just a monster with a blade? But looking into her eyes, I felt an immense weight, a profound sense of judgment. She already knew the answer. She was just waiting to see if I did. My heart hammered against my ribs, but my voice was steady when I spoke. I thought of her story, of the pain inflicted by a lie. I thought of my own deceit. No, I said, the single word cutting through the silence. You are not. I braced myself, my hand hovering over the pistol hidden under my jacket. I expected the flash of a blade, a scream of rage. Instead, there was only silence. She just stood there, watching me. Then, she gave a slow, deliberate nod. So Desu ni, she whispered, that is true. With a slow, graceful movement, she reached up and pulled down her mask. The sight was even more horrific than the legends described. Her mouth was a gaping, bloody wound, cut from ear to ear. The scar tissue, a twisted, permanent grimace. But her eyes held not rage, but a deep, sorrowful understanding. An honest man, she rasped, her mutilated mouth barely forming the words. A rare thing in this world. She looked past me, down the alley. He, however, is not. I turned. Standing in the shadows at the mouth of the alley was my old partner, Dave. He must have followed me to Tokyo, worried I would finally confess. His face was pale with shock and fear. The Kuchisakana took a step towards him, the sound of her shoes on the pavement like a judge's gavel. Her head tilted, and her scarred mouth twisted into a terrifying, lipless grin. She raised a long, rusted pair of scissors from the folds of her coat, the blades glinting in the dim light. She looked at Dave, her ancient eyes burning with a righteous fury, and she asked him the question, Watashi kaire? I didn't stay to hear his answer. I knew he would lie. He always did. I turned and walked away. The sound of his terrified, stammering response quickly drowned out by a wet, metallic snip and a gurgling scream that was cut mercifully short. I never looked back. The Kuchisakana isn't a monster to be feared by all. She is a force of nature, an antibody for the disease of deception. And in the dark alleys of the world, her work is never, ever done. Story 3. The tongue of the Gil science has a name for everything. Auditory pareidolia, the brain creating patterns from random noise. Mirages light bending through layers of superheated air. As a hydrogeologist mapping aquifers deep within the empty quarter of Saudi Arabia, I lived by these principles. The desert was a place of predictable physics, a harsh but understandable environment. The stories my Bedouin guides told of the Gil, a shape-shifting desert demon that mimicked loved ones to lure travelers to their doom, were just that, stories. Sand-swept folklore born of dehydration and solitude. I was a man of data and fact. I was wrong. My mission was a 3-week solo survey, 100 miles from the nearest outpost. My world was my land cruiser, my tent, and the daily crackle of the long-range radio check-in with base camp. Before I left, my lead guide, an old man named Khalid, with eyes like chips of obsidian, had given me one final warning. If the desert speaks to you with a familiar voice, he'd said, it is lying. The goal knows your heart before you do. It wears the skin of your memories. I had thanked him for his concern and drove off into the shimmering heat. For the first week, the solitude was sublime. The silence of the dunes was a cleansing force. On the 8th day, things began to unravel. It started with my radio. During my evening check-in, the signal was filled with a strange, whispering static. All good out here. Base, I reported. Just a bit of signal interference. We hear you, Tariq, the operator replied, his voice faint. But who are you talking to? Your mic is open. We can hear you whispering to someone. I froze. I was alone. I hadn't said a word before my report. Negative base. There's no one here. Must be a cross signal. But a cold seed of doubt had been planted. That night I had a nightmare. I dreamt of my mother, who had passed away from cancer a year prior. In the dream, she was lost among the dunes, calling my name, her voice weak and afraid. I woke up with a gasp, my cheeks wet with tears. The sense of her presence so real, it was a physical ache in my chest. The next day, the desert felt different. It felt personal. The wind whistling over the crests of the dunes sounded like a mournful sigh. The heat shimmering on the horizon seemed to form fleeting human shapes. I was on edge, my scientific certainty beginning to fray. I was driving towards a new survey point when I saw him. A man standing beside a broken-down vehicle identical to my own, waving his arms frantically. I pulled up, my heart pounding. He was my spitting image. He was wearing my clothes, had my face, my beard. It was like looking in a mirror. Thank God, he shouted, his voice identical to my own. My radio's dead, and my engines shot. I thought I was done for. My mind struggled to process it. A twin, a hallucination. Who are you? I stammered. He laughed, a perfect imitation of my own laugh. Who are you? I'm Tariq Hamid. I'm a hydrogeologist with Aramco. Now, are you going to help me or just stare? This was impossible. I reached for my radio to call base, but he put a hand on my arm. His touch was cold, dry, like old leather. No need, he said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. We can sort this out ourselves. We need to get back to base. It's this way. He pointed east, directly into a region of the desert. My charts marked as an impassable labyrinth of steep, shifting dunes. No, I said, my voice shaking. Base is to the north. I knew my location. I knew my heading. His smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of predatory annoyance. Don't be a fool. I know the way. Trust me, Khalid's warning echoed in my mind. It wears the skin of your memories. I looked closer at my double. His reflection in the side mirror of my truck was wrong. It was thin, gaunt, its shadow elongated and clawed. I threw the truck into reverse, kicking up a cloud of sand. The thing that looked like me dropped the facade, its face distorted, the features melting and reforming into the terrified face of my mother from my dream. "Tariq, my son, don't leave me again," she cried, her voice filled with anguish. The emotional impact was a physical blow. Grief and horror warred within me. It was using my own heart against me. I floored the accelerator, not daring to look back as my mother's screams turned into a furious, inhuman shriek that was ripped away by the wind. I drove north for hours, pushing the vehicle to its limit, my sanity hanging by a thread. I didn't stop until I saw the distant lights of the outpost. I stumbled out of the truck, dehydrated and babbling, and collapsed into the arms of the security guards. Later, in the infirmary, Khalid sat by my bed. I told him everything. He just nodded slowly, his ancient eyes filled with a grim understanding. "The ghoul is a creature of deep places," he said softly, "not of the sand, but of the soul. It does not just imitate what it sees. It reaches into you and pulls out your deepest loves and your most profound sorrows. It builds a puppet from your past, but its reflection." I started, and my radio. The whispering Khalid shook his head. "The ghoul has no reflection, for it has no true form, and it does not need a radio to speak. It plants its voice in your mind, a seed of doubt that sprouts into a chorus of deceit. Pew her mother's voice, your own voice, because it was already inside you, turning your own memories into a weapon to lead you astray. I've been back in the city for 6 months now. I left my job. I can't bear the silence anymore, because I know the gull's true hunting ground isn't the desert. It's the vast, empty quarters of the human heart. And sometimes, in the dead of night, when I am utterly alone, I hear a faint, familiar whisper in the back of my mind. It's my mother's voice, telling me how much she misses me, telling me she's lost, and begging me to come and find her. The hunt never ended. It just followed me home. The distinct, sharp sound of a deadbolt clicking into place. A moment of comfortable, absolute silence. That is the sound of safety. The sound that separates you from the world. It's the sound that says, I am home, I am alone, and I am secure. But listen closer. In the quiet, your house has its own language. A floorboard groans under a weight that is not yours. A pipe shudders in the wall with a sound almost like a whisper. Welcome, dwellers of the dark, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV. Tonight, we share 5 true and terrifying stories from people who discovered that the most horrifying sounds are the ones you can identify. The ones that sound almost human. Pay attention to the sounds of your house. It might be trying to warn you that you are not, in fact, alone at all. Story 1. The deadline the first time the phone rang. I almost didn't answer it. It was a Tuesday night. I was 15, and my parents had left me home alone for the first time on a weeknight. A massive thunderstorm was raging outside, and the power had been flickering for an hour. The phone was an ancient, mustard yellow rotary phone in the kitchen, a relic my dad kept for nostalgic reasons. We didn't even have a landline subscription. The phone was a prop, a piece of disconnected history. So when its shrill, metallic ring cut through the roar of the storm, my blood turned to ice. It rang 3 times before I cautiously picked up the heavy receiver. "Hello," I said, my voice trembling. All I heard was static, a sound like a million tiny insects hissing down the line. I was about to hang up when a voice broke through the noise. It was a woman's voice, faint and reedy, like a distant radio signal. "Can you hear me? It's so dark in here." I slammed the phone down, my heart hammering against my ribs. It had to be a crossed wire, a freak accident of the storm. That was the only logical explanation. I stood in the kitchen, staring at the phone, willing it to stay silent. It did. After a few minutes, my breathing returned to normal. I had imagined the voice. The static had played tricks on my ears. I went back to the living room, but the sense of safety was gone. Every clap of thunder made me flinch. Every flicker of the lights sent a jolt of anxiety through me. An hour later, the phone rang again. This time, I was determined to be brave, to prove to myself it was nothing. I picked it up. The static was there, but the voice was clearer, closer. It was my grandmother, a voice I hadn't heard in 5 years. Not since her funeral. "Honey," she whispered, her voice exactly as I remembered it, frail and papery. "I can't find my glasses. Your grandfather is waiting for me." I dropped the receiver as if it were red hot. It clattered against the wall, dangling from its coiled cord. This wasn't a crossed wire. This was impossible. This was insane. I was having some kind of breakdown, a grief-induced hallucination. I backed away from the kitchen, leaving the phone off the hook, the static hissing into the empty room. I huddled on the living room couch, pulling a blanket around me, my eyes wide in the dark. The storm raged on. Through the hiss of the dangling receiver, the voice came again, no longer faint, but clear and conversational, as if she was standing right in the kitchen. "It's a nice picture, honey. The one of you on the boat. You look so happy." I froze. There was a framed photo on the kitchen counter from our family vacation last summer, a photo my grandmother had never seen. The voice wasn't just a memory. It was observing. It was in my house, watching me through the phone. The phone was its eye, its mouth. My terror was so complete, it became a strange, cold clarity. I had to cut the connection. I ran to the basement, fumbled for the flashlight, and found the utility box on the wall. The phone line, a thick grey cable, came in through the wall and connected to a small junction box. I found my dad's old wire cutters. My hands shaking, I closed the jaws of the cutters around the thick cable and squeezed. It was tough, but with a final, desperate grunt, I severed it. The cable snapped apart with a dull twang. It was done. The line was dead. I felt a profound sense of relief. I had cut the head off the snake. I walked back upstairs. The receiver was still dangling, but the static was gone. It was silent, utterly beautifully silent. I had one. I spent the rest of the night on the couch, too terrified to sleep. But the silence held. The storm passed. The sun came up. My parents came home, and I never told them what happened. How could I? A week passed. A month. The incident faded, becoming a strange, traumatic memory that I convinced myself was a dream, a hallucination, a perfect storm of grief and isolation. Then, one Saturday, I was home alone again. It was a bright, sunny afternoon. I was in the kitchen, making a sandwich, and the yellow rotary phone on the wall began to ring. It wasn't a dream. I was wide awake. The line was cut. It was physically impossible for it to be ringing. Yet the shrill, metallic breathing filled the silent house. I stared at it, paralyzed, for a full minute. Then, with a sense of resigned dread, I picked up the receiver. There was no static, just a perfect, crystal clear silence. And then a voice. My grandmother's voice. But it wasn't frail or confused anymore. It was cold, clear, and filled with a chilling, triumphant malice. "You can't hang up on us, honey," it said. "We were never in the wires." And from the other end of the house, from my parents' bedroom, I heard a second phone begin to ring. Then the one in the basement. I hadn't cut off their connection. I had just made them find a new way to call. And this time, they weren't just in the kitchen. They were all over the house. Story 2. The scent of the soil. The first thing I noticed when I moved into the old rental house was the smell. It was a faint, earthy scent, like damp soil and old, wet leaves after a rainstorm. It wasn't unpleasant, just persistent. I bought air fresheners, burned incense, mopped the old hardwood floors until they shone. Nothing touched it. The smell was part of the house, woven into its very bones. I was a graduate student on a tight budget, and the house was all I could afford. I decided I could live with the smell of a perpetual autumn in my living room. I was home alone most of the time. My life, a quiet cycle of research and writing. The loneliness didn't bother me, but the house began to... The earthy smell would grow stronger at night, becoming thick and cloying, almost suffocating. It seemed to emanate from a specific spot, the small, deep closet at the end of the main hallway. The closet had a strange, uneven floor, a patch of what felt like bare, packed earth that the landlord had tried to cover with a cheap piece of linoleum. I assumed it was a quirk of the house's old foundation. One night, I woke up with a jolt. The smell was overpowering, so thick it was almost a taste. And I heard a sound, a soft, wet, tearing sound, coming from the hallway closet. I crept out of bed and pressed my ear to the closet door. The sound was clearer now, a sound like thick roots slowly twisting and breaking through dry earth. I told myself it was the house settling, the pipes groaning. I told myself a lot of things in that house. The next morning, the linoleum in the closet was buckled, a small mound of fresh, dark soil pushing up from beneath it. I stared at it, a cold dread seeping into my bones. This wasn't the house settling. This was the house growing. I called the landlord, a gruff, disinterested man who lived 3 states away. He told me it was probably a drainage problem, that he'd send someone out eventually. Eventually never came. The mound of earth in the closet grew day by day, pushing the linoleum up like a grotesque tumor. The earthy smell now filled the entire house, a constant, damp reminder that something was wrong. I started keeping the closet door shut, stuffing a towel under it to block the scent, trying to pretend it wasn't there. But I could still hear the sounds at night, the slow, patient tearing of roots, the soft, wet shifting of soil. One Friday night, I came home late from the library, exhausted. As I walked down the hallway, I noticed something strange. Put a thin, dark tendril, like a pale root, was snaking its way out from under the closet door. It was about a foot long, and it was twitching like a worm on a hook. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as it slowly, deliberately, began to drag itself back under the door, disappearing into the darkness of the closet. I should have left then. I should have packed a bag and slept in my car. But I was paralyzed by a morbid academic curiosity. What was this thing? A strange type of fungus, an invasive root system from an old tree. I had to know. Armed with a flashlight and a small garden trowel, I opened the closet door. The sight that greeted me was a biological nightmare. The entire floor of the closet was gone, replaced by a churning, writhing mass of pale roots and dark, loamy soil. The mound had grown into a small hillock, and from its center grew a shed. It was vaguely humanoid, a dense, tangled mass of roots and earth that had formed itself into a torso, a head, and 2 long, spindly arms. It was a living sculpture of soil and roots, and as I shone my flashlight on it, the head, a featureless lump of mud and tangled rootlets, slowly turned to face me. I stumbled backward, dropping the trowel, my mind screaming. It was alive, a sentient, terrestrial entity that was growing up through the foundation of my house. I slammed the closet door shut and fumbled with the old skeleton key, locking it. I spent the night on the couch, the key clutched in my hand, listening to the soft, insistent thumping against the other side of the closet door. The next morning, the thumping was gone. The house was silent. The earthy smell, for the first time, had receded. I thought, hoped, that maybe it had given up, that it had retreated back into the earth. But when I went to the kitchen to make coffee, I saw it, the floor vent. From the metal grill, a single pale rootlet was emerging, its tip twitching, feeling the air. It hadn't given up. It had just found a new way out. It was in the vents. It was in the walls. It was spreading through the house like a cancer. I finally understood the truth. I wasn't living in a house built on the earth. The house was a cage, a terrarium, built around something that was growing from the earth. The smell wasn't just a smell. It was its breath. The roots weren't just roots. They were its limbs. And I wasn't a tenant. I was an infestation, an invasive species in its quiet, dark, growing home. And it was finally taking measures to remove me. Story 3. The replacement, the first sign that my life was being subtly rewritten, was the pizza. I was home alone, grading papers, when the doorbell rang. It was a delivery guy, holding a large pepperoni pizza. "That'll be $24.50, he said. I stared at him, confused. "I didn't order a pizza," I told him. He checked the receipt, frowned, and confirmed my address. "Well, someone did," he grumbled, before taking the pizza and leaving. I shut the door, a little unsettled. A prank, a wrong address. I brushed it off, but the oddities continued. The next morning, I found a coffee mug in the sink that I didn't remember using. The day after that, the TV was on a channel I never watched when I came home from work. They were small, insignificant things, the kind of things that make you question your own memory, your own sanity. Am I that forgetful? Am I that stressed? I started leaving little tests for myself. I'd place a book on my nightstand at a specific angle. When I'd wake up, it would be perfectly straight. I'd leave the toothpaste cap off. In the morning, it would be screwed on tight. Someone was in my house when I was asleep or away. Someone who was neat, tidy, and who looked exactly like me. I installed a small security camera, a cheap one, disguised as a smoke detector in my living room. I needed proof. I needed to see the person who was slowly, methodically gaslighting me in my own home. I went to work, my stomach in knots, and checked the live feed on my phone every half hour. Nothing. Just an empty, silent apartment. I came home that evening, my shoulders slumped with a strange mixture of relief and disappointment. I sat down to review the day's footage, fast-forwarding through the hours of empty rooms. And then I saw it. The timestamp was 2:15 p.m. The front door of my apartment opened, and I walked in. I watched myself on the screen, a perfect copy, wearing the same clothes I had left for work in that morning. The copy walked to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and took a long drink. It then walked over to the bookshelf, took down a book, and placed it back on the shelf, but in a different spot. It was correcting my mistakes. It was tidying up. After a few minutes, it walked back to the front door, gave a small, satisfied nod, and left. I felt the world tilt. My breath hitched. This wasn't a stranger. It was a doppelganger, a perfect, meticulous copy that was living a parallel life, using my home as its own. Was it trying to take over, to replace me? I scrolled through the footage from the previous day. I found the moment, 7:30 p.m., the time the pizza had been delivered. I watched as my double picked up the phone, ordered the pizza, and then left the apartment just minutes before the delivery guy arrived. It hadn't made a mistake. It had just forgotten that I would be home. My terror was cold and absolute. I was being stalked by myself. I decided to confront it. I would stay home from work the next day, sit in the dark, and wait for my double to arrive. I would see who this thing was, but I never got the chance. The next morning, as I was getting ready to call in sick, I glanced out my bedroom window, and I saw him, my double. He was on the street below, walking away from my building, heading in the direction of my office. He was wearing my favorite blue coat. He was me, and he was going to work for me. An idea so insane, so horrifying, that it almost made me laugh, bloomed in my mind. I ran to the security camera footage on my phone. I rewound it to the moment the double had first appeared yesterday. I watched it walk in, tidy up, and leave. I kept watching. And then, at 5:30 p.m., the front door opened again, and I walked in. The me that was currently sitting in the apartment. The me that had set up the camera. The footage showed me coming home from work, sitting on the couch, watching TV. There were two of us, a day shift me and a night shift me. We were living in the same apartment, in the same life, but on a perfectly split schedule, never interacting, each one cleaning up the other's small messes, each one convinced he was the sole occupant. But which one was the original? The thought was a physical blow. The strange feelings of forgetfulness, the small memory lapses. What if they weren't because I was being gaslit? What if they were because I didn't have the memories? What if I wasn't the one being replaced? What if I was the replacement? As I sat there, my entire reality crumbling around me, I heard a sound that made my soul turn to ice. A key sliding into the lock of the front door. I looked at the clock. It was 9:15 a.m. The other me, the one who went to work, he had forgotten something. He was coming back, and he was about to find me in his apartment. He was about to find the mistake, the glitch in the system, the copy that had stayed home when it was supposed to have disappeared. The door swung open. I saw my own face, contorted in a mask of shock and dawning, murderous rage. And I finally understood that the real horror wasn't about an intruder trying to get into my home. It was about realizing that I was the intruder, and the rightful owner had just come home to find me. Story 4. The Game of the Crooked Man. I must have been about 8 years old. A latchkey kid in a new town, and my greatest enemy was boredom. My parents worked late, and the long summer afternoons in our empty, silent house stretched into an eternity. To pass the time, I invented a game. It was a game of make-believe, played with my vast collection of action figures. I created a villain for them, a monster I called the Crooked Man. He was an amalgamation of every scary story I'd ever heard. A tall, thin creature with a broken, twisted neck and a wide, stitched-in smile. The rules of the game were simple, and I made them up as I went along. The Crooked Man could only move when you weren't looking at him. He could hide in any shadow, and his goal was to collect all the other toys, one by one, and take them back to his crooked house. I would spend hours setting up elaborate scenarios, positioning my heroes in defensive formations around the living room. Then I would turn my back, count to 10, and turn back around. And I would move the Crooked Man, an old, broken puppet I'd found in the attic, a little closer to his prey. It was a fun, simple game, until the game started playing itself. It began with small things. I'd leave my action figures set up on the floor when I went to get a snack. When I'd come back, one of the figures would be knocked over. I'd assume I had bumped it without realizing. Then a figure would be missing. I'd find it later, under the couch, or in a different room entirely. My 8-year-old brain attributed it to my own forgetfulness. But the incidents grew more specific, more unsettling. I had a specific jail for the toys the crooked man had captured. An empty shoebox in my closet. One afternoon, I came back to the living room to find my favorite action figure, Captain Steel, was gone. I searched everywhere. Finally, with a growing sense of dread, I went to my closet and opened the shoebox. Captain Steel was lying inside, on top of the other captured toys. I had not put him there. A cold, childish fear began to take root. I felt like I was being watched. The shadows in the corners of the rooms seemed darker, deeper. The creaks and groans of the old house no longer sounded random. They sounded like footsteps. The footsteps of something tall and thin and crooked. I tried to stop playing the game, but it was too late. I would put all my toys away in their chest, and when I'd come back later, they would be out again, set up in a new, terrified formation, with the crooked man puppet looming over them from a shadowy corner. The game was no longer mine to control. It had its own rules now. The worst night, I was trying to watch a movie, huddled on the couch, pretending everything was normal. I had locked the crooked man puppet in the attic, hoping to end the game for good. I heard a faint, scratching sound from the hallway. I peeked around the corner. The hallway was dark, but I could just make out a figure standing at the far end. It was one of my action figures, a small, plastic army man. It was just standing there, in the middle of the hall. As I watched, it slowly, impossibly, raised its tiny plastic arm and pointed towards the attic stairs. I screamed and ran back to the couch, pulling a blanket over my head. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. The thing I had created, the monster from my game, was real. And it was using my toys as its messengers, as its pawns. The rule I had invented that he could only move when I wasn't looking wasn't just a rule. It was a law of nature for this thing, and my entire house was its game board. I sat there, trembling, for what felt like hours. I knew I had to face it. I had to end this. It was my game. I had to be the one to finish it. With a courage I didn't know I possessed, I stood up and walked to the hallway. The army man was gone. I looked at the floor. The small plastic figure was now at the bottom of the attic stairs, pointing upwards. I took a deep breath and started to climb. The attic was pitch black and silent. I fumbled for the light switch, a single bare bulb hanging from a cord. I pulled it. The attic was empty, filled with dusty boxes and old furniture covered in white sheets. The crooked man puppet was gone from the chest where I had locked it. I scanned the room, my heart pounding, looking in every corner, behind every box. Nothing. A wave of relief washed over me. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had just disappeared. As I turned to leave, my foot kicked something on the floor. It was the crooked man puppet, lying on its back in the middle of the room. Its stitched-in smile seemed to mock me. I had won. The game was over. I had faced my fear and found nothing but a stupid, broken toy. I let out a shaky, relieved laugh. And then I saw the shadow on the wall behind me. It was cast by the single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. It was the shadow of a man, a tall, thin man, his neck bent at a sickening, broken angle, and, as I watched, paralyzed, the shadow of his hand, a hand with long, spindly, crooked fingers, slowly rose and reached for the light cord. The last thing I saw before the world went black was the puppet on the floor, its head slowly turning to look at me, its stitched-in smile seeming to stretch impossibly wide. I had made a terrible mistake. The puppet wasn't the crooked man. It was just another one of his toys. Story 5. The voice on the baby monitor. The job was simple. Babysit a 6-month-old infant for a single night while his wealthy, workaholic parents attended a charity gala. I was 17, a senior in high school, and the pay was ridiculously good. The house was a modern palace, a sprawling glass sand steel structure in a gated community. It felt less like a home and more like an art gallery. It was beautiful, but cold, sterile, and unnervingly quiet. After the parents, the Davidsons, left, the silence was absolute. The only sound was the soft, rhythmic breathing of the baby, Leo. Coming through the high-tech baby monitor receiver I held in my hand, I settled onto a large, white leather couch in the living room, the receiver on the coffee table beside me. For the first few hours, everything was peaceful. Leo's soft breaths were a comforting, constant presence. Around 10 p.m., the static started. A soft, crackling hiss began to emanate from the receiver, partially obscuring the sound of the baby's breathing. I fiddled with the settings, assuming it was interference from a neighbor's device or a stray radio signal. The static persisted. Then, through the hiss, I heard a new sound, a voice. It was a woman's voice, low and melodic, and she was humming a lullaby. It was a tune I had never heard before, ancient and mournful. My first thought was that the monitor was picking up a feed from another house. I was about to turn it off when Leo, who had been stirring, suddenly went quiet. The humming seemed to be soothing him, a little weird but harmless. I decided to leave it, not wanting to risk waking the baby. An hour later, Leo started to cry, a thin, wailing sound that cut through the humming and the static. I was about to get up and go to him when the voice on the monitor spoke. It was no longer humming. It was speaking in a language I didn't recognize, a string of soft, guttural syllables. It sounded like she was whispering directly into the microphone of the monitor in Leo's room. Her voice was calm, reassuring, and after a moment, Leo's crying stopped. He was completely silent. A cold, heavy dread began to settle in the pit of my stomach. This wasn't interference. The voice was interacting with the baby. There was someone in the nursery. I grabbed the heaviest object I could find, a glass paperweight and my cell phone, MY thumb hovering over the 911. I crept up the floating glass staircase, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The second floor was a long, dark hallway, with the nursery at the far end. As I got closer, I could hear the voice, not just from the receiver in my hand, but faintly, through the closed nursery door. She was in there. I stood outside the door for a long moment, paralyzed by fear. What should I do? Burst in, call the police, and wait. As I stood there, hesitating, the voice on the monitor in my hand changed. It stopped speaking its strange language. It was now whispering in perfect, unaccented English, its voice as smooth and cold as silk. "He's a beautiful child," it whispered, "so full of potential, so easy to shape." That was it. I didn't care anymore. I threw the nursery door open, ready to confront whoever was in there. The room was empty. It was a pristine, modern nursery, bathed in the soft glow of a rocket ship nightlight. In the center of the room, Leo was sleeping soundly in his crib, his tiny chest rising and falling in a peaceful rhythm. There was no one there, no woman, no intruder. I scanned the room, my mind reeling. The window was locked. The closet was empty. I was alone with the baby. A wave of relief, so powerful it almost made my knees buckle, washed over me. I had imagined it, the stress of the big, empty house. The strange sounds on the monitor it had all been a figment of my overwrought imagination. I let out a shaky laugh. I was an idiot. I walked over to the crib to check on Leo. He was fine, not a care in the world. On the dresser beside the crib was the baby monitor's transmitter, its small green power light glowing steadily. As I stood there, the receiver in my hand crackled to life. It was the woman's voice again, clear as a bell, with no static this time. "You shouldn't have come up here," it whispered. I froze, the receiver suddenly feeling like a block of ice in my hand. I stared at the transmitter on the dresser. The voice wasn't coming from the nursery. It had never been coming from the nursery. The monitor wasn't picking up a signal from an intruder. The monitor was the intruder. It was a haunted object, a conduit for something that had been whispering its strange, ancient lullabies to this child every single night. The parents, sleeping in their room down the hall, would have only heard the static, assuming it was a faulty device. But I was awake, I was listening, and I had heard it all. The voice came again, a silken, predatory purr, coming directly from the small speaker I held inches from my ear. "He is almost ready, but you are a loose end." I threw the receiver across the room. It shattered against the wall, but the voice didn't stop. It was inside my head now, a clear, melodic whisper, echoing in the hollows of my skull. And as I turned to run, I heard the transmitter on the dresser crackle to life. It wasn't whispering anymore. It was humming. It was humming that same beautiful, mournful lullaby. But this time, it wasn't for the baby. It was for me. And I could feel my own eyelids growing heavy, a profound, irresistible sleepiness washing over me. The lullaby pulling me down into a dark, silent place, where I would be so easy to shake. We think we know the words, the sweet, childish tunes. They are the background radiation of our childhoods. But what if these rhymes are not innocent songs, but dark, historical warnings? Welcome, dwellers of the dark, to Nocturnal Nightmares TV tonight. We are unearthing the chilling truth behind the songs we sing to our children. We are delving into 5 horrifying, allegedly true accounts, where the secret history of a nursery rhyme bled into the present. These are not just creepy tales. These are stories of what happens when the veil of innocence is torn away, revealing a terrifying reality that was hiding in the lyrics all along. Prepare to discover that the most familiar songs can hold the darkest secrets. After this, you will never hear them the same way again. Story 1. The Ring as a folklorist specializing in the etymology of oral traditions. I've spent my life chasing the ghosts of words. I believed the popular theory about ring a ring o' roses, that it was a grim, lyrical memento of the Great Plague. The ring of roses was the red, ring-like rat, the pocket full of posies, the herbs carried to ward off the miasma, the atisu, the final, fatal sneeze. And we all fall down was, of course, death. It was a neat, macabre explanation that satisfied academics and delighted goths. It was also, as I discovered in a forgotten, plague-pitted manor in the English countryside, a comfortable and dangerously incomplete lie. I was hired by a wealthy recluse to catalogue the private library of Blackwood Grange, a house that had been sealed since the 17th century. It was a historian's dream and a sane person's nightmare. The air was thick with the dust of ages and a faint, sweet, cloying scent of dried flowers and decay. Pitt was in a small, hidden study behind a false wall that I found the book. It wasn't a book of folklore. It was a plague journal, its leather cover warped and its vellum pages stained with what looked like dried blood. It was the diary of a man named Alistair Finch, the master of the house, dated 1665. His early entries were a frantic, desperate chronicle of the plague's arrival in his small, isolated village. He wrote of the sickness, the fear, the red-ringed rashes on the skin of his children. He described stuffing their pockets with posies, a futile attempt to ward off the inevitable. But then, the entries took a sharp, terrifying turn. He wrote of a local cunning woman, a practitioner of the old ways, who had given him a song of binding, a lyrical ward that she claimed could contain the spirit of the plague itself. He wrote down the words she gave him. They were chillingly familiar. A ring of roses, a pocket full of posies, a tissue, we all fall down. But Alistair's notes, scrawled in a frantic, terrified hand, revealed the true, horrifying mechanics of the rhyme. It wasn't a description of the plague. It was an instruction for a ritual. The ring of roses was not a rash. It was a literal circle of wild rose bushes, which were believed to have protective properties that had to be planted around the afflicted house. The circle was a cage. The rhyme was the lock. You were meant to sing it outside the ring, to bind the sickness, the plague demon, within the circle of roses. Alistair, in his grief and desperation, had made a fatal mistake. He had taught the song to his children, and they, in their innocence, had sung it inside the house. He wrote of the immediate change. The sweet scent of the posies turned to the smell of the grave. The playful sneezes of his children became ragged, wet coughs, and the final line, "We all fall down," was not about death. In his notes, he had scratched out the word fall and written break. We all break down. The line was an invocation to shatter the protective circle, to invite the entity in. By singing it inside, they had not caged the plague. They had invited it into their home and locked the door behind it. The final entry in the journal was a single, spidery, blood-stained sentence. The song is a circle. God help us, we are all inside the ring. A cold, visceral dread washed over me as I sat there in that dusty, silent study. I had been in the house for a week. I suddenly became aware of the faint, sweet, cloying scent in the air. I had assumed it was potpourri. Now I knew it was the smell of ancient, rotting posies. I looked out the study window into the overgrown, neglected gardens, and I saw it. A perfect, circular hedge of wild, thorny rose bushes, choking the life out of everything else. The cage, the ring, and I was inside it. I tried to rationalize it. It was just a story, the ramblings of a mad, grieving man. But that night, the house began to whisper. I would hear the faint, ghostly sound of children humming the tune of the rhyme. I would hear a soft, wet cough from an empty hallway. The feeling of being watched was constant, a heavy, oppressive weight that settled in every room. I started to feel unwell, a strange, creeping fatigue, a deep, aching cold in my bones. I decided to leave the next morning. I had to get out of that house. But when I went to the grand oak front door, it was locked. The heavy iron bolt slid firmly into place. I had not locked it. I tried every door, every window. They were all sealed, as if by an unseen hand. The house did not want me to leave. I was its new resident, its new playmate. That night, the haunting escalated. The whispers became clear, the ghostly voices of children, singing the rhyme over and over from just outside my bedroom door. I could hear their faint, childish sneezes, a tissue, and then a new sound, a soft, rhythmic, dragging sound. I looked at the floor, at the crack under my door. A shadow was moving back and forth, a shadow that was too tall, too thin, the shadow of something that was not a child. I huddled in the corner of the room, my mind a screaming void of terror. I knew what was out there, the thing Alistair had locked in with his family, the plague demon, the spirit of the sickness itself. And it was no longer content to be a passive presence. It was active. It was hungry. I am writing this now in the faint, grey light of what must be my third day of imprisonment. The children's singing is constant. My own body is beginning to betray me. A faint, reddish, ring-like rash has appeared on the back of my hand. My pockets are empty, but the scent of rotting posies is so strong it makes me gag. A dry, racking cough has taken hold of my lungs. I keep sneezing. A tissue. The rhyme is not just a song anymore. It is a diagnosis. It is a prophecy that is fulfilling itself in me. The dragging sound has stopped, but now there is a new sound. A soft, gentle scratching at my bedroom door. and the voices of the children, no longer singing, but whispering a joyful, terrible invitation. "It's time to play," they whisper. Come out, wherever you are. It's time for us all to fall down." I know what they mean now. To fall down is to give in, to let the sickness take you, to join their ghostly, eternal game. I don't know how much longer I can resist. The ring is closed, and I am inside. Story 2. Mary's Garden. My specialty is historical landscape restoration, a fancy term for being a glorified gardener for the dead. I was hired by the Blackcroft Historical Society to restore the long-neglected gardens of the Atherton estate, a sprawling Gothic revival mansion with a dark and bloody history. The estate's most infamous resident was Lady Eleanor Atherton, a 16th century noblewoman with a reputation for cruelty and a fervent, violent adherence to the old faith. The locals still called her Bloody Eleanor. The job was a challenge, but I was drawn to the history, the chance to peel back the layers of time and see a garden as it once was. The heart of the estate, the part that had been sealed off for centuries, was a small walled garden behind the chapel. It was known on the old maps as Mary's Garden. The moment my crew and I unsealed the heavy, iron-bound oak door, we were hit by a wave of cold, stagnant air that smelled of damp earth and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, like old rust and wilted flowers. The garden was a chaotic, overgrown mess, but its layout was still visible. For neat, rectangular beds, bordered by crushed white seashells, with a single, gnarled fruit tree in the center. As we began the work of clearing the weeds and overgrowth, we started to find things, strange, metal objects buried just beneath the surface of the soil. Some were shaped like bells, others like scallop shells. They were cruel, ingenious devices of torture. The infamous silver bells and cockle shells of hushed historical whispers. This wasn't just a garden. It was a dumping ground. A place where the victims of Bloody Eleanor's purges were brought for their final, agonizing confession. We should have stopped then. We should have sealed the door and walked away. But we were under contract, so we continued our work, a grim, silent archaeology of pain. As we cleared the beds, we unearthed the pretty maids all in a row. The skeletal remains of at least a dozen women, buried shallowly, their bones stained a dark, rusty brown from the iron-rich soil. We had uncovered a secret graveyard. After the remains were respectfully removed by the authorities, my job was to restore the garden to its original state. The Historical Society provided me with a list of plants from the estate's original botanical records. They were strange, archaic species, plants I had only ever read about in old herbals. Belladonna, wolfsbane, mandrake, all of them poisonous, all of them with deep roots in the old world of witchcraft and folklore. I planted the garden according to the ancient schematics, a strange, almost ritualistic process. As the new plants began to grow, a profound change came over the walled garden. The air grew heavy, thick with a strange, soporific pollen. The colors of the flowers were too vibrant, the scent of their blossoms too sweet, almost nauseating. The garden was beautiful, but it was a predatory, unnatural beauty. A profound weariness began to settle over me whenever I worked within its walls. I would leave at the end of the day feeling drained, my muscles aching, my mind foggy, as if the garden itself were feeding on my vitality. The warnings started with the birds. No bird would fly over Mary's garden. They would divert their course, chirping frantically, as if hitting an invisible wall. Then came the whispers. On still, quiet afternoons, I would hear them, faint and sibilant, seeming to rise from the soil itself. The whispers of women, speaking in a chorus of pain and sorrow. The true horror, however, was in the plants themselves. The silver bells and cockle shells were not just the names of the torture devices. They were the names of the plants I had been tasked to grow. The silver bells were a rare, night-blooming flower with petals that were a shimmering, metallic silver. The cockle shells were a strange, carnivorous ground cover, its leaves shaped like scalloped shells, which would snap shut on any unsuspecting insect that landed on them. I had not just restored a garden. I had replanted a living, botanical echo of the torture that had taken place here. The final warning came from the pretty maids. I had planted a row of pale, white lilies along the back wall, as the records dictated. The maids, the schematics called them. One evening, as I was finishing my work, I noticed something strange about one of the lilies. A dark, reddish-brown stain was spreading from its roots up its pale green stem and into the pristine white petals, like blood being drawn up through a straw. I knelt down, my heart pounding, and I gently dug into the soil at its base. My fingers brushed against something hard and smooth. It was a human tooth. I began to dig frantically, and I found her a new skeleton. A woman I recognized from her locket. It was the Historical Society's previous archivist, a woman who had been reported missing 5 years earlier. She had been the one to discover the botanical records. She had been the first to work in this garden, and she had become its first new pretty maid. I finally understood the garden's terrible, parasitic secret. It wasn't just a graveyard. It was a larder. The spirits of bloody Eleanor and her victims were not haunting this place. They were a part of it. Their pain, their rage, their life force had been absorbed into the soil itself, creating a sentient, hungry ecosystem. It needed a gardener, a caretaker, a new maid to tend to its poisonous blossoms, to cultivate its misery. And when it had taken all of their life force, it would take their body too, pulling them down into the rich, dark iron-red soil, to become fertilizer for the next generation of beautiful, deadly flowers. I scrambled out of that walled garden, my hands and clothes stained with the bloody earth, the sweet, cloying scent of the blossoms, a funeral dirge in my lungs. I never went back. The Historical Society sealed the garden again, content to let its secrets lie. But I know what's in there, a beautiful, patient, and very hungry garden. And I know it's waiting for the weeds to grow back, waiting for the day when a new, unsuspecting gardener will be hired to tend to its beds, to prune its silver bells, bend cockle shells, and to become the newest, prettiest maid, all in a row. Story 3. The guardian of the new London Bridge, my father was a Stendhag, one of the tough, fearless men who built the foundations of the city, boring tunnels deep beneath the riverbeds. He was full of stories, but the one that always haunted me was the one he told about the construction of the new London Bridge. Not the one in Arizona, but a modern concrete and steel behemoth in our own city, built on the same spot where its 19th century predecessor had stood. He said that when they were driving the caissons for the new foundation deep into the muddy riverbed, they had broken into a hidden, man-made chamber in the heart of the old bridge's foundations. Inside, he said, they found a small, empty room, and in the center of the room, the small, perfectly preserved skeleton of a child. It was a story of a muirman, the ancient, barbaric practice of sealing a living person into the foundations of a structure to act as a supernatural guardian. My fair lady, the rhyme called her. A sacrifice to appease the river gods and ensure the bridge would never fall. The discovery was covered up, of course. A secret archaeological horror, quietly removed and reburied in an unmarked grave. But my father said that after they broke into that chamber, the accidents started. Tools would vanish. Equipment would malfunction in inexplicable, catastrophic ways. And the sandhogs, tough, fearless men, started to hear things in the deep, pressurized silence of the tunnels. The sound of a little girl humming the tune of London Bridge is falling down. They had not just disturbed a grave. They had evicted a guardian, and she was not happy. Years later, I became an urban explorer, drawn to the dark, forgotten, and forbidden places of the city. My obsession was the new London Bridge. I was convinced that the stories my father told were true, that the bridge had a secret, a ghost in its machine. I spent a year studying the old schematics and the new, looking for discrepancies, for hidden spaces. I finally found it, a small, unmarked void on the plans, deep in the new concrete foundations, right where the old chamber would have been, a place that shouldn't exist. I had to see it. One night, armed with climbing gear, a powerful flashlight, and a foolish sense of invincibility, I made my way into the bridge's maintenance tunnels. It was a descent into a concrete hell, a labyrinth of damp, echoing corridors, and the constant, deep thrum of the traffic far above. I found the spot from the schematics, a blank, featureless wall of poured concrete. But as I ran my hand over its surface, I felt it, a faint, almost imperceptible seam. It was a sealed doorway. It took me 2 hours with a sledgehammer and a crowbar, the sounds of my work masked by the roar of the traffic. The concrete finally gave way, revealing a dark, narrow opening. I shined my light inside. It was a small, empty concrete room, just as the plans had suggested, a maintenance void. I felt a pang of disappointment. My father's story was just a story after all. I stepped inside. The moment my feet touched the floor, the heavy concrete slab I had broken through swung shut behind me with a deafening, final boom. The sound of the traffic vanished. I was plunged into an absolute, suffocating silence, and a darkness so complete it felt like a physical weight. My flashlight flickered, then died. I was trapped. I fumbled in my pack for my backup light, my hands shaking, my heart hammering against my ribs. And in that perfect, terrifying silence, I heard it. A sound that made my blood run cold. It was the sound of a child's game, the soft, rhythmic clap, clap, clap of a patty cake rhyme, coming from the far corner of the pitch-black room. It was accompanied by the faint, sweet, innocent voice of a little girl, humming the tune of London Bridge. I finally found my backup light and clicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness. The room was not empty. Sitting in the far corner was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing a simple, tattered 19th century dress, her face pale and smudged with dirt, her eyes too large, dark, and bottomless pools of shadow. She stopped humming and looked at me, a slow, sad smile spreading across her face. "Do you want to play a game?" she whispered, her voice a dry, rustling echo. I was paralyzed by a fear so profound it was almost a religious experience. This was her, my fair lady, the guardian. They hadn't just reburied her body. They had given her a new room, a new prison, a concrete tomb in the heart of the new bridge, to continue her eternal, lonely vigil. "The game is called London Bridge," she said, her smile widening. "You are the bridge, and I am the fair lady. I will build you up with silver and gold." As she spoke, the room began to change. The blank, concrete walls shimmered, and the ghostly image of a treasure trove was projected onto them. Piles of gold coins, silver goblets, sparkling jewels, the stolen treasures of 100 forgotten travelers, the hoard of the original tall man. And then she whispered, her voice losing its childish innocence, becoming cold, ancient, and hungry. "I will wash you away." The room began to fill with water, not a leak. The water was just appearing, rising from the floor, cold and black, and smelling of the deep, muddy river. It was up to my ankles, then my knees, then my waist. I was going to drown, a prisoner in this ghostly, impossible game. The girl just sat there, watching me, her dark, empty eyes devoid of any emotion. I finally understood the rhyme. It wasn't a story. It wasn't a song. It was the rules of her game. The game she had been playing for 200 years with anyone foolish enough to stumble into her domain. She would build you up with the promise of riches, and then she would wash you away, your soul becoming another brick in her eternal, watery prison. I was going to die, but as the water reached my chest, I remembered the one final, desperate verse of the song. The verse about the key. Set a man to watch all night, watch all night, watch all night. Set a man to watch all night, my fair lady. It wasn't a game for one player. It was a game for two. She wasn't just the guardian. She needed a guardian. A watchman. It was a curse that had to be passed on. I'll watch. I choked out the black water now at my neck. I'll watch all night. The girl's smile faltered. The water stopped rising. She stood up, her small, ghostly form gliding over the surface of the water towards me. She looked at me, her head cocked, a look of profound, ancient weariness in her dark, empty eyes. "You promise," she whispered. I nodded, tears streaming down my face. "I promise." She reached out a small, cold, translucent hand and touched my forehead, and the world dissolved into a cacophony of sound and light. The roar of the traffic, the blinding glare of my own flashlight. I was on the floor of the empty concrete room, soaked to the bone, but alive. The sealed door was open. She was gone. I am a watchman now. I never left the bridge. I live in its maintenance tunnels, a ghost of a different kind. I keep the tourists away from the hidden places, patch the cracks in the concrete, and every night at the stroke of midnight, I go to her room and I stand vigil. I watch all night. I am the man who keeps the bridge from falling down, but I know that my watch is not eternal, and the curse is a patient one. And one day, another foolish, curious explorer will stumble into the dark, and she will ask them, with her sad, sweet, and utterly monstrous voice, if they want to play a game, and the game will begin again. Story 4. The Taker of the Wool as an archivist for a reclusive collector's estate. My life was a quiet, orderly affair, a catalogue of other people's forgotten treasures. The collector, a man named Alistair Finch, had been a notorious eccentric, a man who bought not for value, but for story. When he died, he left behind a mansion filled with a chaotic, uncatalogued collection of the strange and the obscure. It was my job to make sense of it all. I found the sheep in the main parlor, the centerpiece of his collection. It was a magnificent, if unsettling, piece of taxidermy. A large, black-wooled ram, its fleece thick and dark as a starless night, its glass eyes a deep, unsettling, and strangely intelligent shade of amber. Attached to its ear was a small, tarnished silver tag with a single, spidery inscription, one for the master. I, of course, knew the rhyme. Bare, black sheep. Have you any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. One for the master, and one for the dame, and one for the little boy who lives down the lane. I had always assumed it was a simple protest song about medieval wool taxes. But as I began to catalogue Finch's estate, a new, far more terrifying interpretation began to reveal itself. The curse of the black sheep was not one of haunting, but of entropy, of a slow, methodical, and deeply personal theft. It began with physical objects. A rare stamp I was cataloguing would vanish from its glassine envelope. A fountain pen would disappear from my locked desk drawer. Small, insignificant things at first, but it was unnerving. I attributed it to my own absent-mindedness, the stress of a massive undertaking. Then, the second bag was opened. It started to take my memories. I would be in the middle of a sentence and forget a common word. I would look at a photograph of my own childhood and not recognize the face of a beloved aunt. The memories weren't just foggy. They were gone, leaving behind a smooth, blank space in my mind where a piece of my life used to be. My world, my history, was being slowly, quietly, and irrevocably redacted. I started to research the sheep's provenance, a frantic, desperate search through Finch's disordered notes. I found his journal. The entries were a spiral into madness and paranoia. He had bought the sheep from an old rural estate, where the family had been plagued by generations of bad luck. He wrote that the rhyme was not about wool. It was a contract. The sheep was a vessel, an anchor for a creature he called the Taker, an ancient, hungry entity that fed on the very substance of a person's life. And the rhyme was the key to its terrible three-course meal. One for the master, he wrote, is the bag of substance. It begins with the small things you own, the treasures you hold. It feeds on your material world, attacks on your possessions. He had underlined the word master. He believed that whoever was the master of the house, the owner of the sheep, paid this first simple price. One for the dame. The next entry read, is the bag of thought. The dame, the lady of the house, the keeper of its heart and history, pays the second price. It feeds on your memories, your connections, your love. It unweaves the tapestry of your mind. His wife, I discovered, had died in a mental institution, suffering from a severe, unexplained form of early onset dementia. I was living in the estate, the temporary master of the house. I was paying the first price. And now, as the keeper of Finch's history, the one trying to make sense of his memories, I was beginning to pay the second. The Taker was not a creature of gender, but of roles. And I was now both the master and the dame. The final part of the rhyme, the part that filled me with a cold existential dread, was the one that remained, and one for the little boy who lives down the lane. Finch's final, terrified entry explained the horrifying truth. The little boy was not a specific person. It was a role. The one who was small, helpless, and innocent. The one who had nothing left to give but themselves. The third bag was the bag of self, the soul. I knew I had to get out, but the curse was not tied to the house. It was tied to the sheep, and I had been in its presence for months. The connection was already forged. That night, as I sat in the silent, grand parlor, staring at the amber-eyed creature on its pedestal, I felt the final change begin. It wasn't a loss of objects or memories. It was a loss of self, my passion, my ambitions, my fears, my very sense of who I was, began to feel distant, faded, like a story I had read about someone else. I was becoming a blank page, a hollow shell, the little boy waiting at the end of the lane. I am writing this now as a final act of defiance, a final memory to cling to before it, too, is taken. The sheep is still here. It has not moved. But its fleece, which was once a deep, lustrous black, is now threaded with silver, with gray. It is aging, and I know, with a chilling certainty, that it is aging because it is feeding. It is consuming my life, my years, my very essence, and it is adding them to its own. The rhyme is not a protest. It is a warning, a bill of sale. It describes the terrible three-part price that must be paid by any who are foolish enough to give shelter to the ancient, hungry thing that wears the skin of a simple black sheep. One bag for what you have, one bag for what you know, and one final, terrible, and utterly inescapable bag for what you are. And I can feel my own bag getting lighter and lighter and lighter. Story 5. The Well on the Hill. As a hydrogeologist, I was contracted to survey a series of old, forgotten wells in a remote, insular corner of Appalachia. The locals were a strange, quiet people, their roots in the rocky soil as deep and gnarled as the ancient oaks that dotted the hills. They were polite, but watchful. And when I asked about the old well at the top of Jack's Hill, a place marked on my map, but which they all pretended not to know, their politeness became a cold, stony silence. The well, they finally, reluctantly told me, was a wishing well, but they said it with a look of profound, ancestral fear in their eyes. It was a place you went to ask for a blessing, a good harvest, a healthy child, but the well, they whispered, always demanded a balance, a price. I was a man of science. I dismissed their stories as the superstitious ramblings of an isolated community. I went up the hill. It was a steep, difficult climb, the path overgrown and treacherous. The well at the top was an ancient, stone-lined affair, covered by a heavy, rotted wooden lid. A single, rusted pail was attached to a frayed rope. The air around it was cold, still, and smelled of damp earth and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, like blood. I took my samples, my readings, my notes. The water was deep, cold, and clean. There was nothing scientifically remarkable about it. As I was packing my gear, I noticed a series of carvings on the inner stones of the well. They were crude, childish drawings. A stick figure of a boy with a crown-like shape scratched above his head. A stick figure of a girl, also with a crown. And a series of tally marks arranged in pairs, dozens of them, stretching back into the darkness of the well. And beside them, 2 names, repeated over and over. Jack, Gill. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold mountain air. I had always assumed the rhyme was a harmless bit of nonsense. But here, in this remote, forgotten place, it was a historical record, a grim, terrifying ledger. That night, my dreams were haunted. I dreamed I was at the bottom of the well, looking up at a circle of pale blue sky, and I was not alone. There were faces in the water with me, the pale, ghostly faces of children, their eyes wide and empty, their mouths open in silent screams. I woke up in a cold sweat. The next day, I tried to leave the small mountain town, but my truck wouldn't start. The town's only mechanic, a silent, hulking man with sorrowful eyes, said it would take a week to get the part I needed. I was stranded. The villagers, who had been so cold and distant, were suddenly, unnervingly, friendly. They brought me food. They invited me to their homes. They all asked me the same strange and deeply personal questions. Did I have a wife? A girlfriend? Was there a Jill to my Jack? I told them I was single, a fact that seemed to cause them a profound collective disappointment. The dread began to take root. I was not a guest here. I was a candidate. I was being vetted. I started to understand the true, horrifying meaning of the balance. The well didn't just grant wishes. It was a living, sentient, and very hungry entity. And the price for its blessings was a sacrifice, a Jack and a Jill, a pair sent up the hill to fetch a pail of water, a journey from which they would never return. The tumbling down was not an accident. It was a final, terrible offering. I had to get out. I decided to hike out, to follow the road on foot. But the villagers seemed to anticipate my every move. They were always there, their faces full of a sad, folksy pity, offering me a ride I didn't want, a meal I couldn't eat. They were shepherds, and I was the lamb, being gently, inexorably herded towards the slaughter. The final piece of the puzzle, the final horrifying warning, came from the town's oldest resident, a woman so ancient she seemed to be made of wrinkled parchment and memory. She found me on my porch, and she pressed a small hand-carved wooden doll into my hand. It was a figure of a young woman. "You need a Jill," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle of leaves. "The well is so hungry. It has been so long since the last rain. The balance must be kept." I stared at her, my mind reeling, and then she told me the story of the real Jack and Jill. They were not children. They were the names given to the chosen sacrifices. The village had a pact with a thing in the well, an ancient, terrible contract, its blessings for their blood. But in the last generation, there had been no one. The young people had all left for the cities. The well was starving. The land was becoming barren. And my arrival, a healthy, solitary Jack, was a gift from a cruel and desperate God. All I needed was a Jill. That night, as I sat in my small, rented cabin, a frantic, desperate plan began to form in my mind. The old woman had said it. The well is so hungry. It has been so long since the last rain. The well wasn't just a creature of sacrifice. It was a creature of water. The next day, a new hydrologist arrived in town. A colleague I had called from a payphone in a moment of desperate inspiration. A brilliant, capable woman named Dr. Gillian Webb. At Gill, the villagers were ecstatic. They welcomed her with open arms, their smiles full of a terrifying, renewed hope. They had their pair. The balance would be restored. That night, under the cover of darkness, while the villagers slept, Jill and I went up the hill. But we didn't go to the well. We went to the large, industrial water tank that fed the town's irrigation system, a system I had been surveying. We opened the main valve. The entire town's water supply, 1,000 gallons of it, began to pour down the hillside. A man-made flash flood, a river of our own making, aimed directly at the ancient, thirsty well. We heard it then, a sound from the well, a sound that was not of this earth, a high-pitched, agonized shriek. the sound of a creature both drowning and drinking at the same time, a sound of pure, ecstatic agony. It was the sound of the balance being broken. We ran. We didn't look back. My truck miraculously started on the first try. We drove away from that small, forgotten town, and from the ancient, hungry thing we had just force-fed to the point of oblivion. I don't know if we killed it. I don't know if we just sated its hunger for another generation. I only know that the rhyme is not a story. It is a recipe. And some wells are not a source of light. They are a source of a deep, dark, and very patient hunger. And sometimes, the only way to keep from tumbling down is to bring the river to the well. I spent the night in room